Chapter 9. Hamburg. James Morris was a loner when it came to operations. Perhaps it was all those years as a young man, closeted alone with a computer, spinning his threads of code out into the world. It was a solitary pursuit, and one that led a person to live inside himself. Morris managed the operational details using a tablet computer the techs had rigged for him that synced every 60 seconds with the agency's system. Because he was so fast with his fingers and could type almost as quickly as he could think, he was constantly sending out tasking orders, directives, and updates to his staff at the IOC's headquarters. He kept his operational traffic overseas in separate compartments, to which he had special access, so it was difficult for anyone else to keep up with him. That was the secret of the power Morris had assembled in the Information Operations Center. He could do things that others simply couldn't match or even imagine, and he had pushed operations into areas that previously had been empty space, using broad authorities that were in the shadowy space between the CIA and NSA. When Morris left the director's office late that afternoon, he began assembling the team he would need in Hamburg. He didn't ask for help from Beasley or the European Division. The planning went late into Friday night and resumed early Saturday morning. It didn't occur to him to review his plans with Sandoval, the case officer in Hamburg, who had met with Rudolf Beale when he walked in the door of the consulate. She worked for Beasley. She wasn't his problem. Morris lived on Captain Crunch cereal when he was on the road. He ate it with milk, with water, plain, in preformed wafers like granola bars. Partly it was because he liked the taste, and partly it was an homage to the hacker cult of Captain Crunch. In the early days, hackers had used the free whistles inside each box, which sounded at a frequency of 2600 hertz, to spoof telephone switches and make free calls. He knocked back a box of the cereal while flying Saturday night on the director's G5, washing it down with a cocktail of bourbon and diet ginger ale. The escape plan Morris had devised was a conjuring trick. When the Swiss youth arrived at the consulate Monday morning, Morris and his techs would fit him with a disguise that changed his hair color and clothing, and then move him from the consulate to a holding area near the airport north of the city where the plane would be waiting. A paramilitary officer on loan to Morris, head shaved and dressed up in a disguise to resemble Beale, would rent a car using his name and driver's license. On the E-22 motorway near the Dutch border, the car would have a fiery flame-out that destroyed the vehicle and everything in it. Doctored bits of Beale's DNA would be left in the vehicle for the police to find: hair, fingernails, skin, just enough to allow identification. James Morris showed up at the consulate in Hamburg Sunday, as promised. He was gaunt from too little sleep, and he had an over-caffeinated glint in his eye. To Sandoval, who was several years older, the wonder boy looked like someone who should be carrying a skateboard. He set up shop in her office and installed 2 techs he had brought along from Langley in the communications room next door. Morris disappeared in the late afternoon Sunday for a meeting outside the consulate. He didn't inform anyone who he was seeing, but his little team from Langley guessed that he was trying to locate Beale using electronic magic that he couldn't share with others. Sandoval protested her displacement to the consul general. He told her to take the empty office of the economic officer who was home on leave. He'd gotten a call from Washington requesting full cooperation. Sandoval assented, but demanded permission to be present with Morris when the walk-in returned on Monday. Otherwise, she said, she would file a grievance with the ambassador in Berlin and the CIA Inspector General. The Consul General assured her that nobody in the country team wanted that. Morris was there waiting early Monday morning. He looked edgy from the moment he walked into the building. He studied the closed-circuit cameras that monitored the sidewalk along the Alsterufer. Occasionally he peered out the window, as if he could summon Beale by staring long enough in the right place. "I'm nervous," he muttered several times as the 10 o'clock scheduled arrival time passed, audibly enough that Sandoval heard him in the communications room next door. "Why is he late?" At 11, Morris sent out a team of his people, cut to him from the Global Response staff, to begin looking for Beale in the Roterbaum neighborhood surrounding the consulate. By early afternoon, the dragnet was widened to the city as a whole. Morris pulled Sandoval aside as his concern mounted. "Do the Russians have a consulate here?" he asked. "I don't think so," she said. "But the Russians are all over everywhere." "I know," said Morris. He walked away, shaking his head. Sandoval worried that she had done something new to offend him. Weber checked in twice Monday on the secure line to ask whether the defector had arrived, and Morris assured the director each time that it was just a hitch. Beale would show up soon. He said he had his watchers monitoring digital and wireless signals from anyone associated with Beale's underground life. Morris quizzed Sandoval, pressing for more details about Beale that might hint where he might be. He watched the video of her interview with the Swiss fugitive twice, start to finish, looking for clues. He removed the CD from the surveillance monitor when he was done and told Sandoval he was taking it back to headquarters for analysis. "Where is that little fucker?" said Morris loudly, his voice echoing down the hall, just before 5, when it was time for the consulate to close its gates. He asked the Marine Guard to stay on duty for another hour. When the consulate closed its doors at 6, there was still no sign of him. Morris received a call that night on his cell phone, whose number he had given to only one person. The caller was a member of the operations group Morris called his Special Access Unit. The unit's expenses and personnel were not on the CIA budget. Its operations were coordinated by a special NSA base in Denver, which ran interagency signals intelligence at the request of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The unit had access to signals that were not officially collected, such as those involving underground hacking groups. In the case of the young man from Switzerland, Rudolf Beale, the special unit had been receiving and analyzing his messages for more than a month, along with those of a few others in the circle of activists within which he moved. The chatter in the last few days had been about a new source for the network, someone recruited by an American civil liberties group who had access to everything. "We can't find him," said the caller. His voice was agitated. "Where the hell is he?" demanded Morris. "He's going to get smoked." "We don't know. We've pulsed everyone we can, but we're not getting anything back. They're all dead circuits." "Keep trying," said Morris. "My ass is on the line." "I'm hot. People are going to have my coordinates soon." "Then don't call me again on this number. Don't call me on any number. Do what Denver tells you to do. Everyone gets one chance to screw up. You just used up yours. Don't do it again." Morris and his security team brought in the Germans the next day as discreetly as they could. He had Sandoval contact the local Landesamt für Verfassungsschutz, or State Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the unlikely name of the local version of the FBI. They were given a photograph of Beale and asked to check whether he had used any transport modes out of the city, air, train, bus, motorway, they could monitor. Later in the day, the LFV distributed the photograph to the Hamburg police and the neighboring states of Schleswig-Holstein and Lower Saxony. But after 24 more hours of looking, none of these agencies had turned up any trace of young Herr Beale. Morris was reluctant for many hours to admit to others that there was a problem, but he finally ordered a search, first the old city near the consulate, then Hamburg proper, then the suburbs, until finally, by late Tuesday, he had drawn in the German police in 3 states. "You should eat something," Sandoval urged the hollow-eyed information chief on Tuesday. He had gone through his store of Captain Crunch and was living on caffeine in various forms and granola bars. Sandoval had forgiven Morris by then for poaching on her case. She didn't want to have him collapse in her midst. She offered to cook him a proper meal at her apartment, a steak and baked potato, but he shook his head. "I think he's gone," Morris told Weber on the secure phone Tuesday evening. "What do you mean gone?" asked the director. "I think he's dead. Someone got to him. They realized he had come into us, so they took him out." Morris made the sound of a pistol shot on the phone. "It's my fault. I should have found him in time." "I'm bringing in Beasley in the clandestine service," said Weber. "I should have done that from the beginning. This is crazy." "No, Director, please," Morris implored. Give me 2 more days to work this. Let me use the assets I have in place. If Beasley's people come in now, they'll just make things worse, believe me. This is my mess. Let me clean it up." Weber paused, trying to take in the intensity and insistence of the young man to whom he had given so much responsibility. He wanted to trust Morris, and in that way confirm that his own judgment had been right. "Explain to me, how will Beasley make things worse?" "We have contacts inside these groups. They could get compromised. We have ongoing technical operations. They could get blown. We have our own liaison relationships with foreign services. We need soft hands right now, Director." "Soft hands? We aren't running a beauty salon." "Beasley called me an hour ago. He told me that in this business when they shove you, you shove back. That's the rule." "Beasley isn't Superman, Mr. Director. We have operations working. People could get burned. And who knows, Beale may have been a plant trying to draw us off base. The world is full of smart kids who hate the CIA. We don't know who's involved." Morris's voice had a new tone of concern and intensity. Weber heard it and wanted to understand. "Okay. So what if another service was involved?" Morris went dead silent for a moment. "What do you mean?" he asked evenly. "What if another service wanted to protect someone they have inside the agency, a penetration that Beale was about to blow, and they took him out?" "Worst case," said Morris quietly. "That's why I'm asking for a couple more days before you bring in the big dogs. Please trust me." Weber sighed. "God damn it. I'm out on a limb. Trust comes with an obligation. You know what that is?" "You told me already. Don't screw up." "Correct. Find him. And if it goes bad, it's on you." "I know that. You have to understand, Mr. Director, these people operate under Rule 5 of the Internet." "That means absolutely nothing to me, sorry." "Rule 5 says that Anonymous never forgives. It means that hackers can be deadly." "Look, Morris, I don't care about these screwballs except that we stop them from harming the agency. That's my only job now. I have just one question for you. Do you have what it takes to get this done?" Morris's voice was firm and unambiguous. "Yes, sir. Absolutely." Morris disappeared from the consulate Tuesday. He didn't say where he was, and Sandoval in Hamburg and the station chief in Berlin didn't ask. It was easy for Morris to travel light. He ran agents as if they were part of a virtual second life. He had only a few officers, but they all had non-official cover with commercial platforms that allowed them to move anywhere. Back home at the IOC, he had people tracking networks and monitoring beacons from machines around the world. He was listening for electronic chatter and what the underground world was saying about Beale. The only traces he picked up were conspiracy talk about the CIA. Morris's conclusion was that nobody knew anything real about where Beale was or why he had disappeared. Morris left the mundane management of the IOC to his deputy, Dr. Ariel Weiss. She was as geeky as he was, but less of a lone wolf. She acted as the HR buffer for him, soothing bruised egos, negotiating hiring, transfer and severance packages, and meeting with other U.S. and foreign government officials whom Morris found tedious. He liked to say that she was Sheryl Sandberg to his Mark Zuckerberg. But that flattered him and, if anything, undervalued her. Weiss was a superb operative in her own right. It was just that she didn't get much chance to demonstrate it, with her boss always disappearing into some cave or another. By Thursday, Morris messaged Weber from somewhere. The operations center thought the message had originated in Berlin, that he had done everything he could and would be coming home soon. He thanked Weber for his trust, pushing that button one more time. Beale's body washed ashore on Friday near where the Elbe meets the North Sea. He had been shot twice, once in the head and once in the chest. The body was found near a nature preserve called Nordkedingen. This was farmland, and the corpse might have stayed on the sand for a week, but it was seen by a fisherman who was bringing his boat back from the North Sea and happened to glimpse something on the bank of the big river. The nearest police station was a little outpost in Balje, a few kilometers away, but they sent in a second unit from the town of Kadenberge, and then a whole squad from Hamburg, who turned the windswept little beach into a crime scene. The body was so cold and battered from the sea that the German police said they couldn't be sure when Beale had died. It could have been the previous weekend, just after he'd visited the consulate, or later. The Germans traced the bullets to a gun that Interpol had registered as having been used by a Russian mobster based in Romania. That pulled all the chains. The German Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, known as the BFV, and its foreign intelligence counterpart, the unpronounceable Bundesnachrichtendienst, or BND, reported a few hours later that the man who owned the gun had worked with the Russian hacker underground, which communicated through a website called Mazafaka.ru, whose anonymous leadership was known as the Root. The group had morphed into other, nastier splinter groups. Morris came along with Sandoval to the briefing with the BFV and the BND. It was held in a gleaming new building near the city center that housed the Hamburg State Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Morris sat stone-faced through the German account, occasionally asking Sandoval to translate a forensic term that wasn't familiar. He didn't ask questions or offer comments, and didn't betray any emotion whatsoever inside the government office. It was only when they were outside that Sandoval saw that Morris's eyes were lit with a pale fire she had not seen before. He was shaking his head back and forth, as if he couldn't believe the chain of consequences that had formed in his mind. The worst thing in life is when someone is searching for the explanation of why something bad has happened, and they realize that for reasons they could not have imagined, they may be the cause. There was something of that stunned revelation in Morris's face. Sandoval didn't talk to him about the case until they were back at the consulate in a skiff, as the secret world described the omnipresent space known as a secure, compartmented information facility. "Who got him?" asked Sandoval. "The bad guys knew something," he answered slowly. "They smelled a rat. They took him out before we could rescue him." "This is my fault," Sandoval muttered, half to herself. She had been brooding since Friday night about her decision not to override the rule about letting people stay overnight inside the compound. She had caught the CIA disease of being overly cautious. "No," said Morris, shaking his head. "You're wrong. There was nothing you could have done." "Was he right? Are they reading our traffic?" she asked. "I can't talk about that," said Morris, still visibly shaken. "We'll follow up aggressively. That's all I can say." When they got back to the consulate, Morris called Weber to give him a report. When Morris finished with the details, he paused, cleared his throat, and then spoke dully as if reading from a script. "I am offering you my resignation as of today," said Morris. Weber didn't answer, so Morris repeated himself. "I broke your trust. I let you down. So I am offering to resign." He paused a moment and then started again. "I am resigning, effective as soon as you name my successor." Weber still didn't answer. He was pondering. "I need to think about it," said Weber eventually. "I stuck my neck out for you." "Yes, sir." Morris's voice was thin and brittle, like a bowstring that had been stretched too tight. "We talked about how another service might be involved. What about the Russians?" Morris didn't answer for a moment. The silence was oppressive. "I don't know," said Morris. "I just don't know." "You sound exhausted. You need some rest. It's terrible to lose someone like this. Come home. We'll talk about it next week." "Yes, sir." "This case is just beginning. I need people who know what they're doing. Does that still include you?" "Yes, sir. If you want me." Morris cleared his throat. "I'm just getting started." "So am I," said the director. "Don't write the resignation letter. Let me think about it." Morris left Hamburg immediately. The G5 had already flown home without him, so he had to fly commercial. He tried to sleep on the plane, but his head was spinning. When Morris arrived back in Washington, he took a taxi to the outskirts of his neighborhood. He went to a payphone on 14th Street and called the most private number he had for his closest friend in the world, Ramona Kyle. He didn't know where in the world she was, and he knew that it was risky to call, but he needed to talk. She didn't answer, and he didn't leave a message. She called the payphone a minute later from a second number. Morris answered on the first ring. "Something bad happened," he said. "I know. There's a leak inside the agency. To some very dangerous people. Am I the leak?" "Don't ask me that." "I need to know." "No, you don't. Get off the phone. This is bigger than you. You can't stop now. Go see that man I told you about, Peabody, the historian. He knows things. Don't be frightened. This is what you've wanted. Don't stop now that it's really happening. You can't turn back. You have to go forward." "I need to see you." "That's impossible. No more calls. I won't answer. Hang up the phone and go home now. You have a chance to make a difference in the world. Forever. I believe in you." The line went dead. Morris hung up the phone. Everything she had said was true. He had no choice. He thought of a fragment from a W.H. Auden poem that Ramona Kyle liked to read aloud to him when they hid in her dorm room at Stanford and pretended the world had disappeared. Yesterday, all the past. Morris walked away from the phone kiosk and wandered down P Street until he came to DuPont Circle. Two African-American men were playing speed chess at a stone table in the middle of the plaza, beside the fountain. They were astonishingly good. Brilliant men, obviously, yet they were dressed in ragged clothes and appeared to be homeless. Something was wrong in the order of things. Morris watched them for a while, moving their pieces, bam, 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 feeling a strengthening resolve, and then walked home to his apartment. Chapter 10. Washington. Graham Webber's chief of staff, Sandra Bach, lingered in his office after he'd heard the final dismal news from Germany. She knew that he was upset, but he wasn't a man who invited intimacy or sought consolation. She decided to offer him some unsolicited and anonymous advice. She left on his desk a copy of a book cable that had been sent to all stations and bases 10 years before. It had been written by the operations chief in Baghdad for case officers who were deployed to combat zones. It was brief and to the point. 3 rules for when you are under fire. 1. Always have a plan for what to do if something bad happens. 2. Always be the first to move. Don't wait until the situation is clear, because by then it may be too late. 3. Keep moving until you find cover or you're out of the fire zone. Webber didn't say anything to Bach, but he must have known the message came from her, because she promptly received a brief, handwritten note on a stiff, creme-colored card with the director's initials that read, "Thank you, Graham." The director needed a walk to clear his head. Jack Fong, the bearish chief of his security detail, insisted on following behind. That seemed silly to Webber, given that he would remain within the protected compound of agency headquarters, but he was already getting worn down by procedures. It was harder to fix the big problems he had discovered when you were nettled with so many little ones. Webber took a long circumnavigation of the building, turning left out the front door and then left again in a wide arc that skirted the green lot, the brown lot, the purple lot, the black lot, the tan lot, and the yellow lot. This color-coded, enforced cheerfulness was characteristic of the agency's bureaucracy in its attempt to pretend that this was just like any other workplace. The agency's bureaucracy tried so hard to be normal, which was the one goal it could not possibly achieve. While his black SUV followed 30 yards behind, Webber hummed a hymn he remembered from his days as an altar boy at St. Aloysius Parish on Mount Troy Road in Pittsburgh. He was brooding all the while, wondering whom to consult and what to say. Weber wished he had a board of directors. He'd been reporting to boards for the whole of his business career. When something bad happened or trouble seemed to be lurking around the next corner, he had learned that it was wise to ask board members for counsel. That made it harder for them to blame you later if things went wrong, and sometimes you got some good advice. But Weber didn't have a board. He served at the pleasure of the president, and the president wasn't seeing much of anyone outside the White House these days. He was traveling and giving speeches, lost in the misty uplands of his second term. Weber wasn't sure where else to turn. When Weber got back to his office, he placed a call to Cyril Hoffman, the Director of National Intelligence. Hoffman was technically Weber's boss, but more than that, he was a seasoned bureaucrat who had seen his share of catastrophes over the years. Weber asked if he could stop by the DNI's office at Liberty Crossing a few miles away. The response was theatrical, as always. Hoffman invoked Jesus, Mary, and Joseph in one sentence, but he agreed to the visit. The black Escalade was waiting in the basement garage next to the director's elevator. Weber got in the back seat and closed his eyes while Oscar, his driver, got the all-clear from the garage door guard. The big SUV rolled out of the concrete bunker toward Route 123 and then motored the few miles west to the Anodyne office complex that housed the DNI and his staff. This ODNI entourage had grown in the dark of secrecy like a vast field of mushrooms sprouting in a cave, and now numbered more than 1,000. Weber's trip had been organized in such a hurry that nobody had pre-cleared his arrival, so he went in the front door, through the metal detectors, and past the chubby security guards like any other visitor. When Weber arrived upstairs at Hoffman's office, he could hear the low hum of what sounded like cello music. Entering the room, he realized that he was listening to one of the Bach cello suites. It was an incongruous match of sight and sound. The office was appointed in the government's preferred sunny, cheerless decor, with navy blue carpeting, polished cherry-wood tables, and maroon leather furniture that was so new and shiny it seemed closer to plastic than any natural substance. Behind the desk at the far side of the room loomed the fastidious, ample form of Cyril Hoffman. He was dressed in a brown suit today, as ever the gold chain across his waist, its bright links marking his girth. He ambled slowly toward Weber, his feet splayed outward slightly in a way that made his whole body seem to list slightly left and right as he took each step. He extended his hand toward Weber. Hoffman's secretary and chief of staff were hovering at the door. "A well-timed visit," said Hoffman. "Everyone leave now, please. Chop, chop." He shooed away his two aides, who retreated backward as if leaving a royal personage. Hoffman winked at his visitor. "The exercise of power is operatic, don't you think? There are so many supernumeraries and props. It's just so overdone. Would you like an espresso? I make it myself. I have my own machine." Hoffman pointed to a large appliance along the wall, the sort of espresso machine you might find in a cafe in Paris. It had large handles and spouts and stainless steel fixtures. The security people insisted on taking it apart before they let me bring it up to the office. They thought it might be dangerous. How could that be? You put in beans and water, and out comes coffee. Quite good coffee, too, I would say. Would you like a cup? "No, thanks," said Weber. "Maybe some water?" "Water, of course. Important to hydrate. Still or sparkling?" He spoke in a patter, as if he were talking to himself. "Still," said Weber, taking a seat on one of the maroon leather couches. "Yes, still, certainly. What was I thinking?" Hoffman poured from a bottle of Italian mineral water. On the label were testimonials from various Roman medical specialists. He handed the glass to Weber with a proprietary nod of the head. "So what brings you barreling over here, barely 2 weeks into the job, to see your Uncle Cyril? It can't be that you've encountered a problem. You are the future of intelligence. The president told me so himself just a few days ago." There was a note of sarcasm in Hoffman's voice. He was a generous man, but he liked dealing with people on his own terms, and Weber didn't owe him anything. "I need advice," said Weber. Hoffman leaned forward, so that his belly, neatly wrapped in the brown pinstriped vest, seemed to be resting on the edge of the coffee table. "I am all ears," he said. "Hamburg went south. You probably heard." "Indeed. I'm sorry for that young Swiss fellow. Should have taken our advice and stayed in a safe house." "I'm wondering whether to fire James Morris. He offered me his resignation today. I told him I wanted to check with a few people." Hoffman struck his palm against his forehead. "Good God, man, this isn't Japan. People don't have to fall on their swords when something goes wrong. It wasn't Morris's fault, was it?" "Not really. As you said, the walk-in should have stayed where we could protect him. But it happened on Morris's watch. He's supposed to know these hacker groups, supposed to be inside them, he claims. So it's partly on him. I've been saying since I got here that the agency needs more accountability. Well, here's my chance to show it. A word to the wise. 3 words, actually. Don't do it." "I thought you'd say that. But isn't that the problem with the government? Nobody ever gets fired when something goes wrong. The agency has no gag reflex. It will swallow anything. I want to change that." "Starting with Morris?" "Maybe." Hoffman looked over the top of his glasses, eyebrows bristling. "Don't do it," he repeated. "Young Mr. Morris may be an odd duck, but he is also well connected." "How so?" "The White House likes him. Timothy O'Keefe, the National Security Advisor, most especially. He thinks Morris is the new generation. He gives a great briefing, as you might expect. I'm told that when he holds forth in the Situation Room about cyber matters, you could hear a pin drop." "Morris briefs the president?" "Sometimes. He's quite the eager beaver. Apple polisher, crowd pleaser, all that." "He seems shy." "He's a mysterious chap, this Morris. A protean character. They tell me he's a reader, and a brooder, always roaming in the archives looking for this and that. He has some peculiar notions. A tad conspiratorial, or so they say." "So who says?" "My spies. They're everywhere." Hoffman chuckled at this notion that he maintained his own private network of information, though Weber was sure it was true. "One more suggestion," continued Hoffman. "Go see O'Keefe before you do anything. Make sure he's on board. Morris has been running some sensitive operations. They're not all on Ruth Savin's official books. Ask Beasley about them. You will be, what should I say, amused. He's quite a creative fellow, young Morris, no matter how many threads he occasionally drops." Weber was pleased inwardly to hear this testimonial to Morris's ingenuity and political clout. It affirmed his initial instinct in giving him responsibility, even if things hadn't worked out as planned. "I'll see O'Keefe," said Weber. "And I have one more request. What should I do to protect our communication system from whatever is coming at us? I don't want to panic people at the agency, but we need an independent scrub. Since you oversee the NSA, I thought maybe they could help us." "Do you want the correct answer or the real answer?" "The real answer, obviously." "The correct answer is yes, of course we can call in the NSA and sweep up everything in sight. Panic the children and small animals. The real answer is no. Be careful. Do this discreetly until you know what it is." Weber nodded. This was all new to him, but he understood immediately that Hoffman was right. "How should I proceed?" "Do what I advised last week. Sweep this and that. Concentrate on the known leaks from Germany and Switzerland. Don't sit on the bayonet. I will lend you a technical team from my staff on condition that they report back to me each step of the way what they're finding. How does that sound? It sounds like good advice, actually. I appreciate the help. Don't sound so surprised, said Hoffman merrily. Want a last bit of counsel? Of course, I need all I can get. The thing that you have to remember about this job is that you are not just a manager, but also a magician. And as any professional magician will tell you, every magic trick has 3 parts: what people see, what they remember, and what they tell others about what they saw. You want the audience to swear the body disappeared or the rabbit jumped out of the hat. But they will say so only because, at the critical moment, you made them look somewhere else. I'll think about that, Cyril. I'll remember it even better, but to me you sound like a good manager. Ah, excellent, said Hoffman, smiling. That means you did not see the trick. Weber bade the DNI goodbye, grateful for his advice, but not at all sure whether he was dealing with an ally or an adversary. When Weber left the office, Hoffman turned up the cello music again. Chapter 11. Washington. Graham Weber had visited the White House over the years as a business leader. He had even been to a state dinner once for the President of China, when the entire house had been decorated in a phantasm of American hospitality, but he had never felt comfortable in the place. This time he felt he had no choice. He was an employee. He had Marie call the office of Timothy O'Keefe to make an appointment as Cyril Hoffman had advised. The National Security Advisor suggested that he stop by the next afternoon around 6 p.m. when the other business of the day was done. O'Keefe seemed to be expecting Weber's call, but that wasn't a surprise. Hoffman would have given him a preview. O'Keefe was waiting in the National Security Advisor's office at the north end of the West Wing. The walls smelled of fresh paint, a creamy off-white. O'Keefe had the painters in every few months, just after the security team. He had the proper decor for a senior national security official, a chunk of the Berlin Wall, a page from Osama bin Laden's personal diary, a Frederick Remington sculpture of a cowboy atop a bucking horse, and, finally, several nautical paintings of American warships under sail. O'Keefe welcomed Weber, but just as they were about to sit down, the phone rang. It was the President, and O'Keefe scurried off to the Oval Office while Weber waited in the narrow hall next to the stairs that led down to the Situation Room. The National Security Advisor returned perhaps 3 minutes later, looking flushed as he bustled back into his chamber. He was a fussy man, and he was obviously in a bad mood. "What was that about?" asked Weber, taking a seat across from O'Keefe at a small wooden conference table.
"The markets," muttered O'Keefe, rolling his eyes. "The President keeps getting calls from overseas. He is worried. There's a witching hour this week. All the central banknotes roll over. Much whining from our British friends, as usual."
He didn't elaborate, and Weber didn't ask. O'Keefe was waiting impatiently for the visitor to state his business, so Weber plunged ahead. "I'm sorry to bother you." Weber could see that his host was stressed.
"That's my job, to be bothered so that the President isn't. What is it?"
"Cyril Hoffman told me to come see you. He probably explained what it's about. I have a young man working for me named James Morris. I gather he used to work at the White House and that people here think highly of him. Hoffman said I shouldn't do anything without talking to you, so here I am." O'Keefe looked away toward the window in the front lawn of the White House. This was his palace and his prison. He turned back to Weber.
"Clever boy, Morris. He's a bit dark sometimes, moody. Handle with care."
"He just offered me his resignation. He made a mistake on a very important case. I'm wondering whether it's best for the agency if I let him go." O'Keefe's face was like a white balloon with a thin mustache above the lip that looked like it might have been drawn with a pencil. He took off his wire-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses with the end of his tie while he pondered the move that would be most useful to him and the president. Weber was bringing him a problem that he didn't need at the end of a busy day.
"Well, my friend, it didn't take you long to get in trouble, did it?"
His voice sounded grouchy, like someone who hadn't had enough sleep. "I'm sorry, Tim. I promised you a new beginning out there, but it's a moving target."
"And now you want my permission to fire someone important 2 weeks into the job."
"I want to do the right thing. The agency feels like a company in Chapter 11. Someone has to say no."
"You prize your independence from everything, I hear. You don't take orders from anyone. That's your style, right?"
"I guess so," answered Weber. He was trying to remain genial.
"But the reality, my friend, is that you are not independent. You work for the president, which, as a practical matter, means that you work for me."
Weber raised his hand. "Sorry, Tim. I didn't come here to pick a fight. I wanted your counsel. I know I work for the president. I follow his orders so long as they're legal and proper. If I decide I can't follow an order, I quit and you find someone else. Simple."
"I must say you have an annoying habit of threatening to resign for someone who just got his job. Hoffman tells me you did it a week ago. Please don't do it again."
Weber held silent. This was not a playground argument. He was in the White House. He served at the president's pleasure. He waited for O'Keefe to continue.
"What you need to understand," said the National Security Advisor, "is that there is a political side to everything. If Morris resigned from the CIA, it would become public inevitably. And then people would ask why he resigned, and then some people might realize that an agent he had traveled to meet had ended up dead and the president hadn't done anything about it, and then all of this would be my problem."
"I wouldn't announce it," responded Weber. "I think Morris is undercover, so the newspapers couldn't report his name legally. He runs the Information Operations Center, which is a part of the agency that we don't talk about. So maybe it would stay secret. But what difference does that make? If we need to replace him, we should do it." O'Keefe raised a finger.
"Please. Of course it would become public. What century do you think this is? The Senate and House Intelligence Committees would hear about it before the day was out, and they'd call you and me both, asking why they weren't consulted, and then they'd want to know what Morris was doing in— where was he?"
O'Keefe was getting flushed again. He couldn't help himself.
"Hamburg," answered Weber. "Yes, the committees would ask what he was doing in Hamburg, who got killed there, and was he really trying to defect, for God's sake, and for that matter, what was Morris doing in general? What were these information operations of his that the White House had not thought necessary to disclose? Sorry, Senator. Sorry, Congresswoman. I guess we should have briefed you about those, now that it's all blown up. Oops."
O'Keefe continued, wagging his finger now, trying to stay cool but not succeeding.
"And then there would be a staff investigation, and then a closed hearing, and then a newspaper leak, and then a public statement, and then, well, fuck, just shoot the pooch. And it wouldn't be your problem, Weber. Oh, no, you just took the job. Your friends in the press would spin you as the hero, no doubt. No, it would be my problem."
Weber tried to interject. He wasn't forcing Morris out. He was just seeking advice, but O'Keefe was intent on delivering his message.
"And then it would be the president's problem. Some jackass would shout out a question during a photo opportunity with the visiting president of, I don't know, Ecuador, and the president would have to deal with it. It would be another sign of the White House's inability to address disarray and illegality at the CIA, while you, no doubt, would maneuver your way out of it, leaking to your friends that this was about accountability and good management while we took the shit. Is that a good idea? You ask me." "No, thank you."
O'Keefe's face, the torrent released, returned to that placid tapioca. "I'm not trying to maneuver out of anything," said Weber in a low voice. "That's not my style."
"What a relief,"
answered O'Keefe. There was silence as the two men glowered at each other.
"Shit does not flow uphill, Graham."
"It does at the CIA," said Weber.
"That's your problem. And one more thing, we're not entirely defenseless here. If we got wind that you were spinning a version of a Morris firing that made you look good at our expense, we would have to respond."
"And how would you respond?" Weber enunciated each word.
We would tell the truth. We would remind people that this happened during your short watch as director and that you are asking a subordinate to take the fall."
"Stop threatening me, Tim. I don't want to fire Morris. I want advice."
"Okay, here's my advice. This isn't about Morris. He may be as weird and geeky as they come, but he's not the issue. Think about appearances. Don't make trouble for the president. Manage the CIA, but don't drop a bomb on it."
Weber nodded. He got it. He didn't want to be the shortest-serving CIA director in history. "Okay. Morris stays. The fact is I need him. If what he's told me is true, our problems are just beginning."
"No, your problems may be, not my problems, not the president's. Are we clear on that?"
Even his thin mustache seemed to bristle. "We're clear," said Weber. "I'll do the right thing."
"I'm sure you will. And if you should by mistake do the wrong thing, well, you have been warned."
Weber's personal life intruded in a way that was oddly comforting late that afternoon when he returned from the White House. He received a call from the headmaster of the prep school that his sons were attending in New Hampshire. That had been his ex-wife's idea. She thought it would be better if they had their own place after she remarried, even if it was an austere institution that celebrated athletics and admission to Ivy League schools above lesser matters. Weber went along. He'd had the boys most of each summer since the divorce, though he suspected that it would be different this year, and every year he remained at the CIA. The headmaster apologized for disrupting the director, as he called him throughout the conversation. It didn't seem appropriate to leave a message with Marie, he said. He explained that Weber's older son, David, was acting out. When queried, the headmaster advised that the boy had been reported smoking weed at an off-campus party, and had been drunk to boot. It was his son's senior year. Final college recommendation letters were being prepared. This was serious, in other words. Weber said he would be in New Hampshire that evening. Travel was a bit uncertain, he said. He didn't know whether his security men would let him take the last commercial shuttle to Boston, but one way or another he would get there that night. David was waiting. He was taller than his dad, nearly 6 feet 2 inches, and fit from football. When he saw his father walking toward him, the boy burst into tears. They spent the night at a motel in Concord. The boy was eating himself alive with the stress and loneliness of adolescence. The headmaster seemed to have done his best to convince him that there would be national security consequences for his having smoked pot. Weber laughed and told his son stories about his own mistakes when he was growing up. Weber said he couldn't care less where his son went to college, which made the boy cry again. "It's hard being a kid, isn't it?" Weber said, as they parted the next morning. His son nodded. "Try not to make mistakes, but I'll love you anyway." The boy extended his hand to say goodbye, but Weber hugged him and didn't let go. Chapter 12. Washington. James Morris kept an apartment in DuPont Circle, in a building that had resisted the gentrification that had turned much of the neighborhood into a hipper extension of Georgetown. He had the top floor of a row house, with a little roof garden from which he could see parts of the Washington skyline between the chimneys and facades of neighboring buildings. He liked to visit his roof when he was feeling wired, as a way of calming himself. One of the complications of working for the CIA was that you had to be careful about taking drugs or seeing a psychiatrist if you were feeling out of sorts. But Morris had always managed to keep himself together enough to avoid attracting notice. That was part of how he lived. Every intelligence officer had a secret life. Morris's was just a little more secret than most. Morris had learned to master the polygraph along the way, as well as his emotions. These lie detector sessions were meant to frighten people, but they were easy enough to finesse. Morris had smoothly handled his last polygraph 6 months before. Ramona Kyle had been his best friend since college. He had mentioned her in his first interview with the agency and several times since. His visits with her didn't register stress. There were other questions that would be harder now, but his next polygraph probably wouldn't come until the following year, and by then he expected that he would be gone from the agency. When Morris returned from Germany, he remained closeted in his apartment for a day. He felt secure inside. The windows were barred, and the door was triple-locked. He had motion detectors and thermal monitors to make sure that he wasn't disturbed. And he had his computers. He could use these to roam and maneuver without having to worry that his keystrokes would be monitored and analyzed by a hidden threat analysis system of the sort that ran on agency machines. Ponzer wanted his own life. He didn't want to be pwned, especially by his workplace. Morris was having trouble sleeping those first nights back, so he would bring a blanket up to the roof along with a mug of Chinese herbal tea and let his mind race until it began to exhaust itself. He would stare at the stars, or sometimes imagine them through the clouds, until his eyelids became heavy. What kept Morris awake so late was the burden of his mission. Governments wanted to control the free space of the Internet. Hackers wanted to keep it free. It was Morris's destiny to be the man, no, the circuit, in the middle. He knew why people hated the agency as an instrument of repression. They were his people. That was why he could be on both sides, and neither. The plans and patterns would flash through his mind like bright lights, laser beams of thought, and he would follow the tracers until his eyes were heavy and the light gun in his head stopped firing. In the early morning, 2 or 3, or sometimes not until dawn, he would pick himself up off the mat atop his roof, shivering in his wrap of blankets, and take himself downstairs to his bed. The second day Morris was back in Washington, he contacted Arthur Peabody, the man Ramona Kyle had recommended. The contact numbers had arrived by mail in an unmarked envelope. 10 minutes' research revealed that Peabody had retired a decade before as the agency's chief historian. Morris called and introduced himself as an agency employee who wanted to know more about CIA history, and Peabody immediately said, "Oh, yes," as if he had been expecting the call. He invited Morris to come visit that afternoon around cocktail time. Peabody was a widower who lived alone in a genteel suburb known as Spring Valley in the far northwest corner of the city. This was a neighborhood that had been built for the gentry back in the 1940s and 50s, when Washington was still a segregated town. The homes were mostly brick with big lawns, front and back, and servants' rooms inside to keep a cook or housemaid. From the street it might have been Richmond or Atlanta, big old houses, screened porches, pools and fountains out back. The houses didn't glisten like the modern ones out in Potomac or McLean. The brick pathways up to the front door were often cracked with age, and the cracks were filled with old green moss. It was the sort of place where well-born CIA officers had moved when they were young men, and a few of them, such as Arthur Peabody, were still hanging on. Morris climbed the red walkway and rang the doorbell. It was old, like everything about the house. The bell stuck in the on position, bringing an annoying, repetitive ding-dong that only ended when Arthur Peabody opened the door. He stuck his long, thin arm around the corner and fiddled with the button until it stopped. "This damn thing," grumbled Peabody. "No wonder nobody comes to visit." Peabody was a relic of the Wasp ascendancy, a gaunt body, slightly stooped, a long aquiline nose, a high austere forehead, and a face specked with age spots and small scars from surgeries to remove cancerous spots from too much sun on the boat in Maine. Morris followed the old man through the doorway. The entry hall was dark and musty. To the right was a forbidding study lined with dark wood shelves that couldn't contain all the volumes. They were stacked too deep on the lower shelves, some books horizontal or upside down. A few of the shelves had just given way so that books were heaped on top of each other. To the left was an old parlor whose wallpaper was meant to be gay but was yellowing and peeling with age. Peabody led the way back through a dark dining room to an area that seemed the only place in the house that got any light. This was a breakfast room facing the back lawn, where an old-fashioned sprinkler was cascading a jet of water. "Sit down, James," said Peabody. "Can I get you a beverage?"
"Tea, please,"
said the guest. He looked restrained and studious this afternoon, like a young man visiting his grandfather. The only signs of stress were the deep circles under the eyes and the inflamed look of the eyes themselves on red alert. Peabody padded off to get the tea. He was wearing a worn tweed jacket purchased long ago at J. Press in New Haven, tan chino slacks, baggy at the knees, and lace-up Oxfords, one of which was untied. Tortoise-shell reading glasses were low on his nose. Morris examined the morning newspaper still on the breakfast table and a copy of the American Historical Review on a sideboard. The journal was open to an article, "Sudden Nationhood, Microdynamics of Intercommunal Relations in Bosnia-Herzegovina After World War II." Morris perused it for a few moments and then tossed it aside. Peabody returned a minute later bearing a silver platter with a teapot and 2 cups, along with a plate of Walker's English shortbread cookies. The young man helped himself to a cup of tea and one of the sweet biscuits. "I'm just back from Germany," said Morris. His eyes were fixed on the middle distance somewhere between the window and the trees beyond. "I'll be heading back overseas soon." "That's nice," said Peabody. "I'm sure I shouldn't ask what you were doing." "Let's say I'm opening the curtain on a new play." Peabody lifted his brows, as if to say, "Aha!" Morris's comment had reminded him of something apposite. "Open the curtain. I must warn you, Mr. Morris, that this conveys a metaphorical illusion of control." Morris propped his glasses on the bridge of his nose and leaned toward the old man. "How so, Mr. Peabody?" "I'm not tracking." "The play unfolds inevitably once the curtain is raised. I quote Count Metternich in a passage cited by, forgive me, my former doctoral supervisor, Dr. Henry A. You know the rest. Metternich's point was that the play is already scripted. Therefore, and I quote, the essence of the problem lies in whether the curtain is to be raised at all. That's the thing. You didn't have to raise the curtain, James, but you did. And now everything unfolds as scripted." "Scripted by whom?" "I don't know," answered Peabody. "I'm an Episcopalian." This was nonsense talk, but Morris wanted an answer. His eyes, ringed as they were with fatigue, were alive. "Seriously, I wonder sometimes who writes the script. Not in general, but at the agency. I'm told you know the real story. The secret history, that's what a friend said. And I'd like to know the truth. That's why I'm here." Peabody's eyes widened. A thin smile crossed his lips. It was as if he had been waiting for someone like Morris to walk into his lair. "Ramona said I'd like you, and I do already." Morris winced a moment at the mention of her name. It was the biggest secret he knew. "Roger that. I need to understand the agency, not the what, but the why." "Oh, yes, I can tell you a bit. Quite a lot, actually, but it will surprise you if you've never heard it. It'll make you question the institution where you're employed." "I've been asking questions since the day I walked in the door. I want answers." Peabody chortled. His visitor was so eager. "Well, now, let me get some books, so I can confide these mysteries properly." Peabody retreated to his study and returned with several volumes whose pages had been marked with yellow stickers. One fat book, nearly 600 pages, had the bland title Donovan and the CIA. A slimmer volume was called Wild Bill and Intrepid. They were both written by one Thomas F. Troy. "Not exactly bedtime reading," said Peabody, "but in their way they are page-turners. Mr. Troy was my colleague at the agency, if you're wondering. The big book was compiled originally as a secret agency study, but it was declassified some years ago. Troy wrote the second book after he retired. For reasons you will soon understand, the agency has not called attention to them.
What's controversial? If they're unclassified histories, why would anyone care?
Because, my young friend, they suggest to the careful reader that
the CIA may have been created by another intelligence service, namely the Secret Intelligence Service of Great Britain, a.k.a. MI6. Morris sat back in his chair. He hadn't known what to expect from Peabody, but certainly not this. "That's pretty rad," he said.
"Indeed. What I am going to explain is the origin of the species, as it were."
Peabody opened the fat book to page 417 and pushed it across the table to Morris.
"Here," he said, "read this."
It was a letter dated April 26, 1941, from William J. Donovan to Frank Knox, Secretary of the Navy and one of the closest confidants of President Franklin Roosevelt.
"Read it aloud, please."
Morris studied the first few lines of the letter and then began. "Dear Frank, following your suggestion, I am telling you briefly of the instrumentalities through which the British government gathers its information in foreign countries. I think it should be read with these considerations in mind. Intelligence operations should not be controlled by party exigencies. It is one of the most vital means of national defense. As such, it should be headed by someone appointed by the President, directly responsible to him and to no one else. It should have a fund solely for the purpose of foreign investigation, and the expenditures should be secret and made solely at the discretion of the President." Peabody took back the book.
"You understand the implications, I trust? It is more than 7 months before Pearl Harbor. FDR's man has asked Donovan to research how the Brits run their intelligence service, and Donovan is reporting back the British system so the Americans can, well, let's just say it, copy it. But that's not the official version, mind you," Peabody continued. "The cover story is that Donovan created the CIA in a sort of clandestine version of the Immaculate Birth. Allen Dulles described the CIA as, and I quote, Bill Donovan's dream."
"But the official version is a lie," broke in Morris.
"Indeed. When there was discussion of making the full details public in the 1980s, the CIA's Inspector General, Lyman Kirkpatrick, argued it would be extremely questionable and shocking indeed. Here again I am indebted to the scholarship of my friend Troy."
"You're saying the Brits wrote the operating system?" "We would say in geek speak that they owned the firmware."
"In any speak, it was a controlled operation."
Peabody turned the pages until he found another yellow marker.
"I'll show you another little something. It is a memorandum dated June 27th, 1941. The subject is the proper organization of the Office of the Coordinator of Information, which was the predecessor of the Office of Strategic Services."
Peabody opened the marked passage for Morris to see.
"Note the author, please. Commander Ian Fleming, the man who wrote the James Bond novels. As you can see, he goes through the whole order of battle: headquarters, chief of staff, country sections, liaison officers. It's all there on the SIS model. Our friend Troy found a note from him talking about my memorandum to Bill about how to create an American Secret Service and calling it the cornerstone of the future OSS. And there's more, my friend. The Brits were quite pleased with themselves, as well you might imagine. Churchill's office was licking its chops, as if the kingly lion had devoured the innocent and bewildered lamb."
Peabody took the smaller volume, Wild Bill and Intrepid, and leafed through the pages until he found the passage he wanted.
Here's what Churchill himself knew in black and white, according to his personal office. It is a letter dated September 18th, 1941, written by Sir Desmond Morton in the PM's office to Colonel E.I. Stark. Perhaps you would read it to me.
Out loud?
Peabody nodded.
Morris adjusted his glasses and began reading the words on the page. Another most secret fact of which the Prime Minister is aware is that to all intents and purposes U.S. security is being run for them at the President's request by the British. A British officer sits in Washington with Edgar Hoover and General Bill Donovan for this purpose and reports to the President. It is of course essential that fact should not be known in view of the furious uproar it would cause if known to the isolationists.
There it is, said Peabody. Can it be any clearer? There the hidden hand. Of course they own the CIA. They created it. Read the history, Mr. Morris. It's all there.
Morris looked left and right, as if he feared someone were listening. But it was just the two of them. Two agency hands having a conversation. "Why are you telling me this?" asked Morris.
Because you need to know, first of all. You need to understand why our agency has been such a menace in American life. I searched for the answer my whole career, but it's so obvious once you grasp it. The CIA is a foreign implant. It was created in secret by another government. It is a covert action. That is a puzzle it took me years to solve, and I want you to understand. We all do.
"Who is we?" asked Morris quietly.
Like-minded individuals. American patriots. People who believe in liberty. You know one of them, our dear Ramona. But there are many more unseen, and we are all looking to you, sir.
"Why me? I'm the computer guy."
Because you can do something about it. You can break free of the monstrous secret history that I have narrated. You have the access and the power. You can strike a blow that nobody else can. This is your moment, if you have the mettle to grasp it.
Morris stood as if to go, but Peabody fixed him with his cunning eyes and shook his head. Morris knew in that instant that it was true, what Ramona Kyle had said. He had to keep going. It was impossible to turn back once he had started down this road. Morris sat back down in his chair across from his host. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. Peabody nodded. The thin smile returned.
"Have you ever heard of the Bank for International Settlements?" he asked.
"I know a little," answered Morris. "It's in Switzerland, in Basel, right? It's sort of a central bank for central banks."
"All correct," said Peabody. "But in a deeper sense, it is one of the cornerstones of the Anglo-American plan for the post-war world. It is a surprising fact, perhaps, that FDR wanted to kill the BIS in 1944 because it had done some rather unpleasant business with the Nazis. But the British wouldn't hear of it. They insisted. This was to be a symbol of the post-imperial order, the Anglo-American condominium, which would control the world of finance by managing the accounts of every central bank. And so it sits in Basel, a quiet, unobtrusive but unshakable symbol of the permanent order of things."
"And what do you want me to do about the BIS?"
Peabody smiled again, more broadly this time, a grin that stretched nearly ear to ear. He spoke with a vulgarity that was unlikely for his age, but underlined his patrician rebellion. "We want you to take it down, my boy. We want you to hack it up the ass until its electronic eyes turn brown."
Morris returned to work at the Information Operations Center
the next morning. He'd had a fitful sleep, but drove out early to suburban Virginia in his Prius. He buried himself in his vault-like office at the far end of the operations room, as he always did when he was in Washington. Ariel Weiss stopped by for a brief chat to go over pending personnel decisions. In the afternoon, Morris visited headquarters at the director's request. It would be the first time he had talked in person with Graham Weber since he'd returned from Germany. Morris was dressed a bit more traditionally than usual, in a collared shirt and a blue blazer. With the addition of a tie, he would have looked like an associate professor of computer science going to meet with the dean. Morris was nervous, wondering if the director was going to fire him. That would complicate things. Weber greeted Morris in the sitting room of his private dining room, under a portrait of the implacable Richard Helms, whose profile made him look like the last of the Caesars. Tea and cookies, which seemed the essential nourishment of the intelligence service, were promptly delivered. "You look tired," said Weber. "I've been working too hard," said Morris. "Too much stress on this German thing. But I've got some leave coming. Maybe I'll take a week. First, I've got some work overseas." "You're no use to anyone if you get exhausted." "Yes, sir." Morris adjusted his glasses. "I've been thinking about what happened in Hamburg," said Weber, "and I've been talking to some people around town." Morris tensed. "I appreciate that you offered your resignation, but I'm not going to accept it. The death of that boy wasn't your fault, and I need you for what's ahead. You're the only one who really understands these systems. The others pretend to, but they don't." Morris blinked. He swallowed hard. "Thank you, sir." Weber put up his hand. "Don't thank me yet. The hard part is just beginning. Have you come up with anything?" "I just see ripples in the water so far. We're working some new penetrations of the hacker networks. We're trolling the groups where Beale was active." "You're doing this under your special authority, I take it?" "Yes, sir. It's the joint program I told you about. I have some new ideas, things I'm experimenting with." "Will they get me in trouble?" Morris laughed. His eyes were pinpricks. "Heck no, sir. They're in a good cause. Down with the old, in with the new. That's your mantra, isn't it, Mr. Director?" Weber studied the young man. He prized himself on his judgment, on his willingness to take the right risks, to do the unconventional thing when it was necessary. That had led him to James Morris, and now he was doubling down on the bet he had made. As a businessman, he knew he should lay off some of that risk, but it was harder in government. "I can count on you, right? I need strong hearts." Morris gazed back at him. His head was motionless, but at the last moment before he spoke, there was the slightest tremor. "Yes, sir. I'm good as gold. We're going to go to the center of this thing and take it down." Weber smiled. Morris's handshake was firm, too tight a squeeze perhaps, but a show of strength. The director said something genial as he walked Morris to the door. On his way back to his desk, Weber felt oddly not quite as reassured as he had hoped by the conversation. Morris was just fatigued, he told himself. Even computer geniuses had their off days. Chapter 13. Silverton, Colorado. From the window of Ramona Kyle's cabin, she could see the old mining town sewn like a cross-stitch into the valley below. The trees on her hillside were shimmering golden red, the leaves swirling down Highway 110 toward the north end of town. In every direction were the jagged teeth of the San Juan Mountains, guarding the western gate of the Rockies. Kyle's cabin was up near the tree line, amid the gray rock that reached almost to the October sky. Nobody with any sense lived here. The highway north from Durango had already been closed once by early snow. In a few weeks, this place would be perfect desolation, populated only by recluses and daredevils. She was an elfin figure sitting in a wing chair by the big window, her red hair gathered in a frizzy ponytail, a magazine across her lap. This was her hiding place, an address no one knew on a county road that even the locals rarely visited. At the San Juan County Courthouse on Green Street, a few miles below, a deed was registered for the cabin, but it wasn't in her name or traceable to anything she owned. The same was true with her satellite internet connection, which was her only requirement here other than the space and silence. Here she could be no one and nowhere. She thought about James Morris. He was someone and everywhere, enfolded in a world she despised. She had launched him, but she suspected that he was as oblivious of his ultimate purpose as a spinning metal bullet of its target. He took his actions without understanding their consequences. He was innocent, in that way, precious and alone. She wanted to protect him. A burning log crackled in the fireplace behind her. Kyle rose from her chair and put more wood on the grate, poking at the embers until the flame rose nearly to the damper. Above the fireplace was a Renaissance painting she had bought from a dealer in Florence a year ago, after she had sold her interest in an Italian startup. It was a minor work from the school of a second-rank painter in Padua, but it appealed to Kyle. It showed the martyrdom of St. Sebastian, the man tied to a tree and pierced with arrows. There was in the martyr's eyes a look of helpless surrender, almost quizzical, not joy, but submission. After she bought the painting, she had researched Sebastian's improbable life. His Roman friends were butchered gruesomely one by one. Zoe hung by her heels over a fire until she choked. Tranquillinus stoned to death. Gustavus racked and buried alive. Tibertus beheaded. Sebastian refused to flee. A quiver of arrows pierced every limb, but even then he didn't die. He confronted the emperor and spoke out in his agony, taunting Diocletian for his cowardly murder of the Christians, until he was finally beaten into death and silence. Kyle returned to her chair. The sun had broken through the lowering afternoon sky, illuminating the whole of the town. The outcroppings of Kendall Peak, which rose from the high valley, were bathed in white sunlight, while the dells and crevices fell into a deep shadow of silver-black. It would be snowing again soon over Cole Pass and Mola Pass, perhaps closing the two-lane road into Silverton once more. Kyle felt selfish. A person could live and die here with the dignity of a wild animal. She was letting James Morris do the dirty business, requiring it of him, in truth. Kyle had given up on half-measures. She had concluded over the last several years that America could not change course. The forces of oppression had captured the state so completely that they were the state. The people were the subjects of a tyrannical power that couldn't be reformed or appeased or changed, but only destroyed. The clouds were darkening over the San Juan Range. The sunlight had vanished as quickly as it had come. She picked up the magazine she had been reading. It was Spectrum, the journal of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. The cover story she had been reading was titled, "Would You Shoot Your Neighbor's Drone?" That was what the world was coming to. Even the geeks were becoming fascists. Kyle put the magazine aside and closed her eyes. There had been a moment when she had allowed herself to hope. It was a few months ago when the White House had first floated the name of Graham Weber as the president's choice as the new director of the scandal-plagued Central Intelligence Agency. Weber had a reputation as a skeptic, a man who was connected to the intelligence leviathan but also critical of it. He had refused to carry out the demand of a national security letter that had been delivered to his company by the FBI. Kyle knew the story. Weber claimed that the order was unconstitutional, and he had gotten away with it. James Morris even knew the new director. He had been Weber's guide at a hackers' convention a year before, and Morris had wanted to please him as he did everyone. Kyle had seen it as an opening, a chink in the armor through which she could insert the explosive powder of change. She was pitiless that way. If James Morris or anyone else thought he had a friend inside the heart of the beast, he was a fool. All that afternoon Kyle ruminated, until the sun set and the sky fell to a last rosy pink in the west above Anvil Mountain. Kyle wondered if there was a last chance that she had missed, a way to subvert the structure without so much collateral damage. Was there a way to communicate to Graham Webber, the CIA director, that he had a choice? The message he needed to hear was that he could still be the man who said no. He could join in the subversion and dismantlement of an unjust system. He had only just entered the gates of the castle. He didn't have to take the side of the defenders. He could be a liberator. How could she tell Webber that he might still escape the holocaust of surveillance and deception and lies? If the director of the National Security Agency had been given warning that he could dismantle the programs that Edward Snowden later would reveal to the press, terminate them on his own, without the chaotic damage of disclosure, would he have seized the opportunity? If people were given the clear choice to do the right thing, would they take it? Kyle didn't know. Graham Webber was heading toward a catastrophic conclusion, even if he couldn't see it. One person had already died to protect the secret of James Morris's identity. But there would be more. Would Webber see the escape hatch from history? Kyle thought of what she would say to the CIA director if she were to communicate anonymously with him. She went to her bookshelf on the other side of the fireplace and took down a volume of British philosophy that she sometimes read to gather her thoughts. She leafed past John Locke and David Hume until she found the essay on Liberty by John Stuart Mill. It was dark in the room, except for the flicker of the fire. She turned on the table lamp beside her chair and curled up in its creamy light with the book. It was the comfort of truth. What was the region of liberty, Mill asked. It was liberty of thought and feeling, absolute freedom of opinion and sentiment on all subjects, practical or speculative, scientific, moral or theological. It required liberty of tastes and pursuits, of framing the plan of our life to suit our own character, of doing as we like, subject to such consequences as may follow, without impediment from our fellow creatures, so long as what we do does not harm them, even though they should think our conduct foolish, perverse, or wrong. Liberty could not be divided against itself, or rationed or temporized. No society in which these liberties are not on the whole respected is free, whatever may be its form of government, and none is completely free in which they do not exist absolute and unqualified. And then Mill's concluding injunction. A state which dwarfs its men, in order that they may be more docile instruments in its hands, even for beneficial purposes, will find that with small men no great thing can really be accomplished. There it was. Could anything be more clearly stated? She would present Graham Webber, this man she had never met but imagined was in some part of himself a kindred spirit, a last opportunity to escape smallness and corruption and unfreedom. Kyle went to her desk at the back of the cabin, placing a few more logs on the fire as she went. A wolf was howling in the woods below her cabin, a fierce lone cry. She opened her computer and waited for it to come alive, and then she began typing, checking references in her files and working the text back and forth until it was as concise and direct as she could make it. Dear Mr. Webber, I write you this message so that you may save yourself and the Central Intelligence Agency from destruction. You have taken control of a lawless organization that asserts the right to corrupt and destroy others around the world in secrecy. These covert powers are based on the flimsiest legal claims which themselves violate the U.S. Constitution. You know this because you yourself refused to obey orders that you knew to be illegal when you were a private citizen. As a demonstration of my seriousness and bona fides, I cite for you the number of the National Security letter to which you refused compliance. It was file number NH-43907, issued subject to Title 18, United States Code, Section 2709. I believe your records will verify the accuracy of this information. Take the opportunity now to be a leader in the true and moral sense by halting the activities of the Central Intelligence Agency that violate the laws of every other nation and treat global citizens as objects for external control by the United States rather than subjective human beings with their own consciousness and rights and freedoms. Liberty is not divisible, Mr. Weber. It must be for everyone, or it is for no one. I send you this message as a warning and an opportunity. If you do not reverse course, the process that is now underway will bring down your house around you. The liberating actions of Bradley Manning and Edward Snowden were only a beginning. A global political awakening is taking place in every nation. If the security services are under attack in other countries, China, Ukraine, Russia, Egypt, Syria, Turkey, Britain, do you imagine that the United States can resist? The army is at your gates, even though you don't see it. The Central Intelligence Agency will not survive this challenge. You must decide which side you are on, that of liberty or oppression. The hours left for you to make this choice are ticking away. Remember the words, "Arise, ye prisoners of starvation, arise, ye wretched of the earth. For justice thunders condemnation, a better world's in birth. No more tradition's chains shall bind us. Arise, ye slaves, no more in thrall. The earth shall rise on new foundations. We have been naught, we shall be all." I await some public acknowledgment by you that you intend to make the necessary reforms. If not, there will be consequences. Yours sincerely, Anonymous. Ramona Kyle printed out the message, then copied it, then photographed the copy and printed out the picture. She placed the sheet in a sealed envelope marked Graham Weber Personal, and put that in turn in a larger manila envelope marked David Weber, which she sent by commercial courier to an associate in California who handled confidential financial business for her. At her instruction, he sent the package through several cutouts to the address of a preparatory school in New Hampshire, where it was delivered by a United Parcel Service messenger to the mailbox of David Weber, a senior at the school. When the young man saw the letter inside marked for Graham Weber, he immediately called his father in Washington. A government official arrived that afternoon and collected the letter, unopened, and carried it to the CIA headquarters in Washington, where it was delivered, still unopened, to the agency's director. Graham Weber read the peculiar text through twice. His first thought was that it was a hoax of some kind, perhaps a scheme hatched by one of his son's fellow students, or more likely a screwball teacher at the school who was playing out some revolutionary fantasy. But as he read it the second time, the proof of bona fides seemed more difficult to refute. He consulted his own files and saw that the file number that had been referenced, NH-43907, was accurate. The letter had been sent by the New Haven division of the FBI to a Connecticut subsidiary of his communications company, demanding production of all subscriber information pertaining to a particular IP address. To Weber's knowledge, that information had never been made public. What if the letter was in earnest? What if someone was, indeed, warning Weber to follow through on his hopes and dreams of reforming the conduct of intelligence activities, or face the consequences? Weber wanted to dismiss the entirety of the message, but he knew that one of its arguments was true. Liberty is not divisible. It is not a halfway condition. It either exists or it doesn't. He knew that another assertion was largely true as well. The CIA did assert a right to violate the laws of all other nations. That, in essence, was its job description. Weber laid down the letter. He called the personal number of Ruth Savin, the CIA's general counsel, and asked her to come to his office immediately. He said he had received the letter that she needed to read as soon as possible. She arrived in the director's suite 10 minutes later.
"This is crap," said Savin when she had finished reading the letter. "Don't worry about it."
She was holding the sheet of paper in blue plastic gloves that she had brought with her to avoid marking it with fingerprints. She gingerly took the paper and placed it in a translucent plastic envelope, which she marked at the top with the date and time, and then initialed and laid aside. She was flushed from the urgent summons and the rapid trip to the director's office. The color in her cheeks complemented the lustrous black of her hair and the rust red of the tweed jacket she was wearing over her black dress. "That's it?" asked Weber. "No further comments?"
"It's well-written crap. I like where it quotes the Internationale at the end. That's a nice touch."
"Does that mean the author is a Russian? Or some kind of communist?"
"Maybe. Or perhaps the author wants us to think that. It's impossible to know, Mr. Director. How did it get to you, anyway?"
Weber sighed and shook his head. He hated the fact that this breach had come through his family. It made him feel that his boys were exposed. "It was sent to my oldest son at school. Delivered this morning by a UPS courier as part of his regular run. The Office of Security has already checked on the delivery. They say the sender's address in Boston is fake. They're pulling the video recording from the location where it was sent, but they don't think they'll get anything useful." Savin looked at the letter through the plastic envelope. "The reference number of the national security letter, is it accurate?" "Yep," said Weber. "Precisely right. I checked." "How did they get that, anyway? It's supposed to be secret."
"Nothing is secret, really, Mr. Director. It could have come from an employee of your old company. It could have been obtained by one of the privacy groups that has been snooping around for details of these NSLs for years. It could even have come from some disgruntled person at the FBI. There's no way to know. But that doesn't prove anything to me, the fact that somebody got the reference number. That's just bravado, hacker street cred. I wouldn't take it too seriously."
"You wouldn't? It seems pretty real to me. Someone is warning me that our systems are going to be attacked, just the way the NSA's were by Snowden. They're telling me to make changes at the agency to avoid the damage. Shouldn't I take that seriously?"
Savin studied him. His hair was slightly disheveled. His sleeves were half rolled up his forearms. His open-neck shirt had popped an extra button. He had never looked younger and less like the director of an intelligence agency. He was an outsider, and for the moment he seemed to want to hold on to that status. "Frankly, no, you should ignore it," she said. "We'll look into all the forensics. The Office of Security will help the FBI try to figure out who sent it. We should probably send a protection detail to your kid's school in Concord, discreetly, at least for a few weeks." "Okay," said Weber, rolling his hand impatiently. "But what about the content?" "Honestly, sir, stuff like this arrives in the mailroom every day. The whole world thinks the CIA is a bunch of lying criminal bastards and that we should repent now because it's our last chance. That's the elevator music around here. Usually this stuff gets intercepted by someone else and the director never sees it. This one just got through the net. But it's still crap." "What if it's true?" asked Weber. "Meaning what, sir?" "Don't I have a responsibility to make sure the agency's activities are legal and ethical?"
I got this job because I made a commitment to the President that I would make changes at the agency and bring it into the 21st century. I need to follow through on that." "Of course, Mr. Director. You do that every day. But can I give you some honest advice as your lawyer?"
"I hate lawyers," muttered Weber. "But yes, certainly I want your advice."
"Your job isn't to protect civil liberties. The President has an Attorney General for that, and the Constitution provides for a Congress to pass laws and a Supreme Court to interpret them. Your job is to protect the national security. You have unique powers working with the President. It's true what the writer of this letter says. You do have the authority to violate the laws of other countries under the National Security Act and Executive Order 12333. That's what the CIA does. If you don't put that responsibility first, then you're not doing your job. You have to protect the agency and its people. They're your tools, sir, with all due respect."
"Including James Morris."
"Yes, Mr. Director, unless he's done something wrong. You're the commander of this organization. He's one of your troops."
Weber looked out the window.
He wasn't sure that he had ever felt the burden of responsibility in quite this way. People often talked in the abstract about the difficulty of striking a balance between liberty and security. But now it was like a knot in his stomach. He could quit. Or he could try to grope his way toward running the agency in a way that met his ethical standards, knowing that if he stayed, the second priority of protecting security would inevitably take precedence over the first, no matter what his conscience said. "What do you want me to do?" asked Seven.
"Call the Office of Security," said Weber. "Tell them to handle it. Get someone in Concord, but keep them out of sight. I don't want to embarrass my boys."
"And the warnings in the letter?"
"I'll assume they're crap, as you said. I have no other choice, really."
Seven picked up the letter from the director's desk and took it with her as she left the office.
Weber sat alone.
He put his head in his hands and then let it fall to the desk, where he rested for several minutes, not exactly praying because he wasn't a religious man, but reflecting on his mission and asking for help. When he rose and called to Marie for the next appointment, he was in some subtle respects a different man than before. Chapter 14. Berlin. Edward Juno was a short, compact man with a shaved head and a stubbly beard. He arrived in Berlin dressed in a black T-shirt and jeans and a black leather jacket, scuffed at the sleeves and elbows from years of use. The T-shirt read Red Bull on the front, and from his eyes one might guess that he had been speeding for many hours on that drink or some other stimulant. He checked into the Hansel Inn near Nollendorfplatz, a hotel that was so gay-friendly that the manager posted a note saying that it was hetero-friendly. Before he left to go out, Juno put a stud in his left ear and two in his right. He checked the recording device sewn into the fabric of his leather jacket to make sure it was set at 0, and packed a thumb drive and 2 cell phones in his pocket. Juno had been a deep-cover intelligence officer for nearly 2 years. He had been recruited out of the military, where he had worked as a warrant officer for the army doing information operations in Afghanistan, as they politely put it. His job was to hack enemy websites and, as ordered, attack them, shut them down, insert false information, or insert malware that would track other users. He was so good at that work that he came to the attention of the Kabul station, and he was offered a fast track into the CIA's military transition program. The CIA recruiter had shown Juno a brochure that said he could make $136,000 annually as a data scientist just using his computer skills. That was almost as much as Blackwater was paying, with less apparent risk, so he said yes. They sent him home for training, not to Washington, but to a facility near Denver that handled interagency officers under non-official cover. 6 months after that, he first met James Morris, who managed to get him transferred to what he called the Special Access Unit, which was and was not part of the Information Operations Center. From that point, Juno had disappeared into Morris's Twilight Army. Juno dressed himself for the Berlin night. He put on his scruffiest black leather boots and a belt with a silver buckle that displayed the skull and crossbones, which he had bought that afternoon in the Hackescher market in Mitte, where he had been conducting preliminary surveillance. The belt buckle gleamed menacingly, but it was hidden by the black T-shirt hanging loosely over it. For the first time in a while, Juno tucked in his shirt. He was believable as a bad boy hacker because he was one. Juno liked breaking into computers, making trouble, and having rough sex with men or women, he didn't care which, so long as he was top. The last thing he packed was a paperback copy of the Illuminatus trilogy, a science fiction series published 40 years before that had developed a cult following among German hackers. Juno left the hotel at 11 p.m., when the Berlin night scene was just finding its legs. He took the tramway from Nollendorfplatz several stations, changed to the underground, rode north a few stations, and then changed to another tram that took him to his destination back at Hackescher. Juno descended from the elevated train to the street. It was a pleasant late fall evening, the district crammed with Berliners and foreigners who, to watch them filling the bars, seemed determined to end the evening fall-down drunk. Juno had a beer in a bar near the market and then made his way east to Morgenthaler Street. At number 19 he entered an archway into a courtyard that housed a techno-bar that was a favorite haunt of Germans who fancied themselves the hacker elite. People in studs and leathers stood outside the entrance, smoking dope. Inside, the DJ was pumping out repetitive percussion, not at full volume yet because it was only 11, but flexing his muscles. Juno entered the club and walked to the bar, a dimly lit place with wrought-iron fixtures and an illuminated panel under the rail, crossed with lacy ironwork like a 19th-century Art Deco lampshade that gave the bar a look somewhere between Bohemia and Belgravia. Juno took a stool at a small wooden table and ordered a tequila and then another. In his line of work he had learned intoxication was a kind of cover. Just before midnight, a man in his late 20s, about Juno's age, entered the bar area. He was tall and slender, with long black hair that fell to his shoulders. He was wearing a black jacket that, despite its tight cut, seemed to hang from his slight body. He was a handsome man, and he caught the eye of the crowd near the bar, men and women both. He was carrying in his hand a copy of The Eye in the Pyramid, the first volume of the Illuminatus trilogy. Juno slid his book forward on the wooden bar table like a calling card. "Are you a Discordian, my friend?" said Juno, gesturing toward the book the long-haired visitor was carrying. The other man nodded. "I am Hagbart Selling himself." This peculiar exchange of phrases was a recognition code. It would have sounded like gibberish to someone at a nearby table, but the references were unmistakable for anyone who was part of the Illuminatus cult. Juno and his boss, James Morris, had done their homework. The 3 novels involved, among their many plots and subplots, the adventures of the Discordians and their hero Hagbard, who piloted a gold submarine and was an avatar of the true Illuminati who believed in perfect freedom. It was a cult book thanks to a German hacker named Karl Koch, who got caught in the 1980s selling secrets from U.S. military computers and died in a supposed suicide. Juno ordered a beer for the German and another tequila for himself with a beer chaser. "So how's it hanging, Hagbard?" "It's hanging just fine, mister. What is your name?" "I don't have a name," said Juno. "Sometimes people call me Axel. On screen I'm Dirtbug or Snakehead or Guru LG Master. Take your pick." "I'll call you John Dillinger, maybe." That was the name of another fictional character in the bizarre Illuminatus saga. "Yeah, that fits, except my dick is bigger." Juno's voice had the rough edge of someone who was well on the way to being hammered. "Ho, ho," said the German. He rolled his eyes. It was nearing midnight and the music was getting louder. The DJ had turned up the bass so that the whole room seemed to vibrate with the music. "You want to dance?" asked the German. "No, it gets in the way of my drinking. You go ahead, I'll watch." The German melded into the crowd of men and women on the floor, losing himself in the layers of sound. 2 men tried to dance with him, as did 1 woman, but he ignored them all. He came back to the table 20 minutes later, trailed by a woman who wanted to buy him a drink. His face was flushed. His long hair was glistening with beads of sweat. "Let's go outside," said the German. "Too hot and noisy here. I'll come back and dance more later." "Whatever you say, Hagbard." This was proving easier than Juno had expected. When they were out in Morgenthaler Street, the night air was beginning to bite. There was a cafe just down the street, quiet and nearly empty. "You look cold," said Juno. He pointed to the cafe door just ahead. "In here." The American led the way to a quiet table in the back. He brought back 2 cups of black coffee from the bar. "So, Mr. Hagbard, Celine, they say you can get me inside. That's why I'm here. Not to fuck you, although I can do that, too." "Ugh," said the German. "Please. And what are you talking about inside? I don't know anything about you, except that we read the same books." "Don't mess with me, Hagbard. I promise you that's a mistake. The people who arranged this meeting say you are connected with the Friends. That's why I'm here. I always want to make friends. Either that or I make enemies." "The Friends of Walt. And listen, I am not afraid of you, Mr. John Dillinger, whoever you are, whose balls are the size of a hazelnut, I am sure." The German stuck his chin up. Juno rubbed the rough stubble of his beard, as if contemplating whether to do something, throw a punch, or perhaps take out a pistol. He was coiled tight, capable of a sudden impulsive action. He squinted at the German and folded his hands down on the table. "I must be hard of hearing because I missed what you just said, so I'm going to ask you again, in a nice how's your mom American way, whether you know any of the Friends of Cerberus, because the people who arranged this meeting told me that you did, and they would be unhappy if it turned out that they were wrong and looked stupid, making me look stupid too." The young man swallowed hard. He stared at the table and sipped at his coffee. His false courage was gone. "Yeah, I know someone. We call him Malchik. I don't know what his real name is." "Is he the real deal?" "What do you mean? I don't understand real deal. He does not deal drugs." "That's not what I meant. I meant, is he connected to Cerberus? The real Cerberus, or what's left of it, after all the CIA losers and B&D assholes have been chucked out because we are looking for serious people only." "I can connect you to Malchik. He is serious, too serious for me. I will give you an address." "No way. I want a face-to-face introduction. You come with me. That way it's your bad if something happens." The German was scared. He was in a public place, and he could see that the American was half drunk, so for a moment he considered bolting for the door. But what would he do then? And where would he run if the American and his friends came after him? "What do I get if I help you?" "Just what you were promised. The cocaine charge will disappear. You'll get your job back at Siemens. Everybody will be happy. I have powerful friends, believe me." The young man stared at him. His hands were trembling. He had fallen into something he didn't understand, and it was about to eat him up. "Who are you, Mr. Axel?" he asked. "How did you find me? Are you in the Mafia?" "Don't ask, Hagbard. Let's just say the ghosts sent me." From the ashen look on the German's face, it seemed almost that he believed he was in the power of real ghosts come to life. "I want to meet Malchik tomorrow," said Juno. "Bring him to Seabase at 1800. Tell him he'll be meeting a friend of a friend." "Can you do that for me? Bring him to Seabase." "How do you know about Seabase?" Juno wagged his finger. "You forget, Hagbard, I am connected. That's why it's dangerous to make me angry. I'll see you at 1800 with Malchik. You don't get a second chance. Now get the hell out of here, unless you've decided you want to blow me in the bathroom." The German stood, pale as a bedsheet, and backed toward the door. When he reached the street, he broke into a run, and didn't stop until he reached the Alexanderplatz, a half-mile away. Seebase was ground zero for the Berlin hacker culture. It was located on Rungestrasse, in the Mitte district, in an old warehouse that backed onto the Spree River. Just across the river was the old East German television tower known as the Fernsehturm, topped with a round silver sphere that made it look like the entire structure had landed from outer space. When the wall came down and Berlin's fledgling hackers wanted a place to gather, they had seized the warehouse and pretended that they were restoring a spaceship that had landed on that spot 3.5 million years ago. It was the sort of innocent Trekkie fantasy that hackers cherished back in the 90s, before they found the dark side. Seebase had survived ever since as a kind of hackers' club. Juno set himself up that afternoon in a bar on Rungestrasse and waited for his prey to arrive. It was a dead-end street, so he could monitor traffic easily through the window. He ordered a beer, but nursed it. Germans wandered up and down the street, but Juno saw nothing of interest until just before 6 p.m., when a tall man on a motorcycle rumbled slowly down the street. In the jump seat behind him was the slender man Juno had called Hagbard. The man parked the big Kawasaki and removed his helmet. His hair was tied in a ponytail, and he was wearing biker leathers top and bottom. His eyes were covered by Ray-Bans. He walked into a courtyard marked number 20 and entered a door at the back with Hagbard trailing behind. Juno waited 10 minutes for them to get fidgety, and then walked to the entrance. He looked as fearsome as ever with his bald head and sawed-off shotgun of a body. He knocked on the entry. The door cracked open. Inside was a sign that read, "No aliens." "I'm expected," said Juno. The doorkeeper grunted assent. He led Juno through a makeshift replica of an airlock, with colored lights blinking and metal knobs and buttons. At the other end of this passageway stood the tall man in leather, flanked by Hagbard. "Cute," said Juno, gesturing to the light show of the make-believe spaceship entryway. "Fuck off," said the tall man. He was embarrassed by the kiddie show. "You must be Mr. Malchik," said Juno. The big man nodded. Juno proffered his hand, but it wasn't taken. "I'm Axel," said the American. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" "There's a bar, but some people in there I don't know. We go downstairs." The big man turned to Hagbard. "Go check. If there's anybody in the library, kick them out." Hagbard disappeared. "Follow me," said Malchik. He led Juno past an old Atari game and a stack of discarded 20-year-old computer hardware. Ahead was a screen topped by a sign that read, "Biometric Recognition Machine." Juno shook his head. "What is this shit?" "It doesn't work," said Malchik. "Come on." The big man descended a winding metal staircase to the basement. In the first room, mannequins were seated in the stripped-down metal frames of old airplane seats. Nearby, another mannequin, dressed in a fur hat, was installed at an old sewing machine. They ducked into a smaller room, deep in the basement. Against one wall was a bookshelf, crammed with two kinds of literature, science fiction novels and fat, oversized computer science manuals. Above the shelf, as decoration, was a row of white porcelain urinals that had been nailed to the wall. In the corner of the room were two dilapidated chairs, each losing its stuffing. "Come, sit," said Malchik, pointing to one of the chairs. He turned to Hagbard, who was hovering anxiously outside the room. "Get lost," Malchik said to the German youth. He closed the door, took a seat in the other chair, and turned to Juno. "So talk," said the big man. "What do you want?" "First, I bring you greetings from a mutual friend. I think you know him as Hubert. He arranged for me to come." "Yeah, I know Hubert. We do some work together, so what? Why you call this meeting?" "We need some help. You're the only person we know who can deliver." "Help with what?" Zero-day exploits we're buying. Malchik laughed. Zero-day exploits, so named because they targeted software flaws that were unknown to the vendor until the first day they were used, were hackers' gold. Everyone is buying. You know what someone paid in Thailand last week? $500,000 for one zero-day exploit. We can pay more on a steady basis. You have the network that can produce, we have the clients, and we're in a hurry. What network? Snorted Malchik. You mean Cerberus? The smart boys of Cerberus Computing Club? Well, I'll tell you something. They are too clean to work for you, whoever you are. They are pure white, those boys. They think Snowden still works for the NSA. They want to mess with government, business, mafias, anyone who has money. They hack for freedom. Free porn, free sex, free money. I don't know. But they will just laugh if you talk to them. Whoever you are, if you have money, you are the enemy. But I'm not going to talk to them, Malchik. You are. They know you. Maybe they're scared of you, maybe they don't like you, maybe they think you want money to pay for pretty women and big motorcycles, but you're one of them. You can get what I need. The big man shook his head, but he was thinking, calculating in his mind. How much? He said. We give you $10 million for a steady flow of zero-day exploits. What we want especially are Unix exploits or any exploits that will get us into financial databases. Oracle, Unisys, McAfee, RSA, anything you've got. We want random number generators that aren't random. We want to be able to manipulate big databases. You listening? Yeah, I am listening. Well, start taking notes, brother. I got a good memory. Okay, we want networking software that we can beacon. We want anything that's already beaconing inside banks or financial exchanges. We want anything that will get us into SWIFT, even an old zero-day in SWIFT that we can recode. We are especially interested in large international transfers involving central banks. You still tracking this? Oh, yeah, said Malchik. You got a heavy shopping list, my friend. What you going to do? Break into the Federal Reserve? Something like that. And here's what we don't want. No botnets. We don't give a shit about denial of service attacks. No Carter bullshit for identity theft. We'll leave that all to your weenie friends in Moscow and Kiev. No code-breaking, password cracking, none of that. We're fine in that department. We want to get inside large financial institutions, and we need people who can hack in German. You're a pretty big guy, said Malchik. Yes, I am. And I want this shit as soon as possible, day before yesterday. 50 million, said Malchik. I am not like most hackers. I have expensive tastes. He was smiling, revealing a grill of gold inserts. Fuck you. We need to steal the money first. 20 million. 30. Not less. I want a G5, just like in the videos. 25. Money sent to Liechtenstein, Cayman Islands, Nauru, wherever the fuck you want. Not more. Do the deal now, or I walk away. Juno stuck out his hand. 25 million for 6 months, answered Malchik. If you like my shit, you'll pay me more. If you don't, okay, bye-bye. Malchik thrust his hand forward. Both arms, from the wrist up, seemed to be wrapped in tattoos. Deal, said Juno. We pay in installments, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, starting tomorrow. Juno wrote down a web address with an onion in the suffix, which marked it as an account that could only be accessed through an anonymizer known as the Onion Router. He handed the TOR address to Malchik. The talk back in Denver was that NSA had cracked TOR, but NSA was so swamped with data already, the analysts would never find his tracks. Send me the coordinates of where you want the money, and we need to set up how you're going to send your exploits and malware. The Internet relay chat boards are all being watched by everybody. Your techs need to talk to my techs. No problem. I send you secure address. Roxor, said Juno, using a hacker expression of pleasure. Whatever, said Malchik. Juno looked away for a moment to ponder something. His eyes turned to the titles on the bookshelf. They were a compendium of the innocent anarchy of the early web, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the Hobbit books, Robert Heinlein translated into a half-dozen languages, a whole row of Philip K. Dick's works in different editions. It was obvious that Malchik had a foot in both worlds, white and black. "Now that we're business partners, I have one more problem, Mr. Malchik," he said. "I'm wondering if you've heard what happened to a Swiss boy. He worked with some people in the underground. His name was Rudolf Beale." "I heard about him. He's dead. End of story." "Yes, but do you know why he was killed?" Juno was probing, wanting to sample the street whispers, trying to discern who knew what and how much they would say. "Maybe I hear some rumors, sure." "Like what?" "Like he knew too much about something." "What's something? Come on, Malchik. You don't seem like the shy type." "You pay for what I know?" "But I already agreed to pay. You mean pay more?" "Of course. This is a new thing, so it costs you new money." Juno wanted information. He nodded. "What have you got?" "So here is a hint. We do a lot of business, you understand. We can hack anything we want. It's true. You know this much or you wouldn't come looking for Malchik. Sometimes we even hack governments, the big spies, the ones with 3 initials. They play us, we play them. Nobody believe it, but this is so. Hubert knows. We have some help, maybe. Who knows why, but yeah, we are inside everything." "And the Swiss who got killed, Beale, did he know about these code breaks?" "Who says code breaks? You, not me. Beale just knew that people were inside these systems. He even had some proofs that he took with him. Some lists, I don't know. People in the underground say so many secrets coming out of America now. Unbelievable. Somebody inside is talking, that's what people say. So this Beale got stupid. He went to the Americans. Someone got nervous. Now he's dead. Like I said, end of story." "You know who killed him? What do you hear on the streets when you're out on your big Kawasaki?" "Come on, you crazy? I don't hear anything. If I do know, then somebody kill me. Fuck off, man, really." Juno stepped back. His reconnaissance was done. Malchik either didn't know or wouldn't talk, so it was Juno's turn to plant some information. "Okay, so I'll tell you what I heard. Big secret, but I want you to know. How about that? It was the Russian hoods. They killed Beale because he was a rat. He was telling the Americans that there were leaks. He was sharing mafia secrets, so they drilled him." "That's pretty interesting, Mr. Axel. But you know what? I don't give a shit. We are good hackers. We break into anything. That's what we do. Hacks are forever. But we are not killers. NSA and CIA do that, but not us. If Russian hackers start killing people like Beale, they are just another mafia." "My point precisely," said Juno. "My friend, you are barking up the wrong pole. We hack to destroy governments. This is so. We work with the mafias sometimes. Yes, it is true. I myself am sometimes one of the hard men, and some of the weak boys and Cerberus, maybe they think I am mafia, but they are wrong. So you tell Hubert that, yes, it's true. We were not happy when Mr. Rudolf Beale decided he wanted a vacation in America. Okay, but we did not pull nobody's trigger. I don't know who did this hit. Nobody does." Juno rose. He almost had a smile, though it was hard to tell. His face wasn't built for that. "I don't think that was worth any extra money to you," said Juno. "I tell you nothing, so you pay me nothing. Okay, fair deal." "I'll tell Hubert," he said. "It's good to be in business. You give us what we want and you will be a very rich man. Run your network so we can get inside a very big bank, and believe me, 25 million is just the beginning." "Okay. It is a deal, then. I tell you tomorrow where to send money. When the first third arrives, let's say 9 million, then we start sending you the 0-day exploits. We got a lot of inventory, believe me. These Cerberus guys are the best hacks in the world. 1/3 is 8.3 million, and it'll be there as soon as you give me the delivery address. And Malchik, you know the first rule of my business?" Malchik cocked his head. "What's that?" But he knew. He'd seen Fight Club a dozen times.
First rule is, don't tell anyone about my business.
That's second rule, too, I bet. Okay, I got it. Juno walked back up the circular metal stairway and through the pretend airlock to the door. Malchik followed behind. Everyone else in the place had scattered. The toy lights were still blinking in the imaginary entryway. "Let's do this," said Juno. He punched the big man's fist with his own. "And remember what I told you, the Russian mafia killed that Swiss boy." Juno walked out into grey glow of early evening. Just over the wall, the waters of the Spree were splashing against the embankment, and a U-Bahn train was clicking toward Yarovich Bridge station. The needle of the television tower, once the jewel of the GDR, was twinkling in the east, like a monument to a lost civilization. Chapter 15. Basel, Switzerland. Ed Juno tried to look respectable for his trip to Switzerland. He took out his earrings, placed a knit cap over his big bald head, and substituted a pair of loafers for his studded black boots. He wore a blue blazer over a white button-down shirt. The costume couldn't change the hard set of his jaw or the hooded eyes, but it softened the effect. He bought a first-class train ticket for Basel at the gleaming glass and steel train station in the Schöneberg district of Berlin. Waiting for the train to leave, he bought some Mentos candy to suck on, and a copy of Hello magazine in German so he could look at the pictures and not appear to be American. It was a long ride, more than 7 hours, and he quickly fell asleep. He was awakened in the middle of the trip when someone poked him in the rib and said, "Das Schnarchen," which he realized must be a reference to his snoring. He muttered, "Fuck off," and went back to sleep. The train arrived in the late afternoon at the Badischer Bahnhof on the German side of the city, north of the Rhine. Juno walked through passport control into Switzerland and took a taxi to the Basel Hilton, south of the river. He requested a room overlooking the Nauenstrasse. The clerk at the front desk said that most guests preferred to be on the other side of the hotel, away from the road, but Juno said he didn't mind the sound of traffic. Juno took his bag up to the room and opened the curtains. On the far side of the street, just across from Juno's room, was the nipped conical shape of the Bank for International Settlements tower, stacked on its foundation like a 20-story beehive. He unpacked his suitcase and put his meager wardrobe in the closet, and then turned off the lights. From the bottom of the case, Juno removed a Zeiss spotting scope that he had encased in bubble wrap. He mounted it on a small tripod and placed it atop the desk that faced the window. The lens of the scope was powerful enough that he could read the time on the wall clocks in the offices across the way and see the expressions on the faces of the bankers who remained in their offices. Juno opened his computer bag and retrieved a memo from James Morris that he had printed before leaving on the trip. It had the photo, office number, email address, and phone numbers of a man named Ernst Levin, who worked in the tower across the road. His office was on the 18th floor, in a room that faced the Nauenstrasse. Juno focused the scope tighter. He checked the photograph and then studied the man across the way through the viewer to make sure they were the same. His target, Ernst Levin, was a tall, thin man, balding, with a prominent nose and black glasses. Levin was the chief information officer and systems administrator of the Bank for International Settlements. He had root access to all of the bank's systems. From the computer bag, Juno now took a small device that included a focused laser beam transmitter along with a receiver to capture the returning signal and an interferometer that could convert these signals into sound, and a pair of earphones. This assembly comprised a laser microphone that could hear through distant windows by reading the vibrations caused by the pressure of sound waves against the glass pane. He focused the device on the window of Ernst Levin until he heard through his earphones the voice of the man calling his wife to say that he would be home soon for dinner. Juno put the spotting scope and the laser microphone in the closet of his room. He affixed a jam lock to the closet door so that his tools were safe. The tension in his body eased. He was hungry after the long trip and ordered a club sandwich from room service. The sandwich had chicken salad mixed with mayonnaise, which he disliked, instead of the grilled chicken he had wanted, and the fries were soggy. He ate half the sandwich and put the tray in the hallway. Juno was restless. After waiting a few minutes to digest the foul meal, he went down to the hotel fitness room to work out. The gym had a set of free weights, but they only went up to 15 kilograms. A woman was using them when he arrived. Juno noisily did push-ups and crunches next to her until she left. The weights were so light that Juno flung them back on the rack. Everything was pissing him off. He went upstairs and showered, and thought about sex while he lathered himself. He knew he shouldn't go out, but the room felt claustrophobic. He put on a black T-shirt, this one bearing the name of a band called Slipknot, and put the studs back in his ears. He went downstairs and asked a handsome young bellman where to go in town for music. The young man recommended a club across the river, located in an old military barracks. Juno cruised for a while, looking for someone interesting and submissive, but the music was insipid, just east of ABBA, and his black mood returned. Just before midnight he went back to the hotel and jerked off. The next morning Juno got up early. He ordered breakfast from room service, and when he had eaten and bathed, he hung the Do Not Disturb sign from his doorknob and went to the closet to retrieve his surveillance tools. He placed the spotter and the laser microphone side by side. He focused them on the 18th floor window he had identified the night before and settled in to wait for Ernst Levin to arrive for work. It was 7:30 a.m. when Juno began his watch. An hour later he heard through his earphones the sound of a door clicking open and then closing shut, and then he saw through the eyepiece the face of Levin as he took off his jacket, hung it neatly in the closet, and settled down at his desk to work. Juno recorded useful notes through the morning. Levin's secretary buzzed him at 9:20 to announce Bridget Sounderman had arrived for her 9:30 appointment. Juno made a call to BIS and asked for Miss Sounderman and was transferred to the office of the Deputy Information Officer. Evidently she worked with other IT staffers at the second BIS office, a round white stone building at the Eschenplatz, several hundred yards down the street from the Hilton. Sounderman entered the room at 9:25 and gave her boss a report on a new trading management system that was being put into beta testing in the trading room. She mentioned several employees who were working on the project, the software vendor who was supplying it, and the bugs that had been found in the networking software that connected the new platform to other parts of the bank system. They talked about the pressure caused by the recent downturn in Asian financial markets. Just before 11, Juno heard what he had been waiting for. Levin called someone to confirm his luncheon appointment at 1 that afternoon at Maison Verte. Levin asked for the man by name, Aldo Heubner, and said that it was Mr. Levin calling. Heubner came on the phone and said that lunch was indeed on as planned and that he had already booked the table. They spoke in English. That was their shared language, evidently. Juno made notes. Juno waited a few minutes and then called the restaurant and made a lunch reservation for himself at 12:30. He asked for a table overlooking the river, figuring that Levin and Heubner would want the same. The maître d'hôtel said he would do his best. Juno went to his computer and found an Aldo Heubner who worked as a vice president for information systems at a big pharmaceutical company that was headquartered in Basel. So they were fellow IT managers and social friends to boot. Juno listened to a bit more of Levin's morning routine and made a few more notes, but at 11:45 he changed into his white shirt and blazer and knotted a striped silk tie. He went to his computer bag and removed a final piece of gear he had brought along. It was a miniature shotgun microphone designed to look like a ballpoint pen, with a tiny earpiece to monitor conversations up to 50 feet away. Juno put the pen mic in his breast pocket, checked his tie, and headed out the door just before noon. The restaurant was a mile north of the hotel, on the banks of the Rhine, in the city's grandest old hotel. The main dining room was small and elegant, with crystal chandeliers suspended from the high ceiling, crisp white tablecloths, and deep red plush chairs. The room was perfect for surveillance, good acoustics, low ambient noise, tables well separated, but none beyond range. Juno was one of the first to arrive for lunch, and only one table was taken in the main room overlooking the river. He put 20 Swiss francs in his palm as he shook the Maître d''s hand and reminded him of his request to be seated in the main room. Juno was shown to a table in the middle of the room, set back from the windows that overlooked the Rhine, but close enough. He had brought a book to read, along with a notebook in which to scribble what he overheard. He put the earpiece in his right ear, away from the door, and studied the menu. Juno was ordering his meal when Levin arrived. He was taller and more gaunt than he had appeared through the scope. With him was a shorter man with curly hair and a loud voice, who had to be Aldo Hübner. Juno watched them take their seats by the window, perhaps 30 feet away and in direct line-of-sight range. He told the waiter, hovering so attentively, that he would have the lobster medallions to start, and then the pigeon breast with Tasmanian pepper, and then cheese, and then a champagne parfait for dessert. He removed the pen microphone from his breast pocket and placed it on the table under a newspaper he had brought along. Levin and Hübner talked with the pleasure of two friends meeting in a fine restaurant. They discussed a mutual friend, Roger Friedman, who worked for UBS. They made plans to see Benjamin Britten's War Requiem oratorio with their wives the following week. Levin's wife was named Rachel, and Hübner's wife was called Angelique. They discussed Christmas holiday plans and the annual dilemma of whether to go skiing in the Alps or fly to the sun in the Caribbean. Juno feasted on his meal while he listened to the conversation and made occasional notes. The sound quality was nearly as good as if the two were sitting at Juno's table. They weren't wildly indiscreet, but they laid open their personal lives in the way that friends do during a social encounter. Levin and Hübner ate their entree and main course as they talked, but they skipped cheese and dessert. They had to get back to work. They left promptly at 2:30, as Juno was beginning his champagne parfait. He ate the raspberries but left the rest. He had already eaten enough for a week. He put his tiny shotgun microphone back in his pocket and gently removed the earpiece, palming it so that even a waiter standing over him wouldn't have seen a thing. Juno paid the bill. It came to over 300 francs. He thought how pissed off his Denver handlers would be when the expense account came in. Juno looked at the waiter again as he walked out, thinking how he would like to jump him in the men's room. The rest was rote work, once Juno had acquired the raw material through social engineering. When he got back to his room at the Hilton, Juno put the surveillance gear back into his suitcase and set up his laptop computer. Morris had loaded him up like a script kiddie, with ready-made hacking tools that he could use once he had set his target and payload. He worked carefully, making sure each step had been completed correctly before he executed anything. The first step was to steal Aldo Hübner's email address. Juno explored the Internet site of the pharmaceutical company where Hübner worked until he had figured out the basic format for employee email addresses. When Juno had assembled what looked like the right configuration for Hübner, he tested it by using the email dossier at a site called centralops.net and found that it was indeed a valid address. He sent Hübner a dummy message at that address just to make sure. Hübner didn't answer, but the message didn't bounce back. Now Juno constructed the bait on his digital hook. It was a spoofed message for Ernst Levin that appeared to be coming from Aldo Hübner's email account, with his normal address visible as the sender. The subject line was, "Thanks for lunch." Below the subject line, the message read, "Enjoyed our meal at Maison Verte today. Angelique and I will buy tickets for the Britten oratorio for you and Rachel. And holidays? What about this place at Pointe-Milou in St. Bart's? Expensive, but let me know what you think. Aldo." Below the fictitious Hübner's farewell, there was a live link for a resort called the Hotel François in St. Bart's. Anyone clicking it would see a dreamy picture of a cabana and blue water with a menu across the top including rooms and suites, bar and restaurant, spa, rates, services, and contact. It would be rude for Levin not to click on the link since his friend Heubner had asked for feedback. The St. Bart's Resort page was the hook, and coded with that web page, so that it would be activated in Levin's computer as soon as he clicked on the link, was a piece of malware that was a zero-day exploit of the Windows operating system used by the bank's internal computer network. James Morris had entrusted the zero-day to Juno for this operation. It used a gap in the BIS operating system that would allow installation of malware that would mirror Levin's account. Once the malware had installed itself, Morris could monitor every keystroke made on Levin's machine and capture his root account passwords that controlled the entire system. Using this root access, Morris could create backdoors and move through the network to discover the usernames and passwords of other root administrators. With a few lateral moves, he could alter databases, steal and corrupt data files, create phony accounts and server files, and conceal himself by deleting any evidence of the original penetration. Juno sent the spoofed email message to Ernst Levin. A few minutes later, to cover his tracks, he sent a message to Heubner from a mock-up of Levin's address. The subject line read, "Christmas holidays." Below that, the message advised, "Caribbean is too expensive. Let's talk next week at War Requiem about alternatives. Ernst." If the subject came up, each man would think the other had misunderstood. Now, Juno waited. 40 minutes later, he had a text message on his cell phone from a number that James Morris sometimes used. The message read simply, "We're inside." At a computer terminal on another continent, Morris had registered the beacon confirming that Ernst Levin had opened the link and installed the custom malware without realizing it. Morris was now able to feed other malware through a backdoor that the initial exploit had opened, and create multiple backdoors to make sure he could remain in Levin's root account even if the initial penetration was detected later. He could now dump account names, crack passwords, and roam through the secret activities of the bank at will. Why hack the Bank for International Settlements, the clearinghouse for central banks? Juno asked himself that question, though he didn't dare to pose it to his boss. But had he done so, he would have received a simple, if cryptic, answer. Because it's a symbol of everything that has gone wrong since 1945. Chapter 16. Washington. Graham Weber paid an unannounced visit the next morning to the Information Operations Center. He suspected that James Morris had already left town, but he wanted to see the place and meet Morris's deputy, Ariel Weiss, whom Sandra Bach had recommended as a talent worth cultivating. The IOC was located a few miles from headquarters, in one of those featureless modern office buildings that populate northern Virginia. It was hidden away from the main highway in a low-rise shorn of any corporate or other identification. Leafy shrubbery masked the thick electric fencing. A curved driveway hid the guard station that blocked the entrance to the building. Weber hadn't told anyone he was coming, so the guard was flummoxed when he saw Weber's Escalade and chase car. Jack Fong spoke with the site security chief, and then the two-car motorcade rolled past the lowered steel barrier and into the complex. A few senior officers of the division were gathered in the downstairs lobby when Weber entered the building. They had tumbled out of their offices when the guard announced that the director was on the premises. It was an odd group, thought Weber, as he scanned the bodies that were assembling. They looked barely out of college, most of them, wearing T-shirts and jeans, running shoes, or sandals. The best and brightest in the Internet age were not also the best kempt. They looked unhealthy. To a man or woman, too fat or too thin, faces puffy or sallow,
and not a one of them seemed to have had any exercise in the last month. "Is James Morris around?" Weber asked the first person who approached him, who identified himself as the IOC's Deputy Chief for Administration. The administrative officer was a beady-eyed young man in his early 30s, one shirt-tail exposed. He said he wasn't sure whether Mr. Morris was in or out. He explained that, for security reasons, Morris never told people where he was. "That's ridiculous," said Weber. "Call his office." Morris's personal secretary advised that he was out of the city on an extended operational trip that he had logged with the Deputy Director for Science and Technology, to whom he reported. "I'd like to see Dr. Weiss, then," said Weber. "She's in, right?" "For sure," said the admin officer, tucking in his shirt as he led the director down the hall to the deputy chief's office. On one wall were posters for Kiss and Megadeth. On another was a banner promoting Star Wars Episode 7. The corridor opened up on a main operations room with several dozen cubicles, each framed with multiple computer screens. "Green badge?" asked a startled little man with a long beard, who nearly bumped into Weber just as he turned the corner into the main work area. He assumed a contractor had entered the building. "It's the director," said the admin officer, "Mr. Weber." "Oops," said the gnomish little man. He bowed, as if to a royal visitor, and then scurried on. Weber surveyed the place. It was a strange lair. The room was windowless, to prevent any possibility of remote monitoring. People were dressed informally. There wasn't a necktie or skirt in sight. Many wore T-shirts, more than a few in hacker black. Dominating the far wall was the center's crest, with its bald eagle atop the globe of zeros and ones, its bolt of red digital lightning, and its mission statement, stealth, knowledge, innovation, and its mysterious key surmounting the emblem. Was this the new face of the agency? Weber wanted it to be so. No more martinis, better to encourage beer pong after work, for in the 21st century the important targets weren't the heads of intelligence services, but their systems administrators. Geeky kids like these who had access to real secrets. This collection of oddballs might be the only way to go after them. Weber strolled among the cubicles. People were writing code, near as he could tell, bouncing threads of symbols back and forth between the screens on their desks. As he neared the middle of the room, he saw the open door of a glass-walled room. This must be Harriel Weiss's office. A woman in skinny black jeans and a crisp white shirt walked toward Weber. She was wearing black boots with noticeable heels. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail. She was the only healthy-looking person Weber had seen in the place so far. She had something more complicated than just pretty in her face. There were layers of beauty, qualities that in another woman might be discordant, but that she held together in a deceptively casual package. Weber wondered at first if she was really the deputy commander of the hacker squad. She didn't look weird or damaged enough. "Dr. Weiss?" asked Weber, extending his hand as he approached her glass-walled space. "I'm Ariel," she said. She gestured to the group arrayed around her in their cubicles. "This is the war room. I can show you around. If we'd known you were coming, we could have put on something special." Weber shook his head. He was tieless. His jacket was draped over his shoulder, and his blue eyes were sparkling. Others might have called him a youthful director, but in this setting he felt old. "Another time for the demo," he said. "Right now I want to talk to you." She motioned him toward her office, but he shook his head. "Let's go back to headquarters. It's quieter there." Weiss retrieved her purse from her office and a white cashmere scarf that set off her dark hair. They drove away in his black SUV. She waved goodbye to the administrator, who looked worried that Weiss was leaving the office on an unplanned and unexplained outing. When Weber got out at the 7th floor, accompanied by the sleek visitor, the security officers milling around the kiosk by the elevator suddenly came to attention. Weber shook his head. He still didn't understand why so many people were necessary for security in a controlled environment. He led Weiss through the anteroom with its multiple secretaries into his inner office. The room seemed too big and formal for the kind of conversation he wanted to have. "Let's go to my dining room," said Weber. "It's much prettier and just as private." He led her through the sitting room, past the lordly portrait of Helms, and into his sunny hideaway in the northeast corner of the building. He told a steward to bring coffee and then leave them alone. "You really should be talking to Mr. Morris," protested Weiss as she sat down. "He's the one who knows what's going on in IOC. I just keep the wires from getting tangled." "Nonsense," said Weber. "You know everything. That's what I hear, and I talk to Morris plenty. What I need now are some answers." "Look, Mr. Director, I'm Ponzer's deputy, but there's a big residual that he keeps in his head. Some questions I can't answer." Weber poured her some coffee and offered her a chocolate chip cookie. "Tell me about yourself," said Weber. "We'll get to IOC operations later. You're a woman hacker, right? I thought they mainly came in the male variety." "We're as rare as rocking horse shit, sir, but we exist." Weber laughed at the vulgarity. "That's a new one. So how did you learn the trade, if that's the right way to put it?" "Simple. I was smarter than the boys. I grew up in Providence, where my mom ran a neighborhood grocery store. I liked to raise hell, so that became hacking. I'm a Pittsburgh boy myself. But I liked to raise hell, too. So do my children, unfortunately." Weber was relaxing. He didn't often talk about himself. "Providence is a tough town," he continued. "Mobbed up, people always say. How did a tech genius come out of there?" "I was the smart kind and also the tough kid. I was good at math, which everyone thought was freaky for a girl, but I also ran track. My senior year I made money as a waitress in a bar. When I got into MIT, I found out that the way to be a popular kid if you weren't a preppy was to be a prankster. At MIT in the 1990s, the best pranks were computer hacks. Still true, I guess." "What did you do? Steal stuff or what?" "Have you ever heard of Jack Flory?" "No, who's he?" Jack Flory was the imaginary name MIT kids used for our pranks. It started freshman year with this sort of hacker orientation tour. They called it the Orange Tour, organized by people who all said their names were Jack Flory. They took me along, even though I was a girl. We snuck into steam tunnels in the basement and secret passageways under the dome. We went spelunking inside the building walls. Silly things like that. My year, Jack Flory hijacked a campus police car, took it apart, and reassembled it on top of one of the buildings. It sounds like perfect training for being a CIA officer. Weiss beamed her radiant smile. It was, actually. It was like the ops course. Freshman year, we turned the MIT dome into R2-D2. A few years later, they put a Red Sox logo up there and then a pirate flag. The idea was that it was good to challenge authority. Computer hacking was just part of that culture. We would break into systems just to show that we could do it. A good hack became known as a jack. It is a way of being cool if you were a geek. So, how did you get from there to working for the, man? You really want to know? Most definitely. When I was finishing my doctorate, I decided to become a white hat because I was so scared of what the black hats could do, including me. I got so good at hacking that it frightened me, to be honest. What do you mean? The first time I got root on a major airline system, it freaked me out. I found my credit card number on the system. I found all the flights I had taken. I found the routings and the schedule changes and the maintenance records. And I realized if I can do this, any smart geek can. And pretty soon they're going to crack the air traffic control network and be able to make airplanes fall out of the sky. It was like looking in the mirror and seeing a devil face. How did you find your way to the agency? They found me. They're good at that. They go trawling where they know hackers are going to be, at IEEE conventions and hacker meetings. They anonymously sponsor hacking contests and then hire the winners. They find the chat rooms where we hang out online.
Ponzer's a genius at that. You should ask him. He was part of the group that pitched me. What was the pitch? It was like, if you want to do cool stuff and break into whatever system you want, anywhere, and use the best hardware ever made, and get paid for it, oh yeah, and go after bad guys too, then come see us. He made it sound like the coolest, most badass job on the planet. I had my doctorate. I didn't want to teach, so here I am. Weber looked at her skeptically, as if this couldn't be the entire story. And that was it? He asked. Girl meets agency, girl likes agency, and they all lived happily ever after? She cocked her head. Her boss was asking her to be honest, so she complied. I like secrets, she said. I'm good at finding them out, and I'm good at keeping them. The older I get, the less interested I am in people. They're unreliable. I like things. That's why I'm an engineer and not a humanities major, I guess. The happy ending doesn't do much for me. She was talking fast, the way smart people do, and she was rocking forward as she spoke. When she came to the end of her little story, she looked up at him curiously. You're not going to fire me, are you? Because there's a rumor going around that heads are going to roll in the IOC because of some screw-up overseas. I thought that was why you wanted to see me. Not at all. But I'm curious. Where did you hear about this supposed purge? Ponzer told me there was trouble after he got back from Europe. He wouldn't tell me what he was doing there. He just said that something bad happened and he was getting blamed. He didn't tell you where he'd been? No. That's our deal. I make the Information Ops Center work. Keep the war room stocked with Doritos and Diet Coke while he runs off and does his operations. Sometimes he tells me what he's doing, sometimes not. When he left on this Europe trip, he didn't say anything except that he had to go. A week later he was back, looking like shit, talking about how he was going to get fired. Then he took off again yesterday. He runs the world out of the pockets of his cargo pants, if you hadn't noticed. I don't really know Morris, but yes, I'm getting that impression. Weber studied her. She was at once entirely casual and perfectly poised. He thought of himself at her age, 15 years ago, when he had begun to realize he was really good at running companies and making money. Even on his best days, he hadn't been as focused as Ariel Weiss. He wanted to take her into his confidence. In truth, as isolated as he was, he needed an ally. I'm worried about Morris, he said. He looked exhausted the last time I saw him. He is exhausted, Mr. Director. Too much has come down on his head recently. I'm worried that he's drowning. I've given him a lot of responsibility. I hope he can handle it. Ponzer is tough. He gets it done. Maybe it's good for him to get away. He relaxes when he's out of the office. He likes being on his own. That's what worries me. Why? What did he do? A case went bad. He took control of it, and then it blew up. He offered his resignation, but I told him no. He's still my guy. But he seemed rattled after that, spun up about something. I'm wondering if you noticed anything. Ponzer is always a little strange, Mr. Director. That comes with the territory. When you're as smart as he is, you sometimes don't fit. But he's okay? Nothing that I should worry about? Weiss shrugged. I can't answer that, Mr. Director. You have to worry about everything. The one thing I've learned at the agency is that we're all just people, with a lot of issues sometimes. Does Morris have issues? Weiss opened her hands, palms up. You're asking me questions I can't answer. Probably shouldn't answer. I work for Ponzer. He's my boss. It's not my job to spy on him. Was it his fault that the case went bad? I don't know yet. But it was on his watch. That's why he offered his resignation. If something goes bad and you're in charge, then you take the fall. People don't get fired enough at the agency. That's why it's mediocre.
I'm not mediocre.
I didn't mean you. I meant the organization.
But, Mr. Director, I am the organization. At least the younger part of it. Who do you think is out there? It's people like me. Do you want us to take risks?
Of course I do. I want you to take more risks, all of you, a lot more. I want this place to be more aggressive and kick ass.
Do you want an honest answer, Mr. Director?
Yes, damn it, and stop calling me Mr. Director. I keep looking over my shoulder for someone else. Just tell me the truth, and don't worry about it.
Okay. Then don't hassle Ponzer anymore.
Why not?
Because he's a risk-taker, and everybody knows it. And if people start second-guessing him, then all the people my age are going to say, uh-oh, button up, slow-roll it, or you may get in trouble. The director doesn't like mistakes. People will go back to the formula for making supergrade.
What's the formula?
If you run lots of operations, you're taking a big career risk. If you run a few operations, it's low risk. If you run no operations at all, then there's no risk whatsoever of a CEI.
Career-ending incident?
Correct. People are going to say that Ponzer was too aggressive and that's why he got dinged.
The slow roll is the opposite of what I want.
Then let Ponzer do his thing. He's probably harmless.
Are you sure?
No, but we'll be watching now.
Weber stood up from the lacquered table and walked to the window. All the spaces in the neat rows in the parking areas were filled, as far as he could see. It was a tidy bureaucracy that he ran, but not a very good one. He turned back to Weiss. I'm worried about Morris. The director repeated, I can't shake it. I put a lot of trust in him, but I just wondered. Weber came back to the table and sat down across from her. She stared at him, not sure what to say. He thought it through one more time, nodded to himself, and then spoke to her. Will you work for me?
I already do. You're the director. Everyone works for you.
I mean something different. Will you stay in your job as Deputy Chief of Information Ops, but also report to me and sometimes take assignments from me, and not tell Morris, no matter what?
Be your agent, in other words? Inside the IOC? That's what this would be.
Yes, basically that's right.
Wow. That's unusual. Is it legal?
Of course it is. I run the organization. If I say I want something, pursuant to the powers the President has given me, then it's legal.
What happens if Ponzer finds out? He would destroy me.
I'll take care of you. As you said, I'm the director. I run the place. She looked him in the eye, studying his handsome, boyish face, trying to make up her mind.
I mean it, she said. He would destroy me. I don't just mean move me out of my job. He would wipe me out, ruin my name and future. He may act like a punk, but he has a lot of friends.
You have to trust me, Ariel, or don't do it. It's my job to fix what's wrong at the agency, but I need help. You told me you were a risk-taker, so now's the time to go all in. Otherwise I won't believe all that tough girl stuff.
Unfair, she said, smiling.
But there was a calculating look in her eye, too.
What's in it for me? She asked. Other than helping you, that is.
What do you want? Asked Weber. He hadn't expected such a transactional response.
I'd love to run the IOC someday. Maybe move up to the 7th floor when there's an opening for a deputy or counselor. I'm a good manager.
You're ambitious, said Weber.
Of course I am. Princes don't rescue fair damsels for nothing anymore, and vice versa.
No promises. But you'd be the obvious candidate to succeed Morris unless I need you elsewhere in senior management.
Acceptable, she said.
I'll take that as yes, which is the right choice. For a minute there I was worried you were just another young careerist. I am that, too. She folded her arms across her chest. Okay, Hotshot, here's your first tasking. I want you to get inside Morris's head. Find out what he does when he's off on operations. There's nothing inappropriate about that. You're his deputy. You're supposed to know what he's doing. You said you like secrets? Okay, time to find out some new ones. Are you comfortable with that? Sure. Like you said, it's my job. But I'm a company girl, just so you know. Good, I'm a company man now, too. So starting today, I want you to know everything about your boss. Pull his files, rumble his email, anything you can access. If you need help, technical stuff, whatever, just tell me. If you run into walls you can't get through, tell me that, too. IOC has all walls. Ponzer has compartments inside his compartments. Nobody sees the big picture except him. Well, that's about to change. Gather up the records of Morris's operations over the last 2 years, all the ones you can find. Look at the operational pattern, and then see what's missing. That'll help you know where to look for networks that are off the books. Who should I say is requesting all this information? She asked, arching her eyebrows. Weber laughed and put his big hand on her shoulder. Tell them it's Jack Flory. She laughed, too. He had been listening to her college stories after all. How should we communicate? If Ponzer is as wired as you think, I need to be careful. Weber thought a moment. Back in a minute, he said. Weber exited his dining room and went back into his office. Weiss stared out the window, thinking of all the CIA directors who had sat here since the 1960s, and the nightmares they had struggled through. Some had been lucky and solved their problems cleanly. Most had not. This was the house of broken dreams and ambitions. Weber returned 30 seconds later with 2 Nokia cell phones, manufactured circa 2005, and a package containing a string of SIM cards numbered 1 through 10. This is a clean phone, he said, handing her one of the Nokias. Every time I call you, toss the SIM card and move to the next one. I have a list of the numbers. I'll have the same rig. He held up the second phone. Here's my number, and a list of the SIM cards I'll be using. Don't let go of these. Sleep with them under your pillow. He handed her 2 pieces of paper with the various numbers. She was biting her lip. She closed her eyes for a moment as if to block a thought. Is this hack going to work? Asked Weber. You're the expert. We'll see, she said. Sometimes at MIT we would talk about can't-happen mistakes, which were conditions that theoretically were impossible but had appeared in the system anyway, like when a file size comes up as negative. And what's the outcome when you get one of these can't-happen events? Usually it's a fatal error and the system crashes. Weber nodded, shook her hand, and led her out the door. The secretaries, Marie and Diana, exchanged glances as they watched her go. Chapter 17. Hamburg. K.J. Sandoval, the Hamburg base chief, was still upset about the way her case had been taken away from her by a male superior from another division and then blown with no consequences for anyone near as she could tell. It wasn't fair. Her father had always counseled her with the bromide that in dealing with the Anglo power structure, don't get mad, get even. So after a few days' reflection, she consulted a former Justice Department lawyer in Washington who still had a high-security clearance and specialized in workplace discrimination cases for people in the intelligence community. The lawyer wasn't sure that Sandoval had a case, but she agreed to write a letter to the Equal Employment Opportunity Office laying out the basics of the complaint without the highly classified details. The EEO office had a counseling and investigation staff, she said, that tried to resolve cases quickly and quietly. The key paragraph of the letter read as follows. Ms. Sandoval has been informed that a matter involving a developmental asset she initially handled was assigned to the Information Operations Center working with the Special Compartmented Task Force. Because she was not asked to join the task force, despite her experience with the case as a designated officer of the National Clandestine Service, Ms. Sandoval believes that she has suffered from unfair and discriminatory action. Ms. Sandoval speaks Level 3 German and has good liaison contacts in Hamburg and elsewhere in Germany. As her attorney, I request that she be included immediately in the IOC/NCS Joint Task Force. Otherwise, I will make a formal complaint to the official of Equal Employment Opportunity and request a full fact-finding investigation and resolution. Agency officials, who had become highly skilled at ass-covering and legal self-protection, recognized immediately that the letter had what they called flap potential. A copy was sent by the senior EEO compliance officer to the General Counsel's office, where it was bumped up to the boss, Ruth Savin. She knew that Graham Weber had made a personal decision to assign the Hamburg case to James Morris, which meant that he would personally be involved in any investigation and arbitration. So Savin made an appointment to see him that afternoon. "Pain in the neck," said Savin as she handed a copy of the attorney's letter to Graham Weber. A career in the federal government had taught her to regard discrimination claims from civil service employees in much the same way Supreme Court justices view habeas corpus petitions from condemned prisoners as a tedious waste of time. Savin waited opposite Weber while he read the letter. An unlikely smile came over his face. He was looking for new allies, and he saw a chance to recruit another. "Let's do what she wants," he said. "Have her call me. I'll assign her to work on the case personally, directly for me." Savin frowned. Her usual legal advice to senior officials was that they keep their distance from prospective plaintiffs rather than embrace them. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Cases like this can bite you." "I need help. She wants to be useful. Sounds like a match to me. Let's call her." "Now?" "Why not? Let's see what she can dig up. If she gets anything, we can bring her back here. Meet her away from headquarters." "Are you going to tell Morris?" "No, that's the point. I want someone working this who is not Morris." "You're the boss," she said. Those words were frequently uttered by general counsels in and out of government, but rarely with equanimity. Weber had Savin wait with him while Marie dialed Sandoval's secure cell phone in Germany. He wanted a witness. The phone rang. It was after 10 p.m. in Germany. Eventually, a half-sleepy voice answered in English. "This is Haven J. Pullman," said Weber, using the agency pseudonym that he used in correspondence. There was a pause on the other end, while Sandoval ran through her mental Rolodex of names, cryptonyms, and pseudonyms. When she realized who it was, a note of surprise and worry came into her voice. "How can I help you, sir? Is there a problem?" No problem. I just read your lawyer's letter to the EEO office. The general counsel showed it to me. I think you're right. I want you to be involved more in this case." "You do?" "Yes. We need to do more, but I don't want to put you on the special task force that was assigned to pursue it." "Why not? I'm well qualified." There was a bite in her response as she sensed she was getting passed over once again. "I want you to work directly for me. I'd like a second set of eyes looking at this case. Use your own sources and follow your own leads. Report to me directly. That's the deal. Don't tell COS Berlin and don't tell EUR Division. This is a private reporting line. Can you do that?" "Yes, Director," she said, a slight quaver of awe. "Are you sure this is okay, bureaucratically?" Weber looked at Savin. He smiled. "The general counsel is with me and she says it's fine. Isn't that right, Ruth?" Savin winced, but she didn't say anything. "What do you want me to look for?" asked Sandoval. "The obvious questions. I want to know what happened to your guy, and I want to know whether he was telling the truth when he said we had a problem." "That means I have to get inside the hacker underground," said Sandoval gravely. "Yes, if possible. Did this Swiss boy give you any leads to work on when you debriefed him?" "Nothing very good. He talked about the Friends of Cerberus and the Exchange. I have no idea what they are." "Find out. Get me some answers. If you have anything good, then get on a plane and fly to Washington. Come right away. No waiting or hand-wringing. Just do it." "Yes, Director." Don't disappoint me. I want to report in a week, and I want to see you right away if you've got something I need to hear.
What if I get in trouble?
Don't. But if something happens, I have your back. Sandoval was silent for a moment as she considered this profession of loyalty from her supreme leader.
Hay más tiempo que vida. That's something my dad used to tell us.
What does it mean? Asked Weber.
Life is short. Seize the moment.
Smart man. Do what he says. Goodbye.
Weber hung up.
Savin looked at him dubiously, but that didn't matter. Now the director had his second back-channel ally, a Spanish proverb-quoting, semi-successful, modestly pissed-off, mid-career Mexican-American case officer with a chip on her shoulder and a name that sounded like a hooker's. Perfect. Kitten Sandoval stayed up much of the night worrying about how to perform the assignment the director had given her. It is often a fact that when we obtain the prize we have been seeking, it feels like a burden. But when she awoke after a few hours' sleep, it was a sunny morning. She pulled the drapes so she could look out over the botanical gardens through the window of her flat. The morning sun was glinting off the artificial lake. Beyond were the pavilions of the Japanese tea gardens and the orderly grid of plants and pathways of this very German park. Sandoval made herself a cup of coffee, ate half a sweet bun, and threw the rest away so she wouldn't be tempted. When it was 9, she telephoned her most useful friend in Hamburg. His name was Walter Kreiser, the former head of Germany's concatenated Bundesnachrichtendienst, or BND, the Federal Intelligence Service. Sandoval was direct. She asked Kreiser if they could meet for a conversation that very day. He suggested lunch at Die Bank, his favorite brasserie in Neustadt, housed behind the grand façade of a 19th-century finance house. But Sandoval said no, this was better discussed in a private place. She asked if she might perhaps come visit him at his apartment in Uhlenhorst, across the lake from the consulate. Kreiser suggested she come at 11 for coffee. Kreiser was waiting in his apartment, an austere, modern German structure of blocks and rectangles, all in white. He was a widower, but his housekeeper kept the place tidy and had set out flowers on the table. She brought a coffee service on a silver platter soon after Sandoval arrived, and then disappeared. He was a gentle-looking, white-haired man in his early 60s who wore wire-rimmed glasses, a white button-down shirt, and rep tie. His every aspect was neat and unobtrusive. He was a product of the early Cold War school of German intelligence officers who had been trained by the British and believed with their mentors that intelligence officers should, to the extent possible, be invisible. "What a nice surprise," he said, pouring the coffee from the silver pot. "I hope it is nothing bad that brings you to see an old man on a sunny morning." "I need your help," she said. He took her hand. He was flattered, but he was not an idiot. "Don't be silly. The U.S. government wants something, I understand." Kreiser had taken an interest in Sandoval when she first arrived in Hamburg, not just because she was young and attractive, but because he was unabashedly pro-American and could see that this new arrival needed a mentor who understood Germany. They took to having coffee and then an occasional dinner. She dressed up when she went to see him and took his arm when they went for a stroll. He reciprocated in his way, buying her presents and taking her to favorite haunts in the old city, telling things about the German scene that she could not otherwise have learned. He liked calling her by her forename. "So, tell me how I can help, my dear kitten." "We lost someone, Walter," she replied. "So I've heard, my dear. I was going to call you, but you saved me the effort. How can I be of help?" "I don't know, that's the problem. I don't understand what went wrong. The young man who was killed was in my office a few days before he died. He wanted to help us." "Yes, I heard that too. You mobilized half of Hamburg and Schleswig-Holstein trying to find him. You Americans do not move quietly." "But we didn't find anything except a dead body and a bullet." "The BFV and the BND are telling the old boys that it was a Russian mafia hit. They traced the gun, so they are saying, with much congratulating of themselves, isn't that right?" "Probably." I don't know, to be honest. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I don't understand where this man was coming from. He was frightened, I can tell you that. He was shaking when he talked to me. But I don't know why.
Kreiser knew Hamburg. He had started his career there and risen to become Hamburg's chief of police before moving to Munich and then Berlin to run the National Spy Agency. He'd had a good run at the BND, making many friends and few enemies. When he retired, he had come back home to Hamburg, and after so many years of liaison with the CIA, he wanted to keep his hand in, which Langley was only too happy to facilitate. Sandoval had in fact been sent to brief him, which was how they had first met. "I thought this was being handled by someone else, your Internet specialists. That's what the BND chief told me," he said. "It is, officially. My visit to you is unofficial. I just want some ground truth about where this Swiss boy was coming from. We need to understand if we are vulnerable." Kreiser laughed. The smile transformed his face from its severe and somber lines to something more supple and playful. "That's a good one, kitten. You want the old man to help you understand hackers. I am flattered, but I think you need a younger advisor." Sandoval was too upset to be coy. Kreiser was her best shot, and she didn't want to blow her chance with the director. "Help me, Walter. You must have contacts in that underground. Certainly your old service does. Germany has more good hackers than anywhere in Europe. Find me someone to talk to so I won't feel so stupid. Just give me a start." Kreiser's smile had vanished. His blue eyes narrowed as he reviewed names and cases in his mind. "These people don't like to talk, you know, especially to your government. They hate the CIA. They live to make difficulty for you." "Then I'll be someone else. A businesswoman or a professor. Just find me someone who knows this world." He took her hand. "They pushed you aside, I gather." "Yes, and I didn't like it. This is a second chance." "Braves Mädchen," said Kreiser. He rose from the couch and walked to his computer notepad where he kept his addresses. He scanned it, found what he was looking for, and returned. "I think maybe I have the right person for you, but you will have to be very careful. This one is marked Vorsicht, handle with care. He's a German boy, not a boy now, almost 30. His name is Grulich. He was very helpful to me once, just before I left Berlin, but he's confused. Sometimes I think he has seen a ghost." Sandoval sat back with a start. The Swiss boy had that same look, like he was spooked. "What's going on with these people?" "I cannot say, Miss Kitten." Kreiser poured his guest more coffee. "This boy can help you," he continued, "but you'll have to go to Berlin. That's where he is, and he'll never meet you in a public place. I'll have to find something else." Sandoval folded her hands. She was getting to the hard part. "Don't tell the BND, Walter. Promise me. Keep it off the books. And don't tell anyone at the agency. I'm freelancing. This could get me fired." He reached out again and placed his big hand over hers. "My dear, this is a very hot wire that you have touched. If you hold it too tight, you will get burned. You must see where it goes, where it originates, where the power comes from. With that I cannot help you, but I will show you how to start." Sandoval wanted to be professional, but she could not resist giving the old man a kiss on the cheek. Chapter 18. Berlin. Ms. Kitten Sandoval waited in an austere conference room in a slate-grey office block at the eastern end of the Unter den Linden. The building housed a foundation run by a German finance company for which Walter Kreiser did occasional consulting work. Out the window was the sublime beauty of the Brandenburg Gate, with its Grecian columns topped by the monumental chariot and its 4 horses hurtling forward through light and dark.
Sandoval was dressed in a black pantsuit, carrying a notebook marked Scylla Security Solutions, which was the name of a proprietary company whose records listed her as a systems analyst. She was wearing glasses and an auburn wig, and at a quick glance she would not be recognized as the woman who worked in the American consulate in Hamburg. Her papers said she was Valerie Tennant. She took sips from a glass of mineral water and eventually refilled it from the bottle. She glanced at her watch. He was late. Walter Kreiser had given her the name of a young man named Stefan Grulig and promised to send him with an escort. Germans were never late. Perhaps Grulig had panicked and refused to come. 10 more minutes passed, and then there was a knock and the door opened to reveal a young man in a peacoat wearing a fuzzy turtleneck. His brown hair was dirty, swept back from his face in the manner of the German actor Klaus Kinski. He looked to be in his late 20s, overweight, baggy-eyed, wondering from the look on his face what he was doing in this gleaming building on the Pariser Platz. Behind him was a thinner man, short hair, ear studs for show, but obviously Kreiser's man who had been sent along as minder. "I'm Valerie Tennant," said Sandoval, thrusting a hand toward the young man in the turtleneck. "You must be Mr. Grulig." The German stood there awkwardly, not sure whether to advance or retreat. Sandoval walked toward him, arms still extended. "Thank you for coming," she said. She gestured toward the table where she'd been sitting. "Please, have a seat." Grulig walked uneasily toward the table. His minder stood by the door. Grulig spoke fluent English, the product of a lifetime on the Internet, but the minder spoke to him in German, saying he would wait downstairs. "Ich werde jetzt gehen, Stefan. Sie sprechen zu lassen. Ich werde im Erdgeschoss, wenn Sie etwas brauchen. Ich erwarte Sie in über, einer Stunde?" Grulig looked uncomfortable at the thought that his companion was leaving him alone with this strange woman. He shook his head at the mention of an hour with her. The minder shrugged. "Whatever," he said in English, and then retreated out the door. Grulig sat down uneasily at the table across from Sandoval. She put a business card before him. He studied it but didn't pick it up. "I work for a computer security firm called Scylla Security Solutions," she said. "We do penetration testing, security consulting, custom software patches. One of our German clients has a problem, and we were told you were the best. We can pay you very well." Grulig gave a little snort at the notion that she would pay him for his artistry. "Don't be silly," he said. "If I wanted to be paid for what I know, I could make more in a week than your company earns in a year." "Perhaps," she said, "but we make more money than you might think. You may not have heard much about us, but we are very successful." He snorted again. She obviously didn't really understand who he was or what he did. "If I wanted to sell a zero-day exploit, you know how much I could get? $1 million, maybe more, if it's an iPhone exploit. Do I sell it? No. Why not?" He studied her through eyes that were black beads of alienation. "Because I don't take a shit on the church floor, that's why. And the Internet is my church." "Wow. Okay. Got it. But can I tell you my client's problem? You can decide if you want to help later, when I'm done." "I don't want to help," he answered flatly. "I'm here only because my friend Henning, who is downstairs, asked me as a special favor, and I owe him so many things. But I can tell you now, your problem is not my problem." Sandoval nodded in agreement, and then went ahead with her pitch anyway, as if she hadn't heard a word. "My client's problem is that there is a hacker underground in Russia that is hiring people as mercenaries." Grulig stuck out his tongue. "Duh," he said. "Everyone knows that." "Yes, but these mercenaries have gotten so good that my client thinks they can penetrate any network, even the networks of governments." He eyed her warily. He had a soft face, now that he was close. He was frightened. That was the look in his eye, not arrogance, but fear. "Which government are you talking about?" She paused as she weighed her answer. He was ready to bolt. She might only have a few more minutes with him. There was no reason not to say it. "The United States." He bit his lip and then rapped the table with his knuckles. "I knew it." He pointed to her Scylla notebook. "You work for one of the agencies." She stared him dead in the eye. There was no answering this question ever. She pressed ahead. "My client is interested in an organization called Friends of Cerberus, and another one called The Exchange. You must know about them, or you can help me find out. That's why I wanted to see you." Grullig swept his stringy hair back from his face. His hands seemed to tremble for a moment. His face, pallid from days and nights staring at computer screens, seemed to have lost any color it had. "Lady, whoever you are going to get yourself killed, and me too. These are names that don't exist." "Yes, but they do. We heard them. And do you know who we heard them from?" Grullig didn't answer, but his eyes showed that he was interested. Scared, yes, but also unable to resist listening to what this American woman was saying. Sandoval fixed him in the eye again. She could be tough and unyielding in dealing with sources. That was her gift. She looked soft, but she wasn't. "I'll tell you, Stefan. We heard those names from a Swiss named Rudolf Biel. Do you know who he is?" Grullig nodded. "Poor kid," he said. "Yeah, that's what I think. And I'd like to do something about the people who thought he was so disposable." Grullig shook his head, but he was in her space now. He could have gotten up and walked away 5 minutes ago, but not any longer. "So let me ask you again, Stefan, can you help me understand this exchange and the Friends of Cerberus?" "Who am I talking to?" asked Grullig. There was a slight tremor in his voice. It was as if he had been pulled toward a precipice and forced to look over the edge. "Just me. I'm an American, that's enough. Nobody from my country knows I'm here. Nobody knows I'm meeting with you, except the man who set it up with your friend Henning, and I'm not telling you who that is. I know this is dangerous. That's why I haven't told any of the people I work with. I just need to know what the fuck is going on." Her profanity seemed to startle him. It was incongruous. He looked at the door, he looked out the window at the Brandenburg Gate, lighter than air for all its immensity, the stone glowing in the morning light. He looked at her and then began to speak, his voice shaky at first, but then steadying. "You must be very stupid or very smart. I can't tell which," he said. "I'm just ordinary, but I'm worried, and I need help." "Me too," he answered. "That's a start. Tell me about Cerberus and the Exchange." Grullig shook his head at the mention of these names again. "You don't understand anything, do you?" "Probably not. So help me out. You think this hacker underground is a bunch of criminals, sleazy guys from Sochi and Kiev who are selling shit and killing people who get in their way, right?" "Yes, I guess so. That's true, isn't it?" "Of course it's true, but who do you think are the buyers in this market? Do you think it's some kind of hacker godfather who buys up all the exploits and sells them in a thieves' den?" "I don't know. Tell me. Who are the buyers?" "The buyers are governments. Good governments and bad governments. Sometimes the buyers are companies so they can fix the vulnerabilities, but more often they are governments that want to use them to get inside networks and systems." "The U.S. government is a buyer?" He snorted again and then laughed out loud. "You are stupid. Of course the U.S. government is a buyer when it needs to be, but really that is not the point." "No? What's the point, then?" "The point is that the buyers and sellers are inside each other. It's not enough to buy exploits. The governments want to buy the people who create them. There are no more black hats and white hats. It's all the same hat. They're all working together." "What's the exchange?" "A name for something that doesn't have a name." "Meaning what?" "It's a market. The boys who pretend to take these systems down are also the ones who help build them back up. They are all traders in the same market. The people who are doing the defense are also doing the offense. You see what I mean?
Sometimes they want to give this show a name, so they call it The Exchange, or they call it Carter Planet, or Stuxnet, or Flame. I don't care. They are shitting in my church, all of them. They shit on the altar. I hate them. Do you hear me? I hate them."
She wanted to hug the German. With his fuzzy turtleneck sweater and his dirty hair, yes, she was beginning to understand.
"It's not enough to hate them," she said. "You have to stop them. I cannot. You cannot. They are destroying cyberspace, but it's worse than that. People talk as if cyber were a separate electronic space, but information is the air we breathe. How can they buy and sell the air, these bastards? They are destroying life and freedom. I cannot bear it."
He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. There were no tears, only the sniffling and a nervous cough.
"Who are the friends of Cerberus?" "They are liars. Cerberus has no friends."
"Okay, then what is Cerberus?"
"Cerberus is the dog that guards the gates of hell. Everyone knows that." "No, really, do you know anything about it?" "Please."
He smiled, almost sweetly.
"Well, I helped to build it, I should know. Cerberus is the Cerberus Computing Club here in Berlin, in every German city and town, all over Europe, even in America. It is the home of people who love the Internet and hate boundaries and love freedom and will take action, yes, truly take action, to prevent people from harming our blessed chaos. The Internet took power away from governments and companies, you see, and now these bosses want it back."
"Can I meet Cerberus?"
He laughed merrily now. "No, and yes. Who do you think you are talking to?"
"To Cerberus?"
"A part of it, but Cerberus is everywhere. I told you before, how can you meet the air? You breathe it. It's free."
"I need to ask again. It's important. Who are the friends of Cerberus?"
"They are false friends. It can only be a trick. I've heard the name, but never from someone I trusted. Most of what you hear about Cerberus from the outside is false. Your information is probably a lie, too, I think. But honestly, I don't know."
The sky over Berlin was darkening as the weather changed. A shadow fell across the conference room in the gleaming building on Pariser Platz. The change of light seemed to alter Grulich's mood. He looked at his watch. The nervous look returned to his face. His eyes darted back and forth, as if he felt claustrophobic in the room. She was losing him. She fixed him in the eye again. She took his hand, but he pulled it away. "Who killed Rudolf Biel?" she asked. "I need to know. Was it this exchange mafia or someone else?" He stood up, shaking his head. "You, lady, are so crazy and stupid. Didn't you understand anything I said? It is all the same. There isn't a team called Exchange that is fighting a team called, I don't know, USA or China or Russian Mafia. When you pull it apart, it's all one team. How can I say who killed him? Don't you get it? It doesn't matter. It's what I told you. There are no black hats and white hats. There are only golden hats. The ones with the money." "So they can read America's messages. The secret ones from the agencies? I need to know." "Some messages, maybe. But I am telling you, it is Laocoon. You cannot tell apart the body of the serpent and the arms of the man. The agencies are hungry for exploits, to do their own dirty work. They get inside every system there is, and we never know why. One day they are in Iran, another day in Switzerland, a third day in China. Is there a goal? Or is there only this dirty game? I do not know, but it is dangerous." Grulich moved toward the door. Sandoval reached out and held his arm, but he pulled away. "Stay," she said. "Let me help you." He shook his head, the matted hair falling across his eyes. "No." He walked toward the door. "Do not come with me. Do not follow me. Do not ever contact me again. You got this Swiss boy killed, this Biel. That's what I think. And you will get me killed, too, so goodbye. I never met you. I never talked to you. I will never see you again. Please wait. I need help." She almost shouted the words. "You need to think about what I said, lady. That is all the help from me there is. No more after that. If you try to come after me, it will be a mistake. I do not make threats. I don't believe in threats, or war, or violence, or flags. But I promise you that if you try to contact me again, or reveal my identity to anyone,
I will know, and you will pay a very big price."
With that he was gone, out the door. Sandoval thought of following him, thought even of making a crash call to Berlin Station in the U.S. Embassy, 200 yards away on the other side of the Brandenburg Gate. But she had given her word to Grulig that she would protect his anonymity. And there was something else. She had been instructed not to talk to anyone else in the agency except the man at the top. Chapter 19. Washington. The consul general in Hamburg was a middle-aged man, never married, and he didn't like talking about personal matters when he could avoid it. Kitten Sandoval told him the next morning when she was back from Berlin that she had a personal medical issue, women's plumbing, and needed to fly home to see her Washington doctor. He didn't ask any questions. She didn't contact Berlin Station or EUR Division back at Langley, not wanting to be caught later in a lie. Sandoval caught an early connector flight from Tegel to Munich and flew home to Dallas on Lufthansa. She bought the economy ticket in her true name and booked herself a room at the Crystal City Marriott. Before she left, she sent an encrypted message to the director's pseudonym account saying that she would be in Washington that night. She asked him to suggest a location for a secure meeting. Sandoval watched movies all the way home. She half paid attention as her mind wandered over the events of the past few days. She was in what her father liked to call las profundidades del océano, the deep ocean. The gravity of what she had done made her nervous, but it was also what she had wanted for years, a chance to make a difference, with everyone watching, to be the heroine of the play. Sandoval had progressed in her career by taking little risks, measured ones. She had come to the CIA by way of Arizona State University in the usual sort of quiet referral. She'd been nearing completion of her master's in global legal studies, hoping to work for the FBI or the DEA, when her dean summoned her one day and said the CIA recruiter was coming to town. He said Sandoval had the right skills. She was bright, conscientious, spoke fluent Spanish as a second-generation immigrant. Her Mexican-born father was a naturalized citizen and Marine Corps veteran who took her to the firing range each weekend. She knew her way around guns, and she had an easy way with people. The CIA had a lily-white reputation, but Sandoval knew that if they were sending recruiters to ASU, they wanted to give at least the appearance of change. Sandoval went off to the interview, and the first surprise was that the CIA recruiter was a Hispanic woman herself, who had served abroad and seemed to embody the slogan on her promotional brochure about how the National Clandestine Service was the ultimate international career. In the days after the interview, Sandoval could imagine herself being that woman, having that career and being a soldier like her father, but different. With the encouragement of her dean, she applied to the agency and eventually became a career trainee, on her way to the clandestine service. She did a first tour in Managua, where she hadn't liked her boss, and after that an awkward stint with L.A. Division in Washington. She switched to EUR, first in Madrid, and then, after 6 months of German language training, to Hamburg. She had never stepped outside the boundaries in all that time, or felt she needed to. The events that had begun with the Swiss walk-in, Rudolf Biel, were different. Sandoval had started coloring outside the lines. It was free form, and although she had recently found a seeming ally in Weber, she knew he wouldn't be able to protect her if things went wrong. He was new and inexperienced. She knew more about the CIA than he did. A message was waiting on Sandoval's phone when the plane landed at Dulles. The director proposed a meeting at 7:30 the next morning and gave the address of Stormhaven Casualty, an insurance office in the flat suburb of Fairlington in Alexandria. Sandoval checked into the Marriott and lay awake in bed for several hours, her mind a white buzz. She took an Ambien and slept a few hours, then awoke a little after 4 a.m. and couldn't get back to sleep. After she had showered, she put on too much makeup, but that was better than too much fatigue. Sandoval took a taxi to the address in Alexandria the next morning. She arrived at 7:15, but it took 20 minutes for them to clear her downstairs, so she arrived in the secure second-floor reception area late and embarrassed. Weber had his feet up on the coffee table of the windowless room they had prepared for the conversation. He popped up from the couch and shook her hand. Sandoval had never met him before. He looked like one of the fraternity boys at ASU, too young for the job.
"I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Director," she said.
"Que hubo, güey?" said Weber. "Do you speak Spanish?" she asked enthusiastically. He shook his head. "The chief of my security detail told me how to say, 'What's up, dude? Want some coffee?'" She nodded yes, and an aide brought in a huge platter of muffins, donuts, pastries, cookies, and fruit, along with a giant coffee urn. The word had gotten around that the director liked snacks. It was enough to feed the EUR division. Sandoval took some fruit and a cookie. "Thanks for coming," said Weber. "You're sticking your neck out."
"Yes, sir, I am."
She looked away. "Well, it feels good, doesn't it?"
"I hope so, Mr. Director. I'm a little nervous."
She took a drink from the water glass before her. "Is your name really Kitten?" asked Weber.
"That's different. I've taken a lot of grief about it, but that's what my parents named me."
Her hand was shaking, and she spilled a little of her coffee.
"Sorry. I am so nervous."
"Take it slow," said Weber. "I have all morning, and this isn't a promotion board." She adjusted her skirt, took a bite of a grape, and then put the plate aside. "Let's start at the beginning," said Weber. "Tell me about the walk-in, this kid Beale. You're the only one who met him. What was he like?"
"He was frightened, Mr. Director, when he came in off the street. He mentioned 2 things specifically that he wanted to warn you about, face to face. He made a point about that."
"Why me? What did he think I could do for him? I had only been director for a week. I was barely on the job yet."
"Maybe that's why he wanted you. He said people were preparing something. I guess he thought you were outside a system he thought had been penetrated."
"But there was nothing in your first cable about a penetration of the agency."
"I was being careful. But when I think back, that's what he was telling me. He knew people had hacked our communication systems. They were inside. That's why he wouldn't stay in one of our safe houses. He thought the information would leak. That's why he wanted to talk to you directly. You weren't contaminated. He'd read about you. He knew you were the new guy."
"What do you think he would have told me, if we'd ever gotten to a meeting?"
"His secrets, I guess. Who the penetration was, how the communications systems had been compromised, what they were planning. Why the rush? Whatever he knew, he wanted to tell you. That was his protection. You would take care of the people who were threatening him."
"But I didn't. I picked a specialist to handle it, another hacker. I thought that was the right thing to do." Weber took a long drink of his coffee. "Poor Beale." His voice was a bitter sigh. "I let him down." Sandoval was startled. She hadn't expected her boss to have taken it personally.
"It was my fault, Mr. Director, not yours. I should never have let him leave the compound, and then, when Mr. Morris came, I felt a little, I don't know, intimidated. At first he thought he could find Beale, then Mr. Morris kept disappearing."
"Where did Morris go?"
"He never said. I thought he had special sources, private operations he couldn't tell me about. He made me feel dumb. Then he got, depressed."
She was getting upset again, short of breath. "Eat some more fruit," said Weber. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." She took some more grapes and ate a half-dozen while Weber called for a Diet Coke, bringing forth another huge platter with cold drinks and finger sandwiches. "Jesus, no wonder we're having budget problems," said Weber, looking at the array of food. "So tell me why you came today all of a sudden. Why the crash meeting?"
Sandoval took a deep breath. "Okay. So to prove his bona fides to me, the Swiss boy mentioned the 2 names I told you about, the Exchange and Friends of Cerberus. I wanted to know more about them, but Morris waved me off, said it wasn't my case, so I didn't do anything until you called me and asked me to help."
"Right. So what did you do?"
"I went to a German friend, Walter Kreiser, who used to run the BND.
I asked him to find me someone in the underground. I hope that's okay." "That was smart. Did Kreiser come up with anything?" "Yes, indirectly, through a cutout. He introduced me to a young German hacker, very smart, who traveled in these same circles. His name is Stefan Grulig." "Did this Grulig know about these hackers? Whatever, the Exchange and Friends of Cerberus?" Sandoval gave him a look somewhere between yes and no. "That's the strange thing," he said. "The Exchange and Friends of Cerberus weren't real organizations. They were just names people gave to the underground. He claimed they weren't really criminal groups attacking governments. They were all part of a market, and governments were their customers. He made it sound like they were all in it together, and I thought maybe that's what Beale was trying to tell us. We're inside you because we are you. I know that must sound crazy." Weber shook his head. "It doesn't sound crazy. What else did he say?" "He said the U.S. government was hungry for the malware that the hackers in Cerberus Computing Club could produce. Those were the friends Beale was talking about. They wanted to get inside everyone's systems. Grulig didn't say why. He made it sound like our internet people were no better than hackers. Worse, really. We pay really big bribes, we say in Spanish cañonazo, to get this information." "That's what Morris does," Weber mused, barely mouthing the words. "He buys malware. But why?" The director took another sip of his Diet Coke as he thought about the pieces of the puzzle. "Did your source know anything about why Beale was killed?" "That was the creepiest part. I asked if it was the Russian mafia, and Grulig just laughed, like I didn't understand anything. He said the Russian hacker mafia and the U.S. government looked like enemies, but really they were the same team. That's when I began to worry." "Me too," said the director, under his breath, barely audible. "Is this dangerous, Mr. Weber?" Weber looked away from her. Lying had become his profession, but he still wasn't very good at it. "I don't know what this is yet. I'll give you an answer when I find out." "I'm not backing down." "Good. I want you back in Germany tomorrow. I don't want anyone to think we know a thing. You have anything else for Mr. Director?" "Can I ask you something offline? You don't have to answer." "Sure, this whole conversation is offline." "Was Beale right?" she asked. "Do we have a mole?" "I don't know." He shook his head. "Maybe it's more like a worm, a piece of code, or a person. It does the same thing. It eats us from inside. Maybe it's someone like Snowden who thinks he's a hero. I honestly can't say yet, but I'm looking." "How will you kill the worm?" The director didn't answer at first because he didn't know. "Carefully," he said after a moment. "We need to know how the worm got there. Who helps him? Are there more worms? I don't want to pull out a piece of the worm and leave the rest in there." "I'm so sorry, Mr. Director." It wasn't an apology, but an expression of sadness for the weight that this new arrival at the CIA, in his job for less than a month, was now carrying on his shoulders. Weber told Kitten Sandoval to return to Hamburg and go about her business. He wrote down the password for an email address that he had used to communicate with a confidential business associate in his previous life. He told Sandoval to check that address twice a day and look at anything that had been saved as a draft message and to respond by leaving another draft. It was a simple trick, but it worked. Sandoval left in a red-top taxi that she hailed on the street outside the big sign that read Stormhaven. As Weber was departing Fairlington with his security detail, he asked Oscar, the driver, to stop at a 7-Eleven on Seminary Road. When a member of the detail tried to follow him in, he told the man to chill out. He needed to use the men's room. He went into the dirty bathroom, locked the door of the stall, and pulled out his Nokia. He dialed the number of the identical phone he had given to Ariel Weiss. "It's Wall-E," he said.
"Hi," Weiss answered. "What's up?" "I just heard a story that made my hair turn white." "I think your hair's already turning white." "I'm serious. The walk-in was right. Hackers are inside our system. They brag about it. We can't leave any electronic footprints if we can help it." "RTFM." "What does that mean?" "Sorry, read the fucking manual. As in, obviously." Weber smiled. In this anesthetized organization, he felt lucky to have found a live body. He had a plan, and he needed help. "Did they teach old-fashioned tradecraft when you were at the farm? The old Moscow rules, denied area procedures?" "Yes, of course, dead drops and brush passes. They said we wouldn't need to use them. Our ciphers and crypts were all unbreakable. But I remember." "I'm out of my league here, obviously, but that's how I want to run this. I'm going to set up a drop we can use on North Glebe Road. I play golf at a country club in the neighborhood, so I can go there without being noticed. There's an underpass that leads to a parking lot. Look for a loose stone at the end of the underpass on the west side. That's where we'll leave messages. We can use the Nokias, too, but sparingly. Otherwise, it's too obvious that it's a closed loop. There's no GPS transmitter on the handset I gave you, but don't use it near your house. You have a house, right?" "An apartment. I'm single." "Me too. That's lucky, because for the next while you and I are going to be joined at the hip. We're going to live an analog lifestyle. Is there some geeky expression for that?" "We call it deceased." Behind Weber there was a loud knock. Someone was pounding on the door of the 7-Eleven bathroom. "I gotta go," he said, ending the call without waiting for her answer. Weber removed the SIM card and stowed his cell phone. He flushed the SIM down the toilet and washed his hands, and then walked back to his black caravan, which had been waiting patiently for Mr. Director to finish in the bathroom. When he got back to the office, Weber asked Sandra Bach to summon James Morris back from wherever he was overseas. He told Bach to deliver the message through the Information Operations Center and also through Beasley's retinue at the National Clandestine Service. The flash messages went out. Station chiefs in Europe and Asia were asked to make discreet inquiries about the possible whereabouts of the IOC chief. But the aggressive messaging yielded nothing but silence. Late that day, Bach got a call from a man who said he worked for Mr. Hoffman in the DNI's office. He said that James Morris was on assignment for a joint task force that was run through the NSA. He understood that an effort had been made to contact Mr. Morris, but he couldn't be reached for the time being. He asked Bach to apologize to Director Weber. When the conversation ended, Bach phoned the operations room and asked them to see if they could trace the last call. The watch officer said it had come from a number that had been assigned to a freight forwarding company in Denver that had gone out of business. Bach told her boss what she had learned. He deliberated calling Cyril Hoffman to ask for more information and decided against it. He doubted that Hoffman would tell him the truth. Chapter 20. Washington. Graham Weber had always had a civilian's restrained view about leaks of classified information. He knew how difficult the disclosures made life for the intelligence professionals who were supposed to keep the secrets. But he was never sure that they damaged the nation in the way that the secret keepers asserted. He'd fought that battle as a businessman when he threatened to close his business if it were forced to keep quiet about actions by the FBI and NSA that he thought were unconstitutional. And he had won that fight, and briefly become a champion for the libertarians. But now he saw the problem from the other side of the table, and he was frank enough to admit that it looked different. The leak that rattled Weber most in his first weeks was the disclosure by the British newspaper The Independent of a new American program for collecting economic intelligence via the Internet. According to the London newspaper, the CIA had just approved a new program for using automated systems to monitor and analyze new inventions, patents, securities trading algorithms, and foreign currency movements via Internet data that was available on financial market platforms such as Bloomberg and Reuters, and in specialized scientific and professional journals.
The story said the program had been approved by the new CIA director, Graham Weber, in the first week of his arrival. The inference was that Weber's talk of reform was hypocritical, and that he had, in fact, approved a significant new extension of CIA economic monitoring capability. When he read the story, Weber felt queasy and thought for a moment that he would be physically sick. The leak was disclosing a program he had in fact approved at the end of his first week on the job. It was a new initiative being managed by James Morris and the Information Operations Center, under authorities approved by the agency's most secret panel known as the Special Activities Review Committee. What frightened Weber was the possibility that the leak had come from one of the people in the small group that had been sitting in his office that first Friday afternoon when he approved the plan. Ruth Savin called soon after Weber was given a summary of the independent story. The General Counsel arrived in his office 30 minutes later and proposed that the Inspector General's office immediately begin an investigation, and that they start now with their referral to the Justice Department requesting a criminal investigation. "How long will all this take?" asked Weber. "A month to gear up, 6 weeks at the outside," answered Savin. "Jesus, that's forever. We have information spilling out of this building into the news media, and it takes that long even to start hunting for who leaked it." "Welcome to the real world, Mr. Director. Leak investigations are sensitive. The President doesn't want to look like he's beating up on the press. He's taken a lot of grief for that already. You can call Mr. O'Keefe and ask him to approve a quicker referral, but I think he'll say no." "That's okay," said Weber glumly. "I guess on this stuff, where you stand depends on where you sit." Savin looked at her boss. Already his ruddy Seattle complexion was turning that pale color that comes from early mornings and late nights and a life spent indoors. "You want to hear a joke?" she said. "Maybe it'll cheer you up." Weber nodded. He wasn't really in the mood for laughing, but Savin seemed determined. "Okay, you're at a Jewish wedding. How can you tell if it's Orthodox, Reform, or Liberal?" "I give up. How?" "In an Orthodox wedding, the bride's mother is pregnant. In a conservative wedding, the bride is pregnant. In a Reform wedding, the rabbi is pregnant." "See, that's funny. And you aren't even Jewish." Weber was chuckling, despite himself. "You're good," he told his general counsel. "Now go start the leak investigation." The next day, Marie stuck her head in the door and said that Mr. O'Keefe was calling from the White House. Weber's first thought was that they had decided for real to fire him. But when the National Security Advisor got on the line, he was polite, solicitous even. The British Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor of the Exchequer were coming to Washington for a hastily arranged visit. They would be at the White House the next afternoon at 2, and the President wanted his new CIA director there. O'Keefe suggested that Weber bring along an analyst to talk about the global economy. The President would be most grateful. "Let me be honest, Tim," said Weber. "From what I've seen so far, we don't have very good economic intelligence. I wouldn't want to embarrass you or the President. You'd be better off inviting someone from Goldman Sachs." "Bring someone anyway," said O'Keefe. "It'll make the President feel better." Weber got a call just before he left for the White House the next day from the British Embassy. They patched through a man who introduced himself as Sir John Strawn. He identified himself as the director of the Secret Intelligence Service, modestly, as if Weber might not have known that. He had come over on short notice that morning with the Foreign Secretary and Chancellor, Strawn said, and he was hoping there would be time for a proper chit-chat, maybe a walk in the woods. He made that last proposal sotto voce, as if the two of them were doing something very private. Weber suggested a venue where they would be able to do just that, and asked his Chief of Staff, Sandra Buck, to make some hasty arrangements for late that afternoon at the newly useful golf club in Arlington. Weber brought along to the White House Loomis Braden, the Deputy Director for Intelligence, and Sandra Buck, who knew something about everything. They joined him in the black battle wagon as it made its way down the George Washington Parkway to the Theodore Roosevelt Bridge. The meeting began at 2 in the Roosevelt Room on the main floor of the West Wing. O'Keefe had assembled the core national security team, the Secretaries of State, Defense, and Treasury, along with the Attorney General. Aides to these luminaries took the small, straight-backed chairs along the wall, occasionally passing memos and briefing papers to the principals at the big table. The British visitors sat in the middle, across from the President, framed by the Cabinet Secretaries. O'Keefe guarded the end of the table, bland and self-effacing. The President sat at the center of the table under an oil painting of the Rough Rider atop his horse. He said so little in Cabinet meetings these days that people were whispering that he suffered from depression. Weber had only met him once since he'd taken the job. The chief executive preferred getting his morning intelligence briefings from O'Keefe. The vice president sat at the other end of the table from O'Keefe, chatting away volubly with his seatmates in his own world of irrelevance. Weber's first thought was to sit in the outer rim next to his aides, under a painting of a Hudson River landscape, but O'Keefe insisted he join the big table with the principals. The agenda seemed to be mutual reassurance. It was a season when America's superpower status was looking more dubious, and the benefits for Britain of the special relationship were being questioned at home. The reaffirmations on both sides were emphatic but not quite convincing. The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor both wanted the President to know that even as Britain drew closer to the European Union, its relationship with the United States remained as strong as ever. The Europeans were trying to draw London into tax equalization schemes and trade protectionist policies and data-sharing regimes and even intelligence sharing that would undermine the Anglo-American partnership. But Her Majesty's government would resist whatever pressure was brought to bear, they assured the President. Behind the Foreign Secretary sat Strawn, the chief of the SIS. When he arrived, he had nodded at Weber and offered a half-smile. The President asked each of his principals around the table to say a few words. When it was Weber's turn, he talked about the challenge of running an intelligence service in an open society and how much he had learned about the difficulties in his first weeks on the job. O'Keefe, at the end of the table, made a gesture with his hand that Weber took to mean cut it short, so the director pitched to Loomis Braden, who talked plausibly for 5 minutes about the perturbed state of global financial markets. Then it was O'Keefe's turn to sum up for the American side, and 15 minutes for the Chancellor and Foreign Secretary to give their final thoughts, and then, after 90 minutes, the meeting adjourned for working groups at several departments and agencies. As Weber listened to the discussion, he found himself wondering if the world of 1945 and its axiomatic policies had meaning any longer outside of meetings like this. While the Treasury Secretary steered the Chancellor through the West Wing lobby and out to waiting journalists' microphones, a small group of national security officials, including Weber, passed through the far door of the lobby into a small hallway and down the narrow stairs that led to the Situation Room. Weber took one of the black leather swivel chairs that lined the long, polished wood table, 6 on a side. It didn't look like a global command post. There was simple furniture, pale blue wall-to-wall carpeting that might be found in any suburban family room, some video monitors along the wall to display imagery from sensors around the world, a camera pointed at the head of the table where the President sat, for those who might be watching the meeting on video teleconference. Seats had been marked with little name cards, military style. Weber took a seat on the far side of the table. O'Keefe stopped by Weber's chair. "I'll want you to say a little something about the economic surveillance program that was in the Independent," O'Keefe whispered. "The Brits are upset." Weber nodded. So, that was the subtext. The other principals wandered in, a few stopping off at the Navy mess next door to get coffee or a cookie. Weber noticed that the outsized figure of Cyril Hoffman had entered the room. He was wearing his usual 3-piece suit, blue this time, with notched lapels on the vest, and, whatever his efforts, he was not inconspicuous. The President didn't pretend to be running the gathering. He simply deferred to O'Keefe. "Everyone in this room knows what makes the special relationship special," began the National Security Advisor. "It is the quality of intelligence sharing across the Atlantic. Our two countries depend on the bonds between the CIA and SIS, the NSA and GCHQ, and the FBI and MI5. Everyone here also knows how hard these partnerships have been hit by the disclosures of the last several years. Our most secret programs have made their way into the press. That is our fault. The chief leaders have been Americans, and as we have repeatedly told our British friends at every level, we are sorry." There were polite murmurs of thanks and sympathy from the British side. What O'Keefe said was true. From an intelligence standpoint, the disclosures had been calamitous. NSA and GCHQ had been tapping the world's telephone and Internet traffic pretty much at will for the past decade, thanks to programs with code names such as Bull Run, Tempora, and Storm Brew that had been among the world's most closely guarded secrets until one day they weren't. The agencies had officially adopted the ostrich approach on both sides of the Atlantic, insisting that the information was still classified even though it was public knowledge. "We want to assure our British friends that we will do everything possible to operate in this new space," said O'Keefe. He tapped one end of his pencil mustache as if to make sure that it was still firmly in place. "Hear, hear," said Anthony Fair, his British counterpart from 10 Downing Street. He offered the appropriate assurances about how America could always count on British support, and vice versa, he hoped. O'Keefe turned to a Navy officer in his dress blues, seated several seats away. "We'd like Admiral Schumer to give you an update on how the NSA is managing SIGINT operations in the new environment, we hope with continuing British cooperation." Admiral Lloyd Schumer spent 10 minutes reviewing the National Security Agency's efforts to maintain what he kept describing as lawful activities. He didn't use the code names or offer the wiring diagram details for this audience. He spoke with a military man's restrained, eyes-forward manner. You wouldn't have known as he reviewed the collection and cryptological capabilities that he was in effect handling shards of glass from a broken window. O'Keefe then asked Amy Martin, the Deputy Attorney General, to brief the British on the current review of legal authorities for surveillance and intelligence collection under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act as amended. She was crisp and concise and uninformative. You'd have had no idea from her presentation that many of the activities she described were in a kind of legal limbo, pending review by courts, legal advisers, and general counsels across the U.S. government. A British legal adviser responded by describing a similar state of uncertainty there as politicians and Whitehall mandarins tried to decide what the new rules of the game would be. Finally, O'Keefe turned to Weber, whom he described as our new colleague. "I have asked Mr. Weber to say a few words about the program that was revealed in The Independent, which I gather came as something of a surprise to you." Weber didn't talk long. He told them that the agency was continuing its long-standing practice of collecting intelligence through open-source information on the Internet and some proprietary data it obtained through other means. That was what Ruth Savin had told him to say. "Although we are collecting economic information, I want to stress that it is not being shared with American companies." "We thought you didn't do that sort of thing, old boy," said Fair with icy precision. "We expect that from the French and the Israelis and the Chinese, but not from our American cousins." "We haven't changed," answered Weber. The British listened impassively, knowing that the gist of the Independent story was that the American approach had, in fact, changed in the scope of collection, if not necessarily in the recipients of the information. "Business is your world, eh?" pressed Fair. "You're coming straight out of the corporate technology side. Unusual for a CIA director. So perhaps you can see why we were concerned that this initiative seemed to be one of your, what shall I say, early priorities. First week, I believe." Weber nodded. He should stop now, before he got in any deeper trouble, but he wanted these people to understand him. "You should know this program was handed to me when I arrived. Rest assured, I came to the agency to make good changes, not bad ones." "Well, we're pleased to hear that," said Fair. The talk moved on. The British still seemed anxious about something. Weber couldn't put his finger on it. The military men discussed new overhead surveillance architecture whose fruits would be shared with the Brits and forward defense against cyber enemies. It was a bloodless conversation until John Strawn spoke up. "Here's the thing," began the MI6 chief. "We are facing an intelligence threat now that is unprecedented, really. These leakers and whistleblowers would be easier to control if they were paid agents of foreign intelligence services, but unfortunately, for the most part, they are not. That does not, however, make them any less dangerous to our common enterprise." Hoffman had been doodling before, but now he spoke up. "I assure you that we share your concern, John. These liberty addicts are driving us crazy. Timothy has already apologized that we let several of them wander into the sanctum sanctorum. But what do we do about it? How do we pursue an adversary that is, as it proclaims, anonymous and self-perpetuating?" "We penetrate them," continued Strawn quietly. "Get inside these hacker cults and turn them upside down." "A lovely thought," said Hoffman, "but I'm afraid that Mr. O'Keefe and his lawyers have concluded that would be illegal." "Pity," said Strawn. "Isn't it?" said Hoffman with a pursed smile. Weber was silent. This wasn't his world yet, really. But he knew from what Sandra Bach had told him that Hoffman was attempting to do precisely what he had told the British in this large gathering could not be done. As he was leaving the meeting, Weber stopped by to introduce himself properly to Strawn and hand him an index card with the address for their private rendezvous later that afternoon. Chapter 21. Washington. John Strawn out of the office was like a summer drink, a Pim's cup, say, or a good gin and tonic with a slice of cucumber. Pleasant to taste, but with a bite, too. He was a thin man, light on his feet, dressed in suits that could only be made to measure. He'd spent a career overseas for the Secret Intelligence Service, mostly in Africa and South Asia, and he had the facility for languages that seems to come naturally in the British service as part of its post-colonial lineage. When Strawn made an observation about the growth of Baluch nationalism in Quetta or Tamil, unrest in Andhra Pradesh, you could be fairly sure that he had seen it with his own eyes, and perhaps conversed about it with the principal agent in his native language. Strawn had asked for a walk in the woods, and that was precisely what he got. Sandra Bach had called the club steward in Arlington to say that Mr. Weber wanted to take a stroll around 5, hopefully after the last foursome had finished for the day, but when there was still enough light to see. The steward wanted to be helpful. The CIA was nearby. He didn't inquire further about the purpose of the meeting. Strawn rolled up to the white-pillared clubhouse on Glebe Road in an embassy sedan and was met by a member of Weber's protection detail. The director was around the other side of the back porch, sitting in a white Adirondack chair and admiring the view. Immediately below was the 18th green, with its approach flanked by 2 other fairways left and right. In the distance was the Gothic bulk of the National Cathedral, and to the east, downriver, was the obelisk of the Washington Monument, slender as a candlestick in the distance. The light was fading. The last foursome had finished and made its way into the clubhouse. "Jolly nice spot," said Strawn, approaching his host. He was dressed in brown Oxfords with thick rubber soles, a Chesterfield coat with a velvet collar, and was carrying a walking stick. "Let's take that walk," said Weber, bounding up from his chair. He was dressed in the style that is usually called business casual. The director skirted the 18th green, circumambulating a large bunker, and headed down the hill into the fairway toward a topiary hedge 300 yards away that spelled out the initials of the club's name. Jack Fong and the security detail had gone ahead, and agents were installed in the woods or by the water hazards. A lone bodyguard trailed behind. "I'll come right to the point," said Strawn when they were 100 yards from the clubhouse. "We're nervous about something." "Why? Your delegation was smothered in kisses all afternoon. America loves you. People even apologized." "That was quite a show, and you're right. It was tickety-boo. No, I'm thinking about something rather more private. Perhaps we should walk on a bit, eh?" They were approaching a small pond at the turn of the dogleg on the long 18th fairway. Geese were floating silently in the thin light of late afternoon. At the approach of the two men, the birds took wing, beating their way off the surface of the pond and toward the setting sun over the crest of the hill. Except for a brace of security men 30 yards off, they were quite alone. "What's worrying you, John? I'm the new boy, but I'll try to help however I can." "No polite way to say it. We're worried that you have a leak." Weber laughed. He didn't mean to, but it just came out. "I'm sorry, but everybody has a leak. It's a condition of life nowadays. I've even noticed some SIS material showing up in the press, if I'm not mistaken. I promise you I take it seriously. Please don't think that because I'm an outsider I don't value secrecy. I know that, of course I do. And I'm not talking about Snowden and his progeny. We'll survive all that. It's just that we hear this chatter. From what we gather, you're rooting around for some sort of penetration of the agency, electronic or otherwise. We don't know, but it makes us nervous." "That's our business, John, but why should it worry you? We're on it. We'll handle it." "Well, that's just the thing. It worries us either way. If you have a problem, then we have a problem, because we're joined all over, really. The blood-brain barrier is dissolved with us, but if you don't have a problem, then we want you to stop rumbling around. It frightens your foreign chums." There was a somber set to his jaw, but a twinkle in his eye, too. "I'm not sure I follow you, John. There's something you're not telling me." "Of course there is. Always, forever, must be. And you doubtless want me to divulge it." "I'm no spy, but I never had a business partner in my life I didn't trust." Strawn nodded. That was the thing about Weber. He might not know much about intelligence, but he was demonstrably a man who understood how the world worked and had created tens of billions of dollars in value for people in the process. "So I will be blunt," said Strawn. "You have a young chap who is your chief boffin, internet wizard. His name is Morris. Brilliant fellow, everyone says. From what we hear, he's the one you've set out as cat among the pigeons, trying to find where your leak might be, but the problem is, he also makes us nervous." "How so?" "As you say, he's an uncommonly clever fellow. He could even be a Brit, he's so smart." "I suppose I had that coming. Why does Morris make us nervous? Well, he didn't for a long time. We thought he was the best thing since the fork-split muffin. We allowed him to wander rather freely in the UK, still do. He has multiple identities, runs something or other very black that's part of the great joint venture between the cousins. We don't ask questions. We give him free run, but then, as I say, we began to get nervous." Weber walked on for a while, ambling with Strawn toward the short rough and past a big sand trap, matted by rain, rakes askew nearby in the grass. Weber didn't know what to say, so he didn't say anything at first. "What is it about Morris?" asked Weber eventually. "Why the anxiety?" "He's an unguided missile, from what we can tell. He seems to have a hunting license to do what he pleases, and he has that halo that comes from having worked in the White House. He has odd friends, too, who don't particularly esteem Her Majesty's government and the traditional order of things. Morris just seems, how shall I put this, separate." Weber had deep questions of his own about Morris, but hearing this criticism of him from a foreigner, he felt oddly protective. "I want my people to be iconoclastic, challenge the old ways. We need more of that, probably, not less." As Weber walked, he kicked at a clod of grass and dirt, a divot that nobody had bothered to replace. It exploded in a small shower of dust and flutters of grass. Strawn looked at him skeptically, as if he were trying to appraise him for membership in a social club. "Well, it's more than that, you see. We know you lost a potential defector in Germany the other week. The fellow ended up revolverized, from what we hear. I'm not asking you to say anything, old boy, just noting for the record that we have our sources. And the thing that bothers us, really, is that you sent Morris to bat, and he's been bowled in the first over. Not good. Quite bad, actually." Weber had stopped dead in his tracks near a ball-washing machine at the 18th tee. "I'll take care of Morris, John. He does some very secret work, not all of which is run by the agency. But I am aware of his quirks and difficulties. He's an ex-mathematician, quiet type, nerd, we say. I have my eye on him." "You're not getting my point about Morris, old boy. We think he's not to be trusted." Weber's eyes froze into a dark, icy blue. The color drained from his cheeks. He didn't like having the head of a foreign intelligence service make accusations about one of his senior aides, especially when he had been having private worries about the man himself. "That's my call, not yours. Until further notice, you can assume that James Morris directs our Information Operations Center and that he has my confidence. If that changes for any reason, I'll let you know." "Oh, dear, I fear I have offended you," said Strawn. "I didn't mean to do that, certainly not in our first real meeting. I just wanted you to know that we were a bit concerned, your man bumping around in the dark looking for a mole and us not knowing what was going on. Made us feel unloved." "I'll look into it," said Weber. He had reached the 18th tee and crossed over a little bridge to the 9th tee, which took them back up the hill by another direction. "I'd be so grateful." They were heading sharply uphill now. Strawn dug his walking stick into the ground to help himself along. To clear the air, they talked about other matters of mutual interest, especially Iran. The British had a source they had managed to keep alive for a decade inside the Iranian nuclear establishment, even as American and Israeli networks were being rolled up. Weber admired that operational skill, that raw ability to look someone in the eye and tell a lie which seemed to come so naturally to the British, and to the Iranians, too, for that matter. They had a glass of whiskey in the club bar before Strawn announced that it was time to go or he would miss his return flight. He rose from his bar stool, gave Weber a cousinly pat on the back, turned on his heel and marched out the door, saying he would call his embassy car. Weber had already told his security detail to have an extra car waiting, so with only a little protestation, the SIS chief bundled into the back of the limousine, scraping the mud off his shoes with his walking stick. Weber waved goodbye until Strawn's car had turned the bend on Glebe Road, and then went back into the bar and had another scotch while his security men stood post. Weber tried to put the last few hours together in his mind. The British were worried about the special relationship and wanting to caulk the seams. They were anxious about the historic signals intelligence partnership between the United States and the UK, and trying to shore up the edges of that, too. They were reeling, as was America, from the disclosure of so many secrets. And they were particularly concerned, it seemed, about James Morris, and what they regarded as his threat to Anglo-American comity. What Weber had to decide was whether the conversations of these last few hours made him more worried about Morris or Strawn. He pondered anew the question that had led him to remove the Donovan statue from the lobby on his first day. The worry that the CIA might be constrained by the looping coils of its historic partnership with British intelligence, which was a symbol of the larger problem of being anchored to a past that didn't fit the present. There is a Gresham's law of consciousness. New ideas devalue old ones. Weber had to decide which theory of the case made sense and then defend it against mental challenge. The new idea that Morris could be a leaker and a mole trumped the old idea that he was an iconoclast and change agent. But how to act on it? When Weber got back to the office, he called Beasley and said he wanted to review the Information Operations Center's activities abroad. James Morris might have special authority to conduct undercover operations abroad, but intelligence activities in every country overseas came under the purview of the chiefs of station, who reported to the CIA director. If Morris's people were moving from country to country, Weber wanted them stopped at the borders until their identities could be checked with the local CIA stations. In Britain, the London station chief, Susan Amato, should use her liaison relationships to have the British put a watch on anyone who was thought to be an IOC operations officer. Beasley, who had been itching to get control of Morris's black operations for many months, promised the director that it would be taken care of. Weber sent another personal cable to Morris, ordering him home for the second time and threatening him with dismissal and possible prosecution if he refused. There was no response. Chapter 22. Grantchester, England. James Morris did not have a relaxed side. The hurricane lamp of his consciousness was always alight, so even in the emerald postcard of rural England, Morris felt restless. As lunchtime approached, he wanted to escape out the window of his office into the meadows of Grantchester and the city beyond. Of all Morris's hideaways and false fronts, this operation in a village just south of Cambridge was his favorite creation. The sign over the door read, Fudan, East Anglia Research Centre, and the employees were a mix of Britons and Chinese. But this was Morris's place, funded mostly with black money from his joint operation with NSA. And it was truly secret, even from the Brits. Morris's computer messages were stacking up in multiple accounts. He needed to concentrate on his business, especially now when it was so tangled. But there was the problem of getting Ed Juno back into England. The chief of station in Grosvenor Square had somehow discovered Juno's operational alias, and was demanding that the UK Border Authority prevent him from entering the country. That was bad enough, but the German security service had also cracked his alias identity and had put out a bolo notice for his true name as well. Morris usually found it galvanizing to solve problems that eluded other people. He knew that if he could focus, he would jump into the electrons and find some invisible way to route Juno back to Britain through a clean entry point. But in his restless fever, he couldn't get a fix on it just now. Morris was stressed. Though he would never admit it, the plain fact was that there was too much baggage stacked on his wagon. He was recruiting a European hacker network, as he had promised Cyril Hoffman. He was supposed to be pursuing the murder of the Swiss walk-in, as he had pledged to Graham Weber, and most importantly and deviously he was pursuing the separate agenda that was demanded by his dearest friend Ramona Kyle and the big idea her friends had developed for shaking the institution at the center of global finance. It wasn't simply that these goals were in conflict. They were violently unstable, like volatile chemicals that might explode if they were mixed. They came together in Morris's mind only, which was why he occasionally felt that his head was about to detonate. The secret was to use the tools, people and front companies that had been created for one set of objectives to serve another. That was the simple truth about secret work. Because it was so hidden from outside observers, it was easy to misdirect. That was what Snowden had understood, burrowing away in the NSA's archives. Once you had the keys to the castle, you could go in any room and take what you liked. Rebalancing was a word that soothed Morris. That was all he wanted to do, really. Whatever people might say later, he was trying to put matters back in a proper balance after a 60-year misalignment. Morris tried once more to concentrate, but his mind kept wandering, whirring with thoughts of being somewhere else, not in charge. He willed himself to focus on the gray business of zeros and ones on the screen before him, but it didn't work. He rose from his desk and walked down the hall to the office of Dr. Emmanuel Lee, the director of the Institute. He knew that he looked a mess, in the disguise he'd been wearing since he got to Britain. Before entering Lee's office, he tried to tidy himself up, patting down the hair of his wig, adjusting the odd, oversized eyeglasses that Denver had given him as part of this ensemble, and pulling up his pants so they weren't hanging on the narrow ledge of his buttocks. Dr. Lee was a fastidious man himself, with a buzz-cut and round spectacles. He understood the reality of Morris's secret primacy at the Institute, but chafed at it, too. Morris stuck his head in the door. "I'm going out for an hour or two," said Morris. "Lunch break. If anyone calls, I'm not here." Dr. Lee made a polite, false laugh.
"But, Mr. Morris, you are always not here, even when you are here." "Then tell him I'm here. I don't care. But I'm going out for a while, stretch my brain." "This part of the body is not easy to stretch. It gets exercise when it does nothing. When it is stretched, it becomes tight." "Well, thanks for that, Dr. Lee," said Morris, muttering, barely under his breath, "Fuck me." Morris walked down the rear stairwell, avoiding the main entry and the reception desk, and out into the crisp mid-morning. It was late fall, not quite winter, but the sun was low in the sky, casting deep shadows even at noontime. The grass was a rich, moist green, thick like peat. The turf was protected by a little chain and a sign advising people to keep off, but Morris walked over it and down the dewy meadow toward the Cam. A few punters were out on the water. Morris watched their long poles cut the surface. The ones who knew the technique sent their narrow boats forward like a shot. The novices jerked and quivered and held the pole so long it looked as if the boat might skitter away and leave them clinging to the lands for dear life, dangling above the water. Morris took out a secure cell phone, on which he had disabled the GPS locator. He saw so many messages from headquarters and from his various outposts, it was wearying just to scroll through them. He had 2 other phones with him, also GPS-free, with different aliases and entirely different networks of contacts, but he didn't bother to look at them. They would only add to the buzz in his head. Everybody wanted him and nobody could find him, which was normally the way he liked it. But today was different. His pantomime of control was wearying. Today he wanted someone to control him. He took the 3rd phone, in an identity that had been stolen for him a year ago, and dialed a number in Cambridge. A human being never answered this number. The phone only took messages. Morris asked for Beatrix, and said he would be there in 30 minutes. It cost money to have this privilege of access, like having a jet idling on the runway, but money was the least of Morris's problems. Morris walked the muddy footpath through Grantchester Meadows toward Cambridge. He was really buzzing now, a tickle of excitement softening his limbs. When he passed a petrol station, he ducked into the men's room and removed his wig and glasses and put them in his pack. The walkers from Cambridge were trooping toward him on the lunchtime jaunt they liked to call the Grantchester Grind. Morris slipped past them through the cattle gates and turnstiles along the public way, dipping toward the black muck along the Cam. The swans were out at the Granta pub and floating indolently in Mill Pond, their beaks coiled into their necks in a sinuous curve. They were filthy creatures for such beauties, like ballet dancers with $1,000-a-day habit. They seemed so graceful afloat, but up close they were ugly, unpleasant birds. Beatrix was waiting in a modern apartment just past Market Square, near the Lion House shopping arcade. She had the lights dimmed when Morris arrived. She'd had a little time to prepare, at least. It was awful when she had to get the place ready while he waited, and his desire melted. Morris heard the slap of a gloved hand. The door opened. She was dressed in black leather, corsets and studs girding her body. Her bosom was armored in a black brassiere. Morris fell to his knees. By 2:30, James Morris was back at the research center, sending a volley of messages to subordinates on several continents and in several aliases. It helped that he was lit now like a Halloween lantern, and that the anxiety had drained from his body so that it was pliable again and his mind could think. Weiss had been messaging from headquarters asking where he was. She needed to answer some inquiries from the controller, which had required opening some restricted electronic files, using authority she had in Morris's absence but rarely used. Morris passed over her communications as he had for a week. Weiss was the bookkeeper. Morris barely registered her activities most of the time. He liked to call her a fire-and-forget missile. But in practice this mostly meant forget. Morris had meetings scheduled at the end of the afternoon with 2 prospective fellows of the Institute. He was like a team manager before the trading deadline, trying to get all the right players in place. His research budget was elastic.
he could hire as many world-class hackers as he could find to do whatever he instructed. Here in England, he had the incomparably opaque Dr. Lee to handle arrangements. Prospective candidates might suspect they would be working for China. Perhaps a few thought the real sponsor might be GCHQ in Cheltenham. But it was a rare person who saw the American hand. The first of these final crash recruits was an Israeli electrical engineer named Yoav Szymanski. He had dropped out of Cambridge a year ago after winning a graduate fellowship, gotten into debt feeding a drug habit, and had begun hacking for profit about a year ago. Morris had begun inquiring about the Israeli after one of his operatives had noticed some artful coding in a hack on numbered accounts at a Swiss private bank. They traced the code back to an IP address in Russia, which in turn linked to one in Israel, which connected finally to the real author of the code in the UK, who turned out to be Szymanski. He had other interesting qualifications. He had served in the Israeli military, which meant that he knew his way around classified systems, and he had visa problems in the UK, which meant that he was vulnerable. The Israeli candidate was waiting in an interview room on the first floor. Dr. Lee's secretary knocked on Morris's door and told him it was past time, and that Dr. Lee had already gone downstairs to meet the visitor. Morris didn't hear at first. He was listening to a club mix on Spotify. A DJ named Oliver repeated over and over the words, "The night is on my mind." When the administrator from downstairs rapped on his door, he removed his earbuds. He put his cell phones in the safe, adjusted his wig in the mirror to make sure it fit, put on his goggle-eyed glasses, and descended the stairs. He was not an imposing physical presence, in or out of disguise, which gave him an anonymity he had always used to advantage. Szymanski sat at a table with the computer screen and keyboard in front of him. Lee sat across from him, facing another screen that displayed the same information. The Israeli was scrawny from his drug habit, and had deep circles under his eyes and an unhealthy, brackish pallor from spending too much time indoors. He was fidgety in his seat, while Lee sat still as a statue. Morris was rubbing at his nose when he arrived. He took the empty seat next to Lee. "I'm Hubert Berkman," he said, extending his hand. "I'm the principal engineer. I used to work for Hubang Networks here in the UK, then I came to the centre." Morris spoke with a mid-Atlantic accent somewhere between Britain and America. "I'm Yoav," said the Israeli. "Unemployed." "We know your work. That's why Dr. Lee and I wanted you to come see us today. We do penetration testing at FEARC. We need to get inside our clients' systems to show them their vulnerabilities and help them make corrections. We're looking for people who know how to hack, basically, but aren't crazy." "I heard all that, thank you very much," responded the Israeli. He spoke from deep in the throat, every word heavy with phlegm, so that he sounded sardonic even when his statements were straightforward. "Our biggest clients are in the financial sector," said Morris. "Large banks, some hedge funds, even some central banks." "Okay, sure. Whatever. I don't mind." "We'd like to see what you can do," said Morris. "That's our drill when we interview potential fellows. We want to see you penetrate a system to make sure you have the technical skills. I assume Dr. Lee explained all that." Szymanski nodded dubiously. "I told your Chinese boss I would break into the bank Stadt. That's my demo tape, except it's not a tape, it's happening on screen. I prepare some of it before, but still, you watch. Whatever you want. But I have to ask, you are not a cop, right?" "We have nothing to do with law enforcement in the United Kingdom or any other country. We are a research institute only, with close links to our funders in Asia, of course." He nodded to Dr. Lee at his side. "We will share only with our clients whatever you do for us as a research fellow, including what you show us today. All that will be in the contract along with the non-disclosure agreement." "How much you pay?" "Sorry, you go first." Szymanski shrugged. "You have the money. I need the job." "So log in." Morris pointed to the computer. "Today your username is fellow, and the password is guest." Szymanski logged himself into the center system, which immediately displayed a Mozilla browser. "Go ahead," said Morris. "Walk us through it."
Okay, so first I go to Tor. You want me to do that to hide where I am unless you are crazy?
Use Tor, of course, said Morris, nodding. How quaint that the Israeli trusted the onion router has an anonymizer. Its triple layers had been peeled back by the NSA, but hackers still swore by it.
So I pick my target, Mr. Dieter Kohler, a vice president of Bank Stadt. I do some research on him already, so I know that he is a big traveler, uses all the travel sites and airline sites, so I do man-in-the-middle attack. When he thinks he goes to buy airline ticket, giving them his information, he is really going to me, to my proxy server. Here, I show you how the capture worked on my site.
Szymanski's fingers tapped at the keys, and the screen displayed his own internet site. Then up on the screen came a display that looked exactly like the website of Zitzmark Airlines, a charter company that arranged helicopter ski trips.
So, a week ago, Mr. Dieter Kohler goes to Zitzmark Airlines to make charter reservation for this winter. I know he will do this because he did it last year and the year before that, always in October, okay? But when he goes to Zitzmark, thinking it is a trusted site, he really goes to my proxy, which I take from cash.
As the Israeli typed on the computer, his wan face seemed to come alive. It was like the thrill of any sport. When the player was in the zone, he gave up conscious control to preconscious intuition. Morris had been following the display closely, but now he broke in. How did you get the certificate so Kohler's computer would think your dummy was a trusted site? Even this little airline would have transport layer security, right?
Of course I have TLS. I have to spoof that, so I show you. I get certificate from Trustnode. Not direct, but someone I know. He buys one, then gives to an Israeli friend, who gives to another Israeli friend, who gives to me.
The screen image changed to a screenshot for the certificate authority's VeriSign certificate.
Nice, said Morris. Now Kohler makes his reservation. He types in all his information, credit card, everything else, thinking this is TLS protected, but he doesn't know it's me. I show you.
Szymanski brought up more screenshots that showed the capture of Kohler's basic data, name, address, credit card number, security code. So you went fishing without fishing.
You got it, Mr. Berkman. I have all his information, and also because I own the proxy server, I know the IP address that Herr Kohler is coming from. He shouldn't be using his company computer to make his personal ski reservations, but, you know, he is like most people, so he does.
Got it, said Morris.
I even asked Kohler for a password for the charter flight reservation, because I know maybe he uses the same password multiple times. People shouldn't, but they do.
People are stupid, said Morris, with a wink that was barely visible behind his oversized glasses. He had already decided to hire the Israeli kid, but he wanted to see the rest of his demo.
Yes, this is a useful and true fact, Mr. Berkman. So now I have his password, too. His bank is small, so it doesn't use two-factor authentication, but only static passwords for remote access. And it has stupid employees who use the same password everywhere. So what do I do now? I go to the Bank Stadt site and pretend that I am him.
Szymanski typed some more, and the monitor displayed the Bank Stadt employees screen in real time. The Israeli typed in the username and password he had stolen from Kohler, and he was in the system, seeing a display of the bank's proprietary information.
I am lucky. I see what the bank vice president sees. Here, I show you. These are the numbered accounts that Herr Kohler manages.
A series of numbers came up on the screen, followed by some large amounts in Swiss francs. All were over 10 million. Some were over 100 million.
But there is a problem, said the Israeli in a sly voice. I know the numbers, but I do not know who they belong to. How do I fix that?
You tell me, said Morris.
Easy. The URL of the bank's public website is stadtbank.com.ch. Here it is.
Szymanski typed in the firm's web address, and the monitor displayed the client-friendly interface of its website, with the white of the Alps and the blue sky as a background behind the basic information.
So the bank's customers come to this site all the time to check their accounts. They shouldn't do it, I know, but they do. Okay, so I use a cache version of the real Gstaad site to build a proxy that looks just the same, exactly the same, except that the URL of mine is one letter off. So the address of my dummy site is gstaastbank.com.ch. Here's what it looks like. He typed in gstaastbank.com.ch. One mistyped letter, an S instead of an A. An easy mistake to make, and sure enough, up came a site that looked identical to the one before. Like the real site, it asked clients to register the usernames and passwords to get information about their accounts. "God bless fat fingers," said Morris. "Yes, and I can tell you, Mr. Berkman, that rich people's fingers are pretty fat. So when they go to the Gstaad site, sometimes they mean to hit that second A, but they miss it and hit the S that is next to it, and so they are at my site and not the bank's. Here, like I show you." On the monitors was a screenshot of a customer's completed sign-in with username and password typed to access the site. "When they go to look at their money, the site crashes. What a pain this is, so maybe they go back again, but this time they hit the right letters, the A and not the S, and they are back at Bank Gstaad for real, but it's okay for me because I have their username and password, and also I have their IP address." The Israeli displayed the IP address information for the Bank Gstaad customer he had most recently hacked. "So if I do a little detective work on this IP address, I can see that it belongs to Mr. Alireza Najafi-Poor, who does his commercial banking through Dubai." Szymanski typed some commands, and the screen displayed the IP address of a Dubai branch of a global commercial bank. "But who really lives in Tehran." The Israeli typed again, and now the screen displayed the image of a simple commercial website written mostly in Farsi, but an English-language address visible in the upper left-hand corner that showed the firm in question was a food distributing company based at 3 Dr. Bahonar Street off Bahonar Square in the Niavaran district of Tehran. "So now I know something, eh?" said Szymanski. "Yes, you do," agreed Morris. "But you see, this is really only the beginning of how I can make mischief, because I can inject SQL into the system of the bank and the accounts of the users too, and then I really begin to know some things." A few more clicks on the keyboard, and Szymanski showed the rudiments of an attack using structured query language that is injected into a database and then can read, write, delete, or modify data stored there. "So this is what I do," said the Israeli. "And you just watched me do it, so you know this is no bullshit. If your clients need, protection against this? Okay, I am ready." "Roger that," said Morris. "We'd like to offer you a fellowship. No bullshit." "So now I ask again, how much, please?" "That depends. Our research fellowships begin at $150,000 annually, with bonuses that can go higher. This is for exclusive work, no freelancing." "I can make this much at a bank." "No way. I stay unemployed, I make more money." "Maybe, but you have visa problems." "You solve them?" "Of course. Our institute has many friends here in the UK." "Okay, very nice, but 150,000 still is not enough. Sorry." "Let me ask you a question that might affect how much we can offer you. Did you ever work for Unit 8200 when you were in the Israeli army?" "What are you, an Israeli spy?" "Maybe," said Morris. "But answer my question. Were you in 8200? Did you do any cyber work when you were in the army?" "Sure, of course I did. What do you think they would do with someone like me, turn me into a paratrooper? I have trouble taking a walk on the beach in Tel Aviv with my shirt off. Too many people laugh at me." "I won't ask you what you did for 8200, but I take it you know your way around classified cyber." "Who's asking? China?" "No, me, Hubert Berkman." "Yeah, sure. I know my way around lots of things." Morris wrote a number down on a piece of paper and passed it to Dr. Li, who had been silent throughout the interview. The Chinese man pursed his lips. "Could you excuse us for a moment?" said Morris, motioning for Dr. Li to join him in the hall. The Israeli resumed fidgeting. Morris returned 30 seconds later with a Chinese man who was his nominal boss. "Dr. Li has authorized me to make an unusual offer to you. We are prepared to pay $250,000 as an annual research stipend, plus full use of the computer lab here, plus bonuses for any unusual penetration work such as zero-day exploits, to reflect the value they would have in the marketplace. Plus we will take care of your visa problem and find you housing here in the Cambridge area. How does that sound?" "Pretty fucking great, actually." The Israeli was finally smiling, dropping his cynical ex-junkie hacker pose as he contemplated all that money and, for once, a hassle-free lifestyle. "We need you to start work right away, and we want to focus you on large banks, very large banks. Are you cool with that?" "Why not?" he said, trying to sound unimpressed. "Okay," said Morris, shaking Szymanski's hand. "We have a deal. You ready to sign the contract and non-disclosure agreement?" "Whatever," said the Israeli. Morris pushed a 4-page agreement across the desk. It was marked with the letterhead One World, which was one of the cover names Morris was using for his project. Dr. Li got up and left the room. "Initial each page at the bottom and sign the last page where the red sticker is," said Morris coolly. Szymanski began reading the document. "Don't try," said Morris. "It's all legal bullshit. You won't understand it, believe me, and I don't have time. Just initial and sign." The Israeli shrugged. He signed, as instructed, and pushed the paper back to Morris. The young American's face and posture changed. The slouch was gone, and so was his lackadaisical manner. "Welcome to my world, Mr. Szymanski. This is a legally binding document in the United Kingdom and everywhere else that has a legal system. It says that if there are any disputes, they will be arbitrated by a mediator of our choosing. It also includes a non-disclosure agreement that holds you responsible with unlimited liability for damages if any warranties are breached. If you say or do anything we feel violates this contract, we can take you to court." "What kind of agreement is that?" asked Szymanski. "My kind, your kind, it doesn't matter because you just signed it." The Israeli glowered at Morris. He didn't like to be manipulated so crassly. "So I can leave," he said. "Try it," said Morris. "Be my guest." Szymanski rose and opened the door of the interview room. An armed guard was standing in the hallway. The Israeli tried to pass, but the guard pushed him back into the room and down into the chair he had just vacated. "We're going to be friends, honest," said Morris. "You'll like the work, but don't try that again." "What is the work?" asked the Israeli. "And please, Mr. Berkman, no more bullshit about your clients." Morris smiled. He took off his wig, which was itchy, revealing his short brush of hair. "I'm glad you asked that, Yoav. How would you like to hack a bank with me and some of my pals? The biggest goddamn bank in the world. How would you like to take money out of one account and put it into another? How would you like to make debtors become solvent at the push of an enter key? Does that appeal to your sense of mischief? No?" The Israeli cocked his head. What hacker wouldn't want a challenge like that? It was like asking a bank robber if he wanted to take down Fort Knox. "You pay me like you said, and I'm in. Attaboy, I knew I would like you. So let me explain a few things about what we have in mind." Morris laid out his scheme. Even Yoav Szymanski, a man who made it a point never to show his emotions, could not help but be impressed. Chapter 23. Cambridge, England. James Morris had vanished. He wasn't answering his phones, and he was ignoring all electronic messages. His location was concealed from his CIA colleagues and even from the staff who worked for him in the joint NSA cover office in Denver. He had given his contact information in East Anglia to only one person, so Morris knew that it could only be that very particular friend who left an unsigned letter for him with a receptionist downstairs at the Fudan East Anglia Research Center. The note read, "Meet me at 5 at the Silver Locket." The handwriting was distinctive, small letters, sharply formed, branching like spindly roots. When Morris received the note, it was nearly 4:30. He told Dr. Li to delay the last interview.
He needed to take a walk and would be back as soon as he could. It was dusk when Morris set out, and in the low light the fields were plush green, and the furrows and hedgerows a deep velvet. He walked quickly toward the pub on the outskirts of the little town. Morris passed the memorial to Rupert Brooke, the World War I poet who had made the village modestly famous. Morris didn't care about poetry. The only poems he could remember liking had been generated by an AI program he'd created when he was at Stanford. You typed in the theme, say love, and the names of the characters, the setting, and a metric scheme, and out came a poem. Morris went into the Silver Locket and asked the barman for a pint of lager. It took a few moments before his eyes adjusted to the light. Then he saw Ramona Kyle sitting at a table in the corner. She was drinking a glass of fruit juice. Morris sat down beside her. She was wearing a wool sweater with a crew neck, the kind that teenage boys wear in prep school. Her red curls were tied to a tight ponytail. She closed her eyes and formed a kiss with her lips without touching him. He smiled. "Hey, you," he said. "What's up?" "I was in England seeing some people, and I got worried about you. I thought you might be lonely." "Me? No way. I hate people. I like being alone." Kyle smiled. She looked at the other tables. The pub was beginning to fill with people coming in after work. "That's my man," she murmured. She put a finger to her lips for quiet. "Seriously," he whispered, "why did you come? I'm okay. Nobody knows I'm here. I want to keep it that way." "The truth?" "Always." "I was afraid you might be getting cold feet. I wanted to check your temperature." "I'm chill. I'm recruiting my last engineers now. This is going to be the hack of the century. Don't be nervous about me, Kay. I'm all in." "Good. You have to move soon. The heat is on the Independent again after that story. Eventually, it'll be on you." Morris's face lost what little color it had. He licked his lips, which had suddenly gone dry. He leaned toward her and spoke in her ear. "Did you plant that?" "Don't ask," she said. "That's our deal." He took his beer and drained the glass. "I don't care anymore. Let's blow it all up." "Shh," she said, her finger to her lips again. "You need to be careful, Jimmy." "I am. That's why I'm here. You're the one who broke security." "There's someone I want you to meet," she said, very quietly now. "That's the other reason I came." "I'm not meeting people now." "He's over there." She looked across the lounge to a muscular young man in a blue blazer and a purple and white college scarf. Morris followed her eyes. The other man looked like a Cambridge undergraduate, almost. He nodded. He'd seen Ramona before, in a desolate park in Maryland. "His name is Roger. At least, that's his work name. When I get up, he's going to come over here and introduce himself." "What if I don't want to meet him? I told you I don't like people." "Not an option. But you'll appreciate him. He can help." Ramona Kyle finished the last of her fruit juice and donned a raincoat over her sweater. She leaned toward Morris. "I am so proud of you," she said. "Most people do nothing. You're doing everything." She walked away. The front of the bar was full now. She disappeared into a knot of people before she reached the door. The young man in the scarf came over and sat down next to Morris, where Ramona had been. Someone watching them would have guessed it was a gay pickup. He was carrying a paperback book on Scala, a new high-level programming language. "How are you doing, man?" he began. There was a slight accent in his voice. Morris couldn't place it, but it was east of Germany. "I'm Roger. Can I buy you a beer?" "I have to go," said Morris. "I have an appointment." "No problem, man." He put his hand on Morris's knee. Morris was startled, but he didn't move. "When you get up to go, take the book with you." "I have plenty to read," said Morris. "Take the book," whispered the man. "It has some information that will be helpful for you. It also has the time and place of our next meeting." Roger stared into Morris's eyes. He was a powerful person, handsome, but more than that, he had an operative's way of subtly establishing rapport and control at once.
Morris removed the man's hand from his leg and stood up. "I'll think about it," he said. He turned and walked toward the door. Under his arm was the scholar book. Dr. Lee was waiting just inside the door when Morris returned to the office. He was looking at his watch. It was after 6. The 5:30 appointment had already arrived, with annoying punctuality. Morris muttered an apology. He went upstairs and locked Roger's book in his safe. He wanted to lock himself away, too, but it was too late for that. The time for deliberating or holding back had passed. He wasn't sure when, but the opportunity to withdraw was gone. Now he had to execute. The last appointment was a Chinese research student named Bo Guafeng. Dr. Lee had found him through a friend who was a fellow of Girton College, where Bo was a research student. Dr. Lee learned that he was from Wuhan in the interior, which probably meant that he wasn't from a rich family and needed money. He was proficient in computer science, and he had something of a reputation as a hacker. Within the Chinese student community he was known as a rebel who wore his hair long and dressed in a leather jacket. "Can be controlled," wrote Dr. Lee on the margin of the young man's resume. Morris nodded. He was trying to pay attention, but he was distracted. Young Mr. Bo was wearing a black gabardine suit with his hair trussed in a ponytail. From the moment he shook Morris's hand, it was obvious that he was trying hard to appear to be a diligent student, as opposed to his natural demeanor of mildly antisocial rebellion. That was precisely the wrong strategy to adopt for a meeting with Morris, but there was no way for the Chinese student to know that, and enough bits of maladapted behavior showed through to make him a believable hacker. As before, the applicant was seated at a computer keyboard in front of a screen with a companion monitor facing the interviewers. This time Morris let Dr. Lee do most of the talking. He was tired, and he wanted his Chinese colleague to have face with Bo in the event that he was hired. Dr. Lee began with a largely fictitious description of the activities of the Fudan East Anglia Research Center. Dr. Lee was an excellent liar, whatever his other limits. Morris introduced himself as a former employee of Hubang Network's subsidiary in Britain that marketed their routers and other hardware to European clients. This identity was backstopped in case Bo bothered to check. The spurious Chinese connection would reassure Bo that he would not be courting prosecution by the Public Security Bureau when he returned home. Morris gave a rote description of the particular fellowship position they were looking to fill. Bo looked at him intently, evidently curious about this American who seemed so well connected with Chinese information technology. "We need a shopper," said Morris, "someone who can research the things that might be dangerous to our clients so that they can take defensive measures. You understand, Mr. Bo?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Berkman," he said eagerly. "Dr. Lee told me what you want. I am ready to show my skills." "We are waiting," said Dr. Lee, gesturing to the keyboard. "You take us on a shopping trip." Dr. Lee gave him the guest username and password, and Bo opened his browser. He looked up and saw that they were waiting for him to display his hacking expertise. "First, I think we must open Tor account for onion links." Bo typed quickly, and the browser interface for torproject.org appeared on the monitors. "I think now we would like to go to Tor Hidden Service Directory. We will see what they have there." He looked at a sheet he had brought along and typed a 16-letter address starting with DPPM and continuing with a string of seemingly random letters. This opened a browser screen that displayed service providers that were running Tor, too, so that the connection was double-blind, triple encrypted. "Okay, easy stuff," said Dr. Lee. "Now I think maybe you want to look at what people can buy from the Russian carders, which could harm your clients." The Chinese research student looked again at his crib sheet and typed another 16-letter string, this time beginning WIHW, and up came a price list. For 100 credit cards, the price today was $5,000. This was a competitive market. There was so much identity theft these days that prices were falling. "Not bad," said Dr. Lee. He was stingy with his praise. "I will look now at stolen PayPal accounts." This time the young man typed a shorter address, starting with IVU4, and in an instant the current market in PayPal money online was displayed. Maybe it is U.S. user account information that is a problem for your clients. These names are Social Security numbers, DOBs, which is the date of the birth, and the address and phone number, of course. Another glance at the sheet, and a few more keystrokes, here beginning JPPC, and he was once again inside an online warehouse of data with identities priced by the thousands this time. "Better," said Dr. Lee. "And now finally I will take you to Silk Road, famous online market where you can see many more services that can be harmful, even drugs you will see, very dangerous even to be here online." This time Bo typed in an HTTP address that began with Silk Road, which did indeed take them to a marketplace of illicit goods and services that could be acquired online. It required a username and password, and then a PIN number, all of which he executed flawlessly. Obviously he had been to these places before. "Acceptable," said Dr. Lee. Lee looked toward Morris, who passed him a note with one word, "Mule," dashed on the paper. Lee nodded. "Is there anything else you would like me to perform?" asked the student. "No, Mr. Bo. Mr. Berkman and I can see that you are a diligent man. Do you have any questions?" "Well, let me think." Bo knew that you are always supposed to ask a question in an interview, but he was stumped for a moment. Then a query occurred to him. "Are you connected to Fudan University in Shanghai?" He looked at Morris, then at Dr. Lee. Both were silent for a moment while they considered what lie to tell, for in truth they had no connection whatsoever. The American spoke up. "We work with some of the best Fudan faculty, not with the university itself, of course, but with some of their top computer science people." "Thank you very much." Bo seemed relieved at the thought that there would be Chinese academics along for the ride, whatever this vehicle was. Dr. Lee looked again at Morris, who rolled his hand in a gesture that said, "Let's get on with it." "We can offer you work here," said Dr. Lee. "We pay rather well, I think." Bo Guafang could not suppress a quick smile. It was the first unrehearsed gesture of the interview. Morris handed over another one-world contract. He repeated the ritual of the non-disclosure agreement, this time not quite as aggressively as with the Israeli. He wanted to get the details finished so he could hand the Chinese kid off to Dr. Lee. He didn't have to elaborate the legal details. He could tell from the look on the Chinese man's face that he already knew that Morris owned him, had owned him from the moment he walked in the door. "We are going to need you to do some traveling for us. Do you like to travel, Mr. Bo?" "Oh, yes," said the Chinese student. "I like travel." "Good, because we're going to send you to Switzerland. You have your passport, right? No visa problems, no difficulty getting in and out of Britain?" "My passport is fine, Mr. Berkman. What do you want me to do in Switzerland?" Morris shook his head. He was tired. He had had too much sex and too much anxiety, and now one too many conversations with people who were irrelevant to him, except as tools in his kit. "Tomorrow," said Morris. "Dr. Lee and I will explain it all to you tomorrow, but tonight we want you to stay here with us at the Institute. We have a bedroom upstairs where some of the other fellows will be staying, too. We can send someone to Girton to get anything you need tonight. How does that sound?" "I don't know," said the Chinese. Morris's voice was sharper now. This was not the time to challenge him, not when he needed to crash. "I'm sorry, I must not have heard you right, Mr. Bo. Did you say I don't know? That's the wrong answer. The right answer is, thank you very much, Mr. Berkman. Yes, I would be happy to stay here with you and Dr. Lee." The Chinese nodded. Morris called for Dr. Lee and the guard to get the kid out of the way so he could sleep. Before he went to bed, Morris opened the Scala manual that Roger had given him. Stuck between several pages in the middle were an index card and a stapled list of information that ran several sheets. Morris studied the list. It showed the usernames and passwords of the systems administrators of several dozen central banks around the world, along with their routing codes and SWIFT addresses for depositing payments or making withdrawals. It was a carefully chosen list,
Some of the banks represented countries that were very rich, and others were from impoverished nations where people lived on several $100s a year. Included with the information for each bank was the account number and administrator password for its treasury account at the Bank for International Settlements. It was information that could only come through an intelligence service, but Morris knew that it wasn't one associated with the United States. He put the stapled list in his safe. It was a sublimely useful document, in the way that Ramona Kyle knew it would be. Morris looked at the index card, which was the other item tucked into the computer book. It listed an address in London and a time and date less than a week hence. Morris told himself that he would stay away from this meeting. He would use this Rogers material wherever it came from, but he would keep his distance from the man himself. Chapter 24. Milton Keynes, England. Edward Juno traveled to England by cargo container. It was fitted with a bed, a reclining chair for reading and listening to music on his headphones, a store of food and drink, a chemical toilet, and, at Juno's particular request, a set of free weights. It resembled an isolation cell in a high-security prison, except that the ventilation was worse. Juno had protested that he would rather swim across the North Sea, but his handler in Denver said he had no choice. This was the most secure route back to England, where the boss was waiting for him. His identity had been blown, and the authorities had him on watch lists at the regular air and sea border crossings. If Juno didn't like his travel arrangements, he could complain to Hubert Berkman personally on arrival. Juno sat in the crate in Rotterdam for 2 days before it was loaded onto a container vessel bound for Britain. He could hear the noise of the port day and night, the trucks and trains arriving with their cargoes, the cranes loading them in great stacks on board the container vessels, the hulking ships steaming out of the water maze of the port. He heard the pelting of rain on the crate and the creak of the metal frame as it rattled in the wind. The intense sounds made it seem like living in an iron lung. He could hear everything but see nothing. For Juno, compact and heavily muscled, the only release was to work the weights, curling the heavy pods toward him with arms taut as metal cable. On the 3rd day his carton was loaded onto its mother ship. He could feel the pincers of the crane tighten around the steel frame, and imagined the metal crate floating through space, a wingless, flying box, and being lowered toward its stack on the boat. The container hit the deck with a hard thump. Juno heard the shouts of the ship's crew, voices spattering out English, Greek, Tagalog, and a half-dozen more languages. The crew moved in ordered chaos as the ship cast off its lines and headed out of port, chugging slowly at first, guided by a pilot and nudged along by tugs, and then faster with the ship's wake breaking at the bow and washing astern in a continuous waterfall. They steamed free of port and into the North Sea, where the roll of the ocean waves settled into a regular rhythm. The voyage itself took less than 24 hours, passing from Rotterdam across the North Sea toward the Humber estuary. Juno's handler had told him that his container would be offloaded in Grimsby, an ancient port at the southern mouth of the Humber. The larger port of Hull, farther upstream, was too busy, too much cargo and too many watchers. Better to land in the secondary anchorage. Juno heard the shouts near his container while the vessel was still out in the rolling swell. His crate and a few others were readied for this first stop on the big ship's voyage. The ship slowed, banking its engines and reversing its propeller, and then eased forward toward the quay. From on shore came the shouts of the dockside crew in a thick, knotted dialect of North England. The boat slowed to an idling drift. When the lines were secure, the vessel jerked backward and then forward before it came still. The giant, crab-like claws of the dockside crane grabbed Juno's metal box and cranked it ashore, where it landed with a thud. Outside, beyond Juno's view, the afternoon was a cool cerulean blue, the color compacted in the low light of the northern latitude. The vessel that had brought him from Rotterdam was docked just inside the lock that guarded the quay, past an old brick lighthouse 10 stories high that had guided the passage up the North Sea for several centuries. Now that Juno knew he was on land, he felt claustrophobic in the box. He had arrived, but remained trapped inside his metal container. The crate sat on the dock many hours more. Inside, Juno gorged on what was left of his larder. He defecated in the chemical toilet whose stink now filled the metal box. Night had fallen, bringing a sharp drop in temperature when the truck arrived to load Juno's container for the last leg of his journey. A smaller crane lifted the box. He heard the dockhand joke in his thick Geordie accent that the cargo had so little weight it must be a drug haul. They loaded it onto another pallet, this time the bed of a 16-wheeler, and let it sit a while longer until Juno finally heard the cab door swing shut and the engine spark, and a few moments later the freight truck was winding its way down the docks and then picking up speed as it reached the open highway. Juno made another meal and opened another beer. He was tired of the music he had brought along, so put aside the earphones and listened to the whistle of the wind and the whir of the road, and felt that peculiar sense of pressure on his body as the airflow bowed the metal box. The truck rumbled south through the night along the motorway, past the smells and noises of industrial cities whose lights were barely visible through cracks in the metal shell. The truck's rhythmic sway on its fat tires produced a low hum that lulled Juno to sleep in his reclining chair, making him forget even the rank smell inside his box. Juno awoke when he heard someone pounding on the heavy lock on his door and then banging the metal levers that sealed his container. He roused himself, gave his bearded face a slap, and pulled up his trousers. "Is this the Denver cargo?" called out a familiar voice, thin but insistent. There was a pause, and then he repeated the phrase, "Is this the Denver cargo, goddammit?" Juno had forgotten the recognition code. Juno pounded 3 times on the metal frame, paused, and then banged twice more. He repeated a second time this encrypted drumming, 3 beats, then 2. The man outside swore as he struggled with the steel bars that fastened the crate, and then the metal doors swung open wide. "Jesus, it smells like shit in there," said James Morris, peering into the dark vault. "Fuck you," said Juno, emerging unsteadily from the crate and walking down the metal cargo ramp. "You put me in here, you prick. It's like being buried alive. Try it yourself next time, Ponzer." Juno was rubbing his eyes. His legs were wobbly. He stood in the unloading bay of a warehouse. The driver had vanished. From the angle of the sun, it appeared to be early morning. He hadn't recognized Morris at first with his wig. "Where the fuck are we?" asked Juno. "Milton Keynes," answered Morris. "Who's he?" "It's not a person, it's a place. Milton Keynes is north of London. It's near Wolverton, if that's any help. Denver picked it because nobody would care what arrived here." "Well, thanks for that." Juno looked back at the container and shook his head. "Fucking nightmare this was for a trip that should take an hour in an airplane. What's going on? Why are you shipping me around in a box?" "You are very hot, my friend. Headquarters has put out a detain-on-site order on you. You'll have to disappear for a while." "What do they know?" "Don't worry about it. It will all blow over. Meanwhile, take a shower so I don't have to smell you anymore. Then we'll talk." Morris led Juno to an old Vauxhall station wagon. They drove a few miles west to a bed and breakfast overlooking a well-mown green lawn. Juno disappeared for a scrub in the bath. He lay down on the bed after he had toweled off and was going to take a few minutes' rest, but he quickly fell asleep and was awakened an hour later by Morris pounding on the door. "Get up, we need to talk," said Morris. He was animated, even jocular, in directing a member of his secret staff. Juno dressed quickly and followed his boss down to the Vauxhall in the parking lot. He had shaved his scalp and face while taking his bath, so his head looked once again like a slick and durable piece of cement. He had put in his ear studs, too. They drove a few hundred yards down a small road to a pub called the Ostrich. Morris had already made arrangements with the owner, and they were shown to a private room. The publican assured Mr. Berkman that nobody would disturb his business luncheon. "Will you tell me what the fuck is going on?" asked Juno when he was seated at the little table and provided with a pint of pale ale. "Don't talk so loud," said Morris in a low voice. "You're hot because I'm hot, and people have figured out that you work for me. They can't find me, so they're going after you."
Which people are we talking about? Headquarters. The London station chief has put you at the top of his personal shit list. She has alerted 5 and Scotland Yard and the Tooth Fairy. That's why we could not bring you back in business class. Sorry. Susan Amato is a worthless analyst piece of shit, said Juno. What's she doing as a station chief anyway? Let alone making me travel in a goddamn outhouse.
Juno's face was red. He was a choleric man, and when he was angry, he had the menacing, pansexual presence of a man who would fuck or shoot anything in his way. "Calm down," said Morris. "Susan Amato is history. Focus on the mission." "Which mission? Hacking central banks or recruiting dipshits in Berlin?" "Don't be an asshole," said Morris. "Drink your beer. Chill out." "Okay," said Juno, taking a breath. "I'm just an enlisted man. What's next, Lieutenant?" "We're almost there. That's why I brought you home, so we could talk, and I'm sorry about the transportation. Really, it was the safest way under the circumstances. But I'm sure it was unpleasant, and I apologize." Morris was leaning in toward his colleague. His voice changed when he wanted something, as if a can of lubricant had been poured into the crankshaft. "Thank you." Juno's fingers, which had been clenched on the table in tight fists, slowly uncurled. "Let's start with Berlin. How did the recruiting trip go?" "Aces all the way." "Who did you pitch?" "The guy's name is Malchik. Actually, that's his handle. You want all the details? I gave them to Denver already. He checks out." "Yes, of course I want the details." "His real name is Misha Popov. He lives in Germany, but he's a Russian hood. He's a serious fucking hacker. I mean it. He's got a network that's the best." Morris shook his head. "Impossible. I've already got the best. I'm telling you, this guy Malchik scared me, and I'm the guy who scares other people." Morris shrugged. "What does he have?" "Zero-day exploits stacked up like a deck of poker chips, that's what. Plus, he has the little goonies who are going to keep cranking them out. The Cerberus Club kids who hate big business and secrecy so much they can penetrate every bank and intelligence service and pussy parlor on the planet. And thanks to Malchik, they are unwittingly passing it to us." "How much did he cost?" $25 million US for 6 months. In 3 installments, wired to his account in Vaduz. Morris sat back in his chair and shook his head. "For a hacker? He'll gag on it," he said. "Quality costs money. We've never paid anybody that much. Ponzer, don't worry, man. If he delivers, he's worth it. If he doesn't deliver, I'll shoot him. Money-back guarantee." He pointed his finger toward Morris and pulled down his thumb like the firing hammer of a revolver. "That's reassuring. And keep your voice down, please, especially when you're talking about shooting someone." Juno leaned toward his boss and spoke in his ear. "Thank me, Ponzer. Please say you did a good fucking job in Germany, Ed. Thanks a lot." Morris backed away and shook his head. "You want my hand on your dick? Forget it. What about Switzerland?" "Basel is cool, nice buildings." "That's not what I'm asking." "The river is beautiful, too." "Cut the crap. Is it all wired down?" "Food is surprisingly good." "Fuck off, Juno. The BIS platform is ready, correct?" "Of course it is. You saw all the lights blinking, all the beacons in place. It's fat. We own the systems administrator. What more do you need?" "We need the database administrator. I'll dox her, too, to be safe. I just want to make sure you got out without leaving any traces." "Clean as a Swiss asshole." "They're going to come looking for you." "So what? They'll find a club sandwich on room service and a 4-course meal that cost a month's salary, but that's it. No traces." Juno bobbed his big rock-hard head contentedly. Morris shrugged, which was his version of approval. Morris was hungry. He rose and found the barman, who delivered 2 cottage pies and 2 more pints of ale. Juno attacked the food with the ferocity of a man who hadn't had a proper meal in 4 days. Morris ate eccentrically, as he did everything. He skimmed off the mashed potatoes on top, but left the layer of ground beef on the bottom, teasing the residue with his fork so that its surface was rippled in waves. "Don't play with your food. That's what my mother said," said Juno when he had finished every morsel of his own cottage pie. "Well, my mother told your mother to piss off because her son was going to Stanford. whether he ate his hamburger or not. Juno laughed. "I love you, boss." The chiseled bald man reached out to give him a kiss, but Morris backed away. "You pervert," said Morris. "We need to talk about tasking your asset, and then I'm out of here." "Tasking? These are geeks, man. Let the IOC take care of them. We're staying away from headquarters. Weber wants me fired and then arrested." "Don't pick a fight with the boss, Ponzer. Bad idea. I don't need Weber. My authorities are direct." "What does that mean? Direct from where?" Morris cleared his throat. "The top." Juno looked at Morris skeptically. "And the director's not in that loop?" "Not always. You may hear gossip from your Blackwater buddies about how I'm under a cloud. Forget that. I have all the authorities I need." Juno nodded. Loyalty was his code, but it had to be reciprocal. "What about my money?" Juno asked. "Denver wires it every month to the accommodation address in Warsaw, just like you wanted." "But why Poland? It sounds insecure. Are you fucking someone there?" Juno winked. "The money doesn't stay there. It goes to an account in the Caymans." Morris rapped Juno's bald head with his knuckles. "You're not as stupid as you look," he said. "I'm your bitch, Ponzer. Now what do you want me to tell Melchick?" "Tell him Hubert needs to get inside big financial databases. We want exploits that will crack Linux, Swift, Oracle, all the trading platforms. We're going after hashed data, so we'll need to crack the hashes in real time. We need this stuff yesterday, no bullshit. He should deliver now, or he can kiss the money goodbye." "What if he asks what we're using all his exploits and hash crackers for?" "Tell him to fuck off. We are paying him $25 million to deliver product, not to ask questions. If he gets too curious, it's time for your money-back guarantee." "You are a hard dude, man." "No, I'm not. I'm just smart." Morris and Juno left the pub separately. Juno returned to the bed and breakfast, where he stayed for another day before moving on to a new safe house Morris had rented for him in the East End of London. Morris spent the afternoon on a local field trip that was the real reason he had told Denver to route Juno to Milton Keynes. A few miles to the east of the new town stood a modest country house in the village of Bletchley, perhaps 45 miles north of London, near the main railroad line that connected the capital with the north. The name of this country estate was Bletchley Park, and it was here that British cryptologists had managed to crack German Enigma encryption machines and read Germany's most secret messages during World War II. The mansion house stood at the foot of a broad lawn. It was a plain house of red brick and white clapboard, thrown up in the 1880s by a financier from London. A white cupola crowned the roof, but the rest of the structure was undistinguished by any architectural adornment. The temporary huts where the code-breakers had worked were gone. The country house still stood, its physical ordinariness a counter-monument to the brain-power that had assembled here. James Morris strolled the grounds, where Alan Turing and the other misfit geniuses of their day had labored against the barbarians and done work that quite literally had saved civilization. Morris thought, immodestly but with his whole heart, that he was involved in a similar endeavor. Chapter 25. Bristol, England. James Morris worked like a man who knew he was running out of time. Grantchester was too hot now. He relocated his command post to Bristol in the West Country. It was easy to disappear if you knew how to vacuum your electronic exhaust. From Bristol he directed the network that he had assembled. He provided each member the same template of operations. Penetrate your target with malware that finds a hole in the code. Exploit through social engineering the human weaknesses that allow you to gain control of a systems administrator or database administrator. He stopped communicating even with the covert clearinghouse in Denver, lest they understand what he was really doing. Morris chose Bristol for the same reason he had chosen Cambridge. It had a university that excelled in mathematics and computer science. So many amateur hackers were online that Morris could mask his own digital tracks. He took an apartment along the Queen's Road, near the university, and filled it with servers and screens. He lived on caffeine in various forms, and a new favorite food, ramen noodles, which he consumed day and night. Morris had 5 principal operatives: Edward Juno in East London, his gopher and enforcer, Emmanuel Lee, the Chinese director of his institute, who had left Grantchester for a new hideaway, Misha Popov, the Russian tough guy in Berlin known by his handle Malchik, who ran a string of unwitting German hackers, Yoav Shumansky, the Israeli, who had served with the IDF's Unit 8200, and the Chinese graduate student Bo Guafeng, who tapped into his hacker connections back home. Morris had other people in other networks, hackers picked up from the semi-anarchist libertarian groups that flourished at the margins of the cyber world, but he used them now mostly for chaff, to distract and deceive. Morris gave each member of his core group a basic toolkit. They had an updated version of the attack suite known as Metasploit, beloved by white-hat penetration testers and black-hat hackers who wanted to take systems down. When Morris's team members had gained access to a system, they could steal its files by typing download, insert files by typing upload, or create a keylogger that recorded every touch of the target's finger simply by typing keyscan_start. The tools were all pre-configured. Hashdump stole the Windows hashes that were supposedly protecting passwords and data. Timestop changed the recorded times when files had been created or altered. Morris's team could disable security systems, add backdoors, and encode malware into .exe files that were nearly undetectable. "It's too easy," Morris liked to say, and it was. But Metasploit was only the start. Morris provided his operatives with newer, fancier tools that could surmount controls that had been created to deal with Metasploit. At times, they'd use older tools like Black Orifice, a pun on Microsoft's Black Office software for servers, which could control computers running the Windows operating system. They had ProRat, another Windows tool that allowed insertion of backdoor Trojan horses, aka rats or remote access tools, which could infect all the computers on the same local area network. They had Sub-7, yet another remote access tool. It was like a medicine cabinet stocked with poison pills. Morris liked to hack his own team members to keep them nimble and convince himself that the Ponzer hadn't lost his touch. But it was also a way of sharing the ideology that Morris had believed since his youth, even as he had gone to work for the U.S. government. He was an advocate for freedom. Like so many other hackers and whistleblowers, he imagined that the United States had been hijacked by evil bureaucrats. His experience at the CIA had only deepened that suspicion. The United States had inherited the imperial mission of Great Britain, without realizing it. The British had created the CIA as the operational arm of this post-imperial regime, with Americans toddling along behind. Morris was determined to break that chain. He had imagined 2 months ago that the new CIA director, Graham Webber, might be an ally. But that was folly. Webber was caught in the ooze and muck. Ground zero for Morris was the Bank for International Settlements in Basel. Over the past weeks, he had been studying this financial epicenter. He gathered books from online sellers, using several dummy accounts. The BIS in Morris's mind had become the hub to which all the spokes of command were connected. It provided the world's central banks with liquidity. It bought and sold their gold and other instruments that were part of the International Repository of Financial Reserves. It set the capital standards that were the global financial system's measure of international health. It was the umpire and scorekeeper. It maintained the records attesting which institutions were healthy with adequate reserves and which were dangerously undercapitalized. If it was hacked, he could be a digital Robin Hood, taking money from rich countries and giving it to poor ones. Morris believed that by disrupting the BIS, he was restoring the state of nature. Malchik, Yoav, Bo, and the rest regularly found their screens going dark and then coming alight again with the messages about one world and the reign of Internet freedom that would follow the end of the old order of 1945. He sent the fastidious Dr. Emmanuel Lee pictures of kitty cats and sunsets and people holding hands, with the message, "Keep them free, one world." He thought Lee would be reassured by these images of life as a Coca-Cola commercial. From his apartment on Queens Road, Morris would look down onto the Bristol docks, to the Avon River that flowed west into the Bristol Channel. By day it was an ugly industrial vista, but by night, under the lights, the old bridges and wharves took on a soft, lemony glow. Morris would sit on his deck after a day of coding and watch the lights refract and dilate with the beat of his heart. He took the edge off with a shot of brandy and then retreated to bed, where he read himself to sleep with his monographs about the BIS. The more Morris read about the Tower of Basel, as one book called it, the more he saw the BIS as a compendium of all the mistakes and conspiracies of the 20th century. The bank had been created in 1930 to manage the flow of German reparations payments, and its profits were supposed to go to Germany. In the 1930s, it came to be seen as a financial backstop for the Nazis. The Allies seemed united in wanting to liquidate the BIS after World War II, but bizarrely, the British had insisted on rescuing it during the 1944 Bretton Woods negotiations, to the point that John Maynard Keynes threatened to walk out of the conference if an American plan for defunding should be approved. Keynes was so agitated about the BIS issues that observers feared he'd suffered a heart attack. The Allies finally agreed that the BIS should be liquidated at the earliest possible moment, which Keynes interpreted as not very early. And on it rolled for 7 decades, until James Morris was instructed to shatter this symbol of Anglo-American tutelage. Morris used the BIS routing codes and account numbers he had received from Roger to tailor his attack. These codes and passwords made it easier to program the Robin Hood part of his scheme, moving funds from account to account. He had his team develop a string of backups in case the BIS plan wasn't enough. This second tier included commercial banks in London and Manchester, whose software supported the Bank of England's reserve management, the London Stock Exchange, a hedge fund in London, and a private equity fund in Edinburgh. But these were fallbacks. To prepare his attack, Morris and his researchers had gathered a basket of exploits that could penetrate all the major systems used by financial institutions. They targeted the core bank and Alltel software of Fidelity Information Systems, Oracle's banking platform and FlexCube software, the Swiss-based Temenos T24 system, the Indian-owned Infosys Finacle suite, the London-based Misys Bank Fusion Universal System, and the German SAP for banking. These software platforms shared a common unintended feature. They all were targets for a determined assault. Morris admonished the members of his network to pay special attention to backup systems. Where were they? How could they be accessed? How was the mirrored data from the main institution transferred to the backup center? How frequently was it backed up? Morris had prepared for this as well, studying the leading software vendors that provided data protection and backup services for the financial industry. Morris had cunningly dissected the world of global finance. His target in Basel touched, at 1 or 2 degrees of separation, nearly every institution around the world. A shock wave transmitted through these institutions would create not just a disruption, but something more. The financial system was like a snowflake, so intricate in its fractal patterns, but so fragile. Morris was shopping for milk and cereal and fruit juice at the Tesco near his apartment when he noticed someone was following him. It wasn't fancy clandestine surveillance with teams of people in relay and layers of coverage, but just one person. He was compact and well-dressed, with the muscular build of a soldier. He was wearing a blue peacoat and sucking on a piece of hard candy. It was only when Morris caught his intense eyes that he realized it was the same man who had approached him in the pub before he had quit Grantchester, the man Ramona Kyle had introduced as Roger. He had given Morris an index card with the time and place for a meeting in London, but Morris had let it pass 2 days before. Now, somehow, Roger had found his new command post. The man followed Morris through the checkout at the market and then down the street to a cafe where Morris had planned to get an almond-flavored latte before he went back to work in his lodgings over Queen's Road. When Morris sat down, the man took the table next to him. When he got up to move, the man simply walked over to Morris's table and took the closest chair. Morris's face was impassive, but he was frightened. This was the first sign of surveillance he'd seen, the first indication that anyone knew where he was since he left Cambridge. He played dumb. "Do I know you?" asked Morris, peering through his spectacles at the young man in the peacoat. "I am Roger," said the young man, extending his hand. "You missed our meeting." The cowl of a foreign accent shrouded his voice. It could be Russian, Polish, Romanian, somewhere east of the Danube. He didn't make any attempt to cover it this time. "I don't do meetings," said Morris. He grabbed his package and rose from the table and began moving away, but Roger was quicker. He pushed one of the light cafe chairs so that it was blocking Morris's preferred exit path, and with the other hand pulled Morris's bag of groceries away from him and slung it over his shoulder. "I'll walk with you," said Roger. "Don't worry, I'm alone." "I don't want to talk to anyone. Go away or I will call the police." Roger smiled. "Really? I don't think you will call the police. No games, please. I will talk and you listen, okay?" Morris shook his head. He headed the opposite direction from his flat, down toward the quayside along the river. "You have a chance to be a great man, Mr. Morris. Do you know that?" Keeping up, pace for pace. "Fuck off," said Morris. "Not so loud," said Roger, "and I mean it. You can be the man who changes history, the one who stands up for liberty, who says no to the police state. People will tell stories about you and sing songs. Maybe you will not be appreciated back home in America, but in the world you will be a hero. Yes, but you need help." "From you? Forget it. And anyway, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm an American graduate student." "Okay, fine, whatever you say, but think of Brother Snowden. He was all alone, just like you. He did not have a pot to piss in. Everyone abandoned him. But then he had friends. Yes, Russian friends. I'm not embarrassed to say it. We are the home of the hacker, the true home. We are the friend of WikiLeaks and Anonymous. We are the new generation. It is like the 1930s. The gods are dead. There is a new world coming. We are the helpers, the facilitators." Morris stopped. The sun was glinting off the canal in the distance. They were alone, out of earshot of anyone on the streets. "Who are you?" Morris demanded. "And don't give me that Roger shit. Where did you get that information about the BIS?" "Specialists provided it. People who share your cause." "You don't share my cause. You're a Russian intelligence officer. What else could you be? What I don't understand is why my friend Ramona wanted to introduce us." "Your friend Ramona is wise. She is a realist. She knows that you are part of a great movement, but it needs help. You are taking on a superpower. You need friends." "Not Russian friends. Are you kidding me? Russia is a police state." "Look, James, you do not have the luxury to make such fine distinctions. There is a great struggle going on in the world between the arrogant power of the American and British services and the yearning of the world to escape. It is light and dark. You cannot debate who is pure enough to be your friend. I am sorry, that is selfish. You must win, and we are the only people who are strong enough to help you." The Russian talked with a cold passion, like a man who believed that he had history on his side. The NKVD agent handlers who recruited the Cambridge Five in the 1930s must have spoken with the same seductive, dominating voice. The world was at a crossroads. A principled person had to choose sides. Morris was shaking his head. "Peddle it somewhere else, my friend." But the Russian was undeterred. He was a good officer, or he had the true faith, or maybe a combination. "I mean it. You should come in from the cold like Snowden did.
The raid you are planning on the BIS is fine, but it is nothing compared to what you could do with us. We can create a League of Internet Freedom. Putin, he will be gone. All those people in Moscow with their whores and diamond rings and Mercedes, they are finished. The trenchcoat boys from the special services will be gone too. All gone. This is the time for us, people like you and me. What do you say?
Morris shook his head. This Russian would destroy him. How was he going to get rid of him? He thought about his weapons. He had only one, really, which was to self-destruct. Look, Roger, or whatever your name is, I don't know who you think I am or what I'm planning to do, but I will tell you one thing. If I ever see you again, I will abort my mission. I won't explain, but let me say that, from your perspective, that would be very stupid. Strike a blow for freedom, said Roger. Morris pushed his glasses back on his nose and stood up straight. He was half a head taller than the Russian. Yes, said Morris, I may just do that, but alone. I have more information for you. More codes and addresses. I don't want it. Go away. I mean it. Morris walked quickly along the banks of the Avon, his shoes clattering on the cobblestones. He stopped when he reached the gates of a lock and looked back, but he couldn't glimpse the Russian. They could see him, evidently, but Morris decided that it didn't matter, so long as they didn't get in the way. Chapter 26. Washington. Dr. Ariel Weiss put a hand-lettered notice on her door that read, "Consult the documentation." That was a geek-speak way of saying, "Solve it yourself," to the young officers of the Information Operations Center who were accustomed to wandering by her desk and asking her advice. In every office there's someone to whom people turn when they have problems, and Weiss had become that person since she'd come to work for James Morris, who had the people skills of a mollusk. But Weiss's life was more complicated now, and she no longer had time to be anyone's big sister. Weber had given her the assignment of turning her boss's operations upside down, to pull at the threads of Morris's cloak until the fabric gave way. But her search had proven far more difficult than she had expected. Ed Juno's cover identity had crumpled in Germany, but now he had disappeared again, and Weiss didn't know where to look for him. She suspected that Morris must have secret help from somewhere else in the government, or somewhere outside, or perhaps both. But his movements were too well hidden. Weiss had been staring at her twin computer screens for several hours, searching for traces of Morris's movements, and she needed a rest. She opened her door and stepped out into the indoor cavern that was the operations room of her center. The floor was laid out like a Silicon Valley startup or a Google research lab, the sort of places where her colleagues had worked before joining the agency. At the far end of the room was an open refreshment area with free food and drinks, stockpiles of caffeine to keep the code writers humming. These were Weiss's people more than Morris's. They were loyal, attentive, and needy, a community of hyper-intelligent people who had decided to invest their brain power on behalf of their country rather than with big corporations. They wanted a psychic return, if not a financial one. Weiss was dressed in her usual uniform of black tapered slacks, a close-fitting white cotton shirt, and the tailored leather jacket she'd bought the day Morris made her his deputy. She left her office heading for the free food. She wanted something hot and something cold, a coffee and a Diet Coke, and maybe something sweet. And then she would go back to cracking the massively encrypted code that was James Morris. Alvin Crump, the leader of one of the Iran cyber teams, saw Weiss leave the office with her head down, lost in thought. His desk was in her path. He rolled out his chair so she would trip over him if she didn't stop. "Hey, Dr. Weiss, sup?" he asked. Weiss's eyes opened wide, as if waking from a trance. She came to an abrupt stop in front of Crump's desk. "The usual," she said. "Lots of subroutines, but no compiler. How about you, Crump? Have you located the Supreme Leader's opium connection yet?" "Working on it," said the young man. He ran electronic operations against leadership figures in Tehran using bits of malware and trapdoors installed so widely that the Iranians must wonder if the computer bugs flowed in with the electricity and water. Weiss's reference to the opium dealer was a joke, but just barely. Crump's team had tracked every movement of the top Iranian leaders for so long they might have written the Ayatollah's personal calendars. Weiss started off toward the coffee bar, but Crump was still in her way. "Is everything okay?" asked the software engineer. "You're scaring us a little, honestly. We've never seen you work so hard. Your door is always closed, and the screens are turned so nobody can see what you're working on. Are we going to war or something?" Weiss laughed, but you could see the concern on Crump's face. People from nearby cubicles were listening, too. Weiss made these people think what they did was cool and sexy. When she was preoccupied, so were they. She turned to Crump and the half-dozen others nearby who were craning toward her. "I'm sorry I've been such a poop the last few days. I'm crashing on something for Ponzer, and you all know how crazy he can get. But everything's cool. If there was any trouble, he'd be back here to micromanage it, right?" "We're beginning to wonder if Ponzer really exists," said Crump. "Has he been fired?" "Of course not," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "Whatever made you think that?" "Gossip. It's all over the building." Weiss deflected the query with another brush of her hand. "That's all bullshit. Would I still be here if Ponzer was in trouble?" "Answer, no. So everyone chill, please." "If you say so," said Crump. He looked relieved. So did the others who were near enough to hear the conversation, many of whom were already sending messages to their colleagues on the chat screen. Dr. Weiss said everything was fine, so it must be true. This might be an organization of professional liars, but Weiss was seen by her colleagues as someone who never lied. She got her coffee and Coke, real, not diet, and took 2 cookies, 1 oatmeal and 1 chocolate chip with macadamia nuts. It was as many calories as she normally ate in a day, but she needed energy in a hurry. When Weiss returned to her office, she printed out copies of the budget items she had been studying all morning on screen. Weber had asked her for a picture, and she would give him one. She laid out the sheets on her desk like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle and began to look for the straight edges that formed a border. She needed to find patterns in the data that could tell a story of what Morris was doing. It took Weiss many long hours, but eventually she found symmetry in Morris's movements once she stripped away the random noise. He always traveled overseas in alias. She could show that because she had access to his real-name credit card accounts. They were never used when he was away. That meant that the overseas trips were undeclared to the local intelligence services, who knew Morris by his true name. Whatever platforms Morris used overseas weren't part of the IOC's regular structure. Weiss could show that because she reviewed all the IOC's official foreign basing and travel expenditures and signed off on them once a quarter for the Inspector General. There was another recurring feature, so predictable that it was a marker. At some point every 6 weeks or so, Morris traveled to Denver, sometimes only for a few hours. Weiss knew about the trips because she had access to Morris's IOC calendar to coordinate his Washington schedule. She could see the repeated notations DEN, which was the airport code for Denver International Airport. She never saw the bills, which weren't handled in the IOC's regular accounting channel. That meant Morris must have a different compartmented spending authority separate from his regular line. They were off-budget trips, in other words. It was as if Morris were visiting a second information ops center, except that the organization didn't have an official presence in Denver. Overlaying one anomaly on top of the other, Weiss could hypothesize a larger shape. Morris was running a separate network of agents and operations overseas, and he was coordinating these activities through a covert base in Denver. She had heard talk over the last year about joint operations with the NSA, but they were never discussed. Perhaps that's what the Denver office was about. It was a plausible structure for his operations, but it didn't explain what he was doing. To fill in the picture, Weiss needed evidence of how Morris's off-book operation had been spending money. At first that seemed impossible. How could she assess the budget of a compartmented program to which she didn't have access? But after a day of spinning her wheels, Weiss had an idea. Even if she wasn't authorized to enter this black area, she still might be able to observe what was going in and out. Weiss needed to tell the story in a way that Graham Webber would understand. She spent another few days assembling her jigsaw pieces. They came in the form of budget authorization numbers. Morris had given her passwords to request operational funds from the controller in his absence. He would give her the numerical code of the item for payment, and she would make the formal request to release funds. It saved him time and allowed a continuous flow of funds when he was traveling. But as Weiss went deeper into Morris's password-protected accounts, she saw that not all of the fund requests went to the numbered budget accounts that were controlled by the CIA. Some went to unspecified interagency accounts whose provenance was unknown to Weiss. She went through the painstaking work of examining every payment request that had passed through any of Morris's password accounts and checked them against line accounts for IOC's official activities. When she had finished her culling, she had identified 5 payment requests outside CIA internal controls. The rogue payments varied in size, from a few $100,000 up to a recent authorization for $8.3 million that Weiss had submitted a week or so back. Who was receiving these funds? She didn't have official access to that information, but Weiss had been a hacker long enough to understand the subtle ways to trick people into revealing secrets through techniques that were politely known as social engineering. Late in the afternoon, Weiss called the executive director's office, which handled daily management of the agency and also liaison with other parts of the intelligence community. She asked for Rosamund Burke, a budget officer who normally supervised her IOC accounts. She called in the afternoon in the expectation that Burke wouldn't want to hassle with procedures and red tape late in the day. "Hi, Rosie, it's Ariel. I need a favor." "Just ask," said Burke, who was part of the old girls' mafia that was increasingly powerful in the agency. "I need something. My boss is traveling again, and he wanted me to chase something down. That man is a whirling dervish. Is he married?" "Ponzer? No way. He can't stay put." "What do you need, girl?" "He wants me to double-check some items we sent up for payment. He thinks he may have miscoded some of them." "Typical. Which ones are they?" Ariel ran through the 5 numbered accounts from the off-budget group. She added 3 more normal payment orders to mask her intent. When Weiss had finished the list, Burke read it back to make sure she had the digits right. "Are these all yours?" she asked. It was a normal question, not a suspicious query. Weiss wondered whether to bluff. No, she thought, the best lies are the ones coated in truth. "They're a mix," she answered. "Some are IOC accounts and others are ones Morris is running separately, where he asks me to handle the paperwork. Protect me, I don't want to get him in trouble. He's worried we're paying the wrong people." "He's a little ragged around the edges, isn't he, your boss?" "Not the first. What do you need?" "Payment information, where the money goes." "You want to do this offline, by phone?" "That's what Morris wants. He doesn't want a paper trail in case he's screwed up." "This is way offline, dearie. Some of those budget accounts are run through the DNI's office. I get CC'd with a payment notification, but I'm not supposed to circulate them even on the 7th floor." "Right. Morris mentioned something about that." Weiss lied. "Okay, this call didn't happen, and if there's any question, you're going to need to call Hazel Philby in the DNI controller's office." "Sorry for the hassle. I just don't want my boss to get in trouble for late payments." "Okay, here goes nothing. I don't have true names for recipients, obviously. Crypts only." "I don't even need the crypts. I just want to confirm the payments." Burke punched the most recent payment order number into her computer and then read out the detail. "F.J. Bullitt is the latest. That was requested last week. He's German from that digraph. $8.3 million payable immediately to an account in Liechtenstein. That one says E.J. in parentheses after the crypt." "Uh-huh." Her voice was flat, but the initials got her attention. "You need the account number?" "No, that's okay."
Next, S.M. Tuff, £250 payable to an estate agent in Cambridge, Keith Aubrey, for property that's listed as Granchester. I assume that's in England with those place names and that digraph, but you never know. That one says in parentheses, Lee. Got that?
Yes, that checks out.
Burke read through 3 payment orders that were for regular IOC operations. With these, Weiss already knew all the details. One was to pay agents inside a Russian computer security firm. Another was to pay contractors in Atlanta who were working on offensive cyber tools. A third was a one-time recruitment bonus for a systems administrator in Cairo who had been pitched by an IOC officer seconded to the Near East Division. Weiss listened attentively to each one, even though the information was useless to her purpose. Eventually, Burke hit on several more of Morris's mystery accounts. We've got L.C. Plum, must be Chinese if it's L.C., $6 million to a numbered account in Macau. That one also has Lee in parentheses. Got that?
Yes, what else?
2 more on the list you gave me. I have Belovely, that's Poland if memory serves, for 1.5 million euros, payable to an account in the Caymans, okay? That one says EJ, too. And I have M.J. Crisp, which I think is Israel, though we don't see that one much, and it's for $250,000, payable to an account in London. Fancy that. And it has Lee again, in parens. Is that everything you need?
Yes, that's the lot.
You're a superstar, Rosie. It's true, I am. I have to hustle or I'll miss my ride. Like I said, you need to check this with Hazel Philby, but don't let on you know they're DNI interagency operations.
Got it. I'll check with Morris as soon as he's back.
He's the only one who'll know. Maybe you could give me that bank account number in the Caymans?
Sure, dearie, but then I seriously have to go. The Caymans' routing number is 210-8746. Repeat that, 210-8746. The account number is 571-73646, repeating 5717-3646. Have we got all that?
Yes, sorry to be such a pain. It's just that things pile up when the boss is away, and Morris is always away. Ciao, ciao.
Weiss hung up the phone and took a deep breath. She was a better liar than she might appear. She studied the notes she had taken while Burke was talking. She had 5 data points. That should be enough to deduce something about Morris's hidden operation that would satisfy the director's curiosity. She stared at the cryptonyms and the amounts. It was easy enough to make some guesses. F.J. Bullitt must be a Germany-based agent, and a very expensive one. His information was good enough that Morris was willing to pay top dollar. S.M. Tuff sounded like a safe house operation in Britain, though the rent was so large it sounded more like an office than a flat. L.C. Plum was for someone in China, probably an agent or a small network, and someone who couldn't come out to the West and needed the money in Macau. Belovely was an asset operating in Poland, or at least getting his mail there, who was hiding his money in the Caribbean. And M.J. Crisp was apparently an Israeli living in England and wanting access to the money as if it were an overt salary. The intriguing items were the letters in parentheses, E.J. and L.I. They had to be the work names of Morris's case officers. Lee could be anybody. It seemed like every other Chinese had that surname, but Weiss knew from her earlier digging that one of Weber's key assets was a former military officer named Edward Juno. She sent a flash cable to the London station and asked them to check Lee and the name of the estate agent, Keith Aubrey, and the Granchester address. They came back in less than an hour with an ID for Dr. Emmanuel Lee and an address for his research institute. Weiss cabled back and asked the station to rumble the location. They sent someone to knock on the door that night. The Granchester office was empty, and the mail was piled up behind the slot. Weiss decided she had enough to go back to Weber. She could show that Morris was running operations in Europe and Asia that were outside the CIA's control. If he had authority to recruit and pay these agents, Weiss had never seen anything on the books. The authority must reside in another compartment, controlled by the Director of National Intelligence. Weiss put a new SIM card into her Nokia and texted Weber's phone.
Meet at 2200 at your drop. Trick or treat.
Late that afternoon, Marie delivered the last tray of that day's classified paperwork for the director. These were several cables from stations overseas, 2 intelligence reports requiring approval before dissemination downtown, and a draft national intelligence estimate on the situation in Syria. She brought the collection of documents into the office and laid it on the director's desk. Weber was on the phone. He was talking to Ruth Savin about an inspector general's report that had to be delivered soon to the congressional intelligence committees. There were permissions for permissions these days and reviews of reviews. When Weber finished with Savin, he turned to the tray of classified material. He read the cables quickly and penciled notes in the margins that he would share later with Sandra Bach. He leafed through the intelligence reports and signed his initials on the cover page. The Syria NIE he reviewed more carefully, especially the executive summary at the beginning. Peter Pingree, the retiring deputy director whose last day was Friday, had already signed off on it. It was a revision of an earlier draft that Loomis Braden had rejected because it didn't note the agency's warnings about al-Qaeda's presence in northeast Syria. A footnote had been added. Weber was about to replace the draft NIE in the basket when a plain white envelope tumbled out. It seemed to have been caught in the back pages of the lengthy intelligence assessment. Weber took the white envelope in his hands. It had no mark of origin or return address. On the front was printed his name, Graham Weber, in black type. Weber opened the envelope and removed a single sheet of paper inside. He had the unsettling feeling that he was repeating an identical moment in time. He opened the folded paper and read the words. The traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in accents familiar to his victims, and he wears their face and their arguments. He appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city. He infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to fear. The traitor is the plague. Marcus Tullius Cicero. You are looking in the wrong place. Weber was unsettled. He put the sheet back in the envelope and put it on his desk. The boyish face was pale, sweat beaded on his forehead. He buzzed Marie and asked her to come in from the anteroom. She thought at first that he was just calling for her to remove the classified paperwork and began to reach for the tray, but he stopped her. Weber held up the white envelope with his name typed on it. This fell out of the draft NIE. It's addressed to me. Do you have any idea how it got there? Marie examined the envelope. The director didn't ask her to open it, so she left the flap closed. Then she examined the intelligence estimate, ruffled the pages and shook it to see if anything else was caught inside, and then quickly examined the other documents that had been in the tray. She could see that the director was upset. I don't know where this could have come from, Mr. Director. I sorted the papers before I put them in your tray. If this fell out of the NIE, it must have been there when it arrived at my desk. That's the only thing I can think of. Weber patted his forehead with the tissue. He didn't care if his secretary saw him sweating. She was one of the few people in this building he had grown to trust. Where do the NIEs come from, Marie? Before they come to this office, who originates them? Well, they're prepared by the National Intelligence Council, which collects views from all the agencies. They come through the deputy, Mr. Pingree, to you. He doesn't read much these days. Miss Bach can explain it better than me. No, you're doing fine, Marie. Where does the National Intelligence Council paperwork come from? It's part of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, sir, over at Liberty Crossing. So they work for Mr. Hoffman, the people who put these things together. And the paperwork would start with Mr. Hoffman's organization, is that right? Yes, Mr. Director. I can take this envelope and walk it back. We can ask for forensics on it, too, see if there are any prints or DNA. Would that help? I can call the Office of Security now. Weber thought a moment. Maybe later, Marie. I'll hold on to it for now. It's probably nothing, just a practical joke. There are a lot of cut-ups around here, right?
Yes, sir, she said, taking the tray.
Weber stared out the window. He had wanted to manage a creative, dynamic organization like a business. And what he had encountered instead was a Rubik's Cube of interlocking conspiracy. Was he looking in the wrong place? The disturbing fact was he didn't know. He had to think carefully about each of the strands of thread that had passed through his hands in these few short weeks, and decide whether he could see a pattern. Early that afternoon, before her planned rendezvous with Graham Weber, Ariel Weiss went shopping at the Whole Foods market on Leesburg Pike in Tyson's Corner. She had run out of skim milk, Greek yogurt, breakfast cereal, and fruit, which were the things she most liked to eat. She had been taking her time, browsing in the crowded aisles of the market, when she glimpsed someone she recognized. His name was Dan Aronson. They had dated for nearly a year when she first joined the agency. Back then he had worked for the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, but 18 months ago he had moved over to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to supervise compartmented technology projects. Weiss didn't want to see him. Ex-boyfriends were dead wires for her. She had initially been drawn to Aronson partly for the same reason she liked the CIA. She enjoyed the cult of secrets, and he was an initiate. But the claustrophobia of the clandestine world had gradually choked their relationship. They knew too much in too small a space. They couldn't talk about it, and they couldn't not talk about it. Eventually Weiss had a secret that she really couldn't tell Aronson, which was that she was seeing someone else. He had found out soon enough. When people have been intimate, they can smell betrayal. Weiss turned her cart away from the yogurt case and Dan Aronson and headed the other way. Aronson caught up with her in the next aisle. He pretended that it was a random encounter. He proposed that they have an espresso in the Whole Foods coffee bar. Weiss protested that she had to finish her shopping and get home. She had a date later that evening, but Aronson wouldn't be put off. They rolled their carts past the fruit and the cut flowers and into the little cafe. Aronson tried to make small talk when they sat down, telling her how well she looked and asking after mutual friends, but Weiss cut him off. It was too much of a coincidence, running into him this way after nearly 2 years, and she had learned not to believe in coincidences.
"What's this about, Dan? You're making me uncomfortable."
"So, I heard people talking about you in the office this afternoon," he said. "I thought you should know."
"You mean someone told you to come find me and have a talk?"
"Yes, basically.
People told me you were poking around some files that are off-limits and that you might get in trouble. You can't do that anymore, Ariel. Even if you have top-secret code word clearance, if you start making anomalous requests these days, the alarm bells start ringing." So that was it. After talking to Weiss that afternoon, Rosamund Burke had immediately called her friend Hazel Philby in the DNI's office to report the conversation, and Aronson had been summoned to chase down his ex-flame. So much for loyalty among the old girls' network. "Did you follow me here?" asked Weiss. "Not exactly. Someone else did. I was nearby at Liberty Crossing, so they told me to come find you." Weiss shook her head. "Wow, that's creepy." "Sorry. This wasn't the way I wanted us to meet again." "Screw that," said Weiss. "What's the message you're supposed to deliver?" "It's not a message, it's an invitation. You should come see Director Hoffman as soon as possible. It's a personal request from him." "I'll have to clear it with my boss, Mr. Weber." "Don't do that," said Aronson. "That's part of the DNI's request. He wants to keep this private. He said that otherwise he'll have to tell security about your unauthorized request to the controller. That's a serious violation." Weiss gave him a contemptuous look. "What a little shit you've become. I'm disappointed." Aronson ignored her remark. He had the opaque look of an intelligence officer whose every thought was compartmented and censored. "What should I tell Mr. Hoffman?" he asked. Weiss thought a moment. It was her own boss, Graham Webber, who had asked her to chase down the information about Morris. But she wasn't about to pick a fight with Cyril Hoffman. That was career suicide. "Tell Mr. Hoffman that I'll call his office tomorrow and request an appointment." Weiss walked away from Aronson, leaving him in his seat and her shopping cart in the cafe. She felt sick. I didn't want to eat the food she had picked out, or stand in line with the scores of secret keepers who shopped here at Tyson's, or remain in this place 1 instant longer. Chapter 27. Washington. Ariel Weiss arrived early that night for her 10 p.m. meeting with Graham Webber. She stood at the exit of the concrete underpass that ran beneath North Glebe Road in Arlington. She had returned home from Whole Foods several hours before to change clothes and steady her nerves. She put on a black dress at first and then changed into skinny jeans. She finished a bottle of wine that was left over from the previous weekend's date with a case officer from the Near East Division she had unwisely invited home. The wine had relaxed her just enough. She knew how to lie. She had gotten caught doing something that she wasn't supposed to do, and now she was being squeezed.
She was keeping secrets within secrets. But that was her life. She responded as she always did, by willing herself into the appearance of calm, putting on her makeup and making herself attractive and unreadable. People have different kinds of addictions. For Weiss it was the pleasure of a double life. She didn't feel anxious as she waited for Weber to arrive. Ambiguity was a comfort zone. She looked at her watch. It was 9:45. She had the occupational habit of always arriving early for appointments. She nestled among the parked cars, looking for any movement. The art of concealment was one of her few professional weaknesses. She was too attractive. A recruiter had actually warned her that this might be a problem for her as a case officer. If she approached a male developmental at a cocktail party, the prospective agent would imagine she was hitting on him. She had found a part of the clandestine service where she could be truly invisible, sitting behind the screen, ugly as sin as far as anyone knew, important because of the code she wrote and the operations she managed. Weber was approaching. She heard the distinctive click of leather heels and the thin notes of someone whistling "On the Street Where You Live" from My Fair Lady. She looked for the director's security guards, but didn't see them or the armored Cadillac. He passed by where she was hidden and then stopped. He made the sound that used to be called a wolf whistle. She eased herself between the cars and approached him from behind. He hadn't changed from work. His face was worn. "Going my way?" she said in a low voice. She was wearing black boots against the night chill and a long black cashmere sweater over her jeans. "You move like an elephant," answered Weber. "I heard you coming from halfway across the lot." "Bullshit," she whispered. "Where are we anyway?" "I play golf at the club across the road." He mimicked a golf swing as he led her out of the parking lot into the darkness of the adjoining alley. "Are you any good?" "Yes. I'm good at everything except running the CIA. Let's take a walk before my minders come find me." Weber turned left onto Rock Spring. He seemed to relax when they were a few paces into the suburban street. Tall evergreens and stone walls shielded the properties. His mind echoed with the injunction he had read a few hours before: "You are looking in the wrong place." But what was the right place? He slowed his pace and turned to Weiss. "What have you got on Morris? I need to sort this out before the White House decides to de-appoint me." "I've found his network, but not him. I don't know where he is. I need more time." "What have you got?" "I can document that Morris is running his own string of agents outside the agency. They're in Europe, England, and China, from what I've seen. He seems to have a second operations center that he runs out of Denver to do things overseas that are too sensitive for the regular IOC. Who pays for it, if it's not on our books?" "The Director of National Intelligence." "Can you prove that?" "No, but I know it. It's probably run with NSA money." Weber closed his eyes a moment. He saw Cyril Hoffman's connection with Morris, but he didn't understand it. Why would Hoffman do that? Why take the trouble? "Isn't that obvious, Mr. Director?" "Not to me. Morris is doing things that wouldn't be approved by normal channels, so it's run through the DNI. "This isn't about Morris, is it?" said Weber, half to himself. "We're looking in the wrong place. Maybe Morris is under someone else's control. Maybe the Poneser got pwned, and we just don't realize it. What about that?" Ariel Weiss looked at him skeptically. "Another country is using him? Is that what you mean?" "Maybe," Weber nodded. "Or perhaps there's someone else who's the real mole, who's guiding Morris. What foreign service would know enough to run something like that?" Weiss took a long moment to scroll through her mental map. "It's a short list. The handlers would need technical mastery of cyber. It could be the Russians. Morris probably has Russian contacts in his German network. It could be the Israelis. One of his new recruits was an Israeli. It could be China. He just ordered a payment of $10 million to Macau, and he has a guy named Lee who's helping him. And he spends a lot of time in Britain, so put that on the list too."
Israel, Russia, China, Britain.
That's the Champions League in terms of cyber, right? So in theory, Mars could be playing with any of them.
Affirmative, she said.
The two had reached the corner of Old Dominion Drive, a busy street with cars passing regularly. Weber led her to a smaller access road about 5 feet below the highway. He took her hand as he pulled her across the street. She let it drop quickly when they reached the far corner. "Who's this man Lee?" he asked. "He's a Chinese émigré who works in a lab outside Cambridge that Morris set up on his black budget. It's empty now. I asked London Station to check. They've scattered. London pulled traces on the Chinese man today. His full name is Dr. Emmanuel Lee. He's listed as the director of the Fudan East Anglia Research Center. I also found footprints of a guy named Juno, who's on Ponzer's black payroll. He's the guy we boloed." "Geez, lady, you got a lot." Weiss raised a finger, not quite pointing it at Weber, but cautioning him. "I had to stick my neck out to get all this. I hope it's not going to get cut off." "Do you want to tell me how you got it?" Weiss pondered the request. "Probably not," she said. "At least not yet." "You're keeping things from me." "Yep. It's for your own protection and mine." "I'm going to need to know soon. Understood?" She nodded. "Why haven't we found Juno?" "Because Ponzer is smart. He uses cutouts for cutouts. I think Juno is getting paid through Poland, routed to the Caymans. Morris is using him to recruit people in Germany. He just signed off on an $8 million payoff to an agent in Germany, payable through Liechtenstein. I ran the traces, and I think the German agent is actually Russian." "Is Hoffman protecting Juno, too?" Weiss shrugged. "How should I know? That's way above my pay grade." "This is weird," said Weber. "Everything is weird. But what in particular?" "Here's a description of our mystery man. He's in a very sensitive position at the CIA and is also in contact with Israelis, Russians, Chinese, and Brits. He has old friends at the White House, and he is funded covertly by the Director of National Intelligence. Who is this man?" "James Morris." "Correct. And the question is, who is he really working for?" "Maybe it's just for himself," she said. "Or maybe he has an ally." Weber's radio crackled from inside his pocket. "Damn it," he said. "My security detail is looking for me. They'll turn on the searchlights 30 seconds from now. You head back the way you came and I'll walk back to my club." Weiss was looking up at Weber. There was a flicker in her eye of uncertainty. Was she playing a double game now or a triple game? It was hard to tell the difference. "Are you going to talk to Cyril Hoffman?" she asked. "I don't know. I need to think about it. Let's keep this to ourselves for now." She looked at him calmly. Her eyes were warm and sympathetic. "Of course, Mr. Director." "Does the DNI's office know we're asking questions about Morris?" "Not from me. But they're going to find out." Weber shook his head. The rumble of his armored Escalade was audible a few dozen yards away. "Jesus Christ," he said, shaking his head. "Are you okay?" she asked. His radio was buzzing again. "Of course I'm okay. I just need people I can trust. I hope that includes you." She nodded. The SUV was approaching. He turned toward the car. She reached for his elbow to say a last word. "Be careful, sir. You're the CIA director. This isn't a company, it's the government. You speak for 10,000 people. You can't make mistakes." He looked at his watch as the SUV door clicked open a dozen yards away. "I have to get home," he said. "My boys are visiting D.C., but I get it. You're right that I can't make mistakes." "I won't." On her lips were the words, "I hope not." But she watched him in silence as he strode toward the big black car. Weiss wondered as she walked away whether she was cheating on Weber, just as she had done with Morris. It couldn't be helped. She had learned over her years of intra-agency dating that the reasons people were drawn into CIA careers also made them unsuitable partners, almost by definition. They were good liars. They knew how to conceal their feelings. They knew how to do bad things and get up the next morning and do them again. Weiss was one of them. Weber wasn't. She wanted him to succeed, but she wasn't ready to bet her career on it. Weber's sons were waiting for him at the Watergate when he got home. The security detail had let them in, and the housekeeper had made them some food. They were watching football on Weber's immense television in the living room. When they opened the door, they jumped up almost like cadets coming to attention. "Who's winning?" asked Weber. "Washington," said Josh, his younger son, who at 16 was nearly as tall as his brother David. "I don't believe it," said Weber. "Washington always loses." Weber picked up the remote control and clicked off the set. "Sorry, boys, but we need to talk," he said. They both nodded, now serious and silent. They had come to visit because David had decided he wanted to leave school and join the military. His younger brother had convinced him to visit their father before he did anything stupid. It was fall of David's senior year. People don't leave then unless they're about to get kicked out or it's a suicide dive. "So you want to drop out?" said Weber. "Why?" "I'm wasting my time, Dad. The pot thing last month was an example. I'm afraid I won't get into a good college." Weber waved his hand and clucked his tongue. "I don't care about that," he said. "I want to join the Marines," said David. Weber didn't answer for a few seconds. "It's a good thing to do," he said eventually, "but not if you're running away from something. Are you?" David looked at the floor. "Yeah, I guess. I just don't think I'm doing much in school. I'm wasting your money. I want to be doing something real." "I get that," said Weber, "but think about it. If you want to withdraw this semester, I'll call the headmaster and work it out. I'm sure he'll say okay. Go get a job, work construction, join a ski patrol for the winter. I don't care. But don't join the Marines unless you're sure that's what you want to do. The military is no joke. It's stupid to get killed because you couldn't decide what else to do. If you still want to be a Marine in 6 months, I'm for it." "You are?" David was surprised. He had expected parental anger or disappointment, but not support. Weber turned to his younger son, who had been watching apprehensively. "What do you think, Josh?" I guess I agree with you. I'm worried about David and the Marines. I'm worried about you at the CIA. This is all scary. Are you okay, Daddy? You look kind of tired." "I'm fine, exhausted, but fine. This job is like Homeland for real. I can't tell you about it, but, well, do you ever feel as if everyone around you is lying?" "Yeah, all the time," said David. "Me too," echoed the younger boy, rolling his eyes. Weber laughed. "So what do you do about it, boys, when everybody's lying?" Josh looked at David, who answered for both of them. "I tell them to fuck off. Not out loud, but in my head." "I'll try that," said Weber. He walked to the kitchen and got a beer from the refrigerator. "What are we going to do this summer, Daddy?" called out Josh. "That's a long way off. Don't you want to be with your mom?" No," said Josh. David shook his head. "We want to do something cool with you. We never see you anymore." "I'll take it under advisement," said Weber. "What does that mean?" asked David. Weber looked at his oldest son and smiled. "Don't join the Marines yet. Think about it for 6 months. Promise?" David nodded. "Promise," he said. "Then the sky's the limit. Tell me where you want to go on vacation, and we're there." "Come on, Dad," said Josh. "You always say that." "This time I mean it," said Weber. He took a swig from his beer and put his arms around his sons. Chapter 28. Fort Meade, Maryland. Cyril Hoffman paid regular visits to the National Security Agency. It was one of the 16 intelligence organizations under his supervision that were, as he liked to say, the arrows in his quiver. Hoffman managed the community with a light hand. To run the agencies, he tried to pick good people who understood the technologies of surveillance and collection and then, generally, left them alone. Graham Weber was the rare agency chief he hadn't personally chosen. but that couldn't be helped. The CIA was always a special child, needy, accident-prone, easily wounded. Hoffman had felt sorry for Weber the day he was appointed, but that empathetic feeling had given way in the weeks since to something closer to antipathy. Hoffman's trip to the fort on this day had been requested by Admiral Lloyd Schumer, the NSA director. Schumer wanted Hoffman to hear personally about some new information that he had collected which he didn't think was appropriate for community-wide dissemination. Schumer had volunteered to come to Liberty Crossing, but said it would be easier to talk at the NSA. Hoffman agreed. He felt like getting out of the office anyway. The DNI's Lincoln Navigator was prepared for the trip, along with an identical vehicle that accompanied the first as backup and chase car. Hoffman was dressed formally, as always, for work. Today it was charcoal gray, with chalk stripes, a handsome suit his tailor had made on his last trip to Hong Kong. To the links of his gold watch chain he had recently added his Phi Beta Kappa key, which he had found in a drawer and decided made an attractive pendant. On his head was a stiff-brimmed gray Homburg hat that he had acquired at Borsellino in Rome. He relished the long drive for a chance to listen to music on his digital player. After some thought, he selected a Philip Glass opera titled Akhenaten, which, although famously difficult, was one of Hoffman's favorites. The opera had vocal passages in the ancient languages of Akkadian, Biblical Hebrew, and the Egyptian of the Book of the Dead. Hoffman hummed and occasionally sang along with Akhenaten's arias in an eerily high countertenor voice that startled even the driver, who was familiar with Hoffman's eccentricities. The Lincoln Navigator proceeded to Fort Meade via the Beltway, whose entrance was a few hundred yards from the front door of Hoffman's office. They circumnavigated the Washington suburbs in a loop that crossed the Potomac and skirted the Maryland suburbs, and then they headed north on I-95 until they reached Route 32 East, which then turned into the aptly named Canine Road and the NSA's well-guarded gate. Hoffman was waved through the barrier, and the vehicle turned toward an office building that resembled an opaque black cube. To the right was a low-rise building of the sort you might see on any military base. Fort Meade was a military installation, after all, with soldiers in uniform lumbering between buildings. Admiral Schumer met Hoffman at the entrance to the black monolith of the NSA headquarters and navigated the peculiar front reception area. The entryway confirmed that the NSA had something to hide. Rather than a straight path through the lobby, the corridor veered left and then made a 90-degree right angle before opening to the inner hallway. This maze-like entrance had been created to check any straight passage for beams or waves in or out. The Admiral was wearing his service dress blues, tidy and compact, decked with ribbons. He presented a contrast with Hoffman's flamboyant garb. He showed Hoffman several new entries on the black marble wall engraved with the names of more than 150 NSA personnel who had died on duty. Above the long list was the code under which the agency had operated. They served in silence. That reputation for discretion had been shattered by the recent hemorrhage of disclosures, but the NSA was officially in denial. It still treated all its documents as top secret, even the ones that had been published in the newspapers. Hoffman was still humming quietly to himself. He stopped when the Admiral beckoned him toward the elevator. Some of the people streaming past in the corridor were dressed in jeans and T-shirts. The NSA had concluded over the last decade that if it was to survive as a cryptological service, it needed to go geek. The problem was that free minds wanted free spaces, too. The Admiral's office was ostentatiously bland. He had a modest desk with 3 computer screens behind and 3 telephones. The one nearest his chair was for quick, secure communications. It had red buttons so the Admiral could call his counterparts at other agencies instantly. There was a button for the CIA director, another for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a third for the National Security Advisor, and so on. A second telephone connected with the public telephone network and switching. A third, marked STE, was used for secure encrypted calls. Schumer had pictures of his kids, too, lined up amid the top-secret hardware. The Admiral gestured for Hoffman to sit at his glass-top conference table, facing a window whose blinds were perpetually drawn. Coffee was served. Aides disappeared, leaving the two of them alone. "So nice to escape my office, Lloyd," said Hoffman. "How's life at the fort?" "We're surviving. It's hard for the older employees. They spent a lifetime protecting secrets that get blown in a few weeks. They're depressed. But the younger ones adapt. Applications are up again, that's something. If we lose the smart kids, we'll be dead. Which one will be the next ambitious malcontent who decides he can save the world by exposing the wiring diagram? I worry about that every day. But we should see the next Snowden coming. We can monitor everything a person does now. I get a report every day listing any employee who has requested anything out of the ordinary. You need a buddy along when you download anything, FTP, anything. Practically when you go to the toilet. We'll see the dangerous ones, knock on wood." He rapped the glass-topped conference table. "I wish other agencies were as tightly buttoned," said Hoffman. "We have a new CIA director who thinks it's time to open the windows and doors and let the sun shine in. And he has some people working for him, I'm afraid, who think it's fine to request files on programs they're not cleared for. Not my choice, but there you are. I reassure myself that the way Weber is going, he'll never last." Schumer nodded, non-committally. He wasn't about to criticize a fellow agency director. "So what's on your mind?" asked Hoffman. "Other than locking the doors and windows?" "Something is bothering me. I'll be frank with you." "You'd better be, otherwise I'll send you back to submarine duty." "We've been picking up some things the analysts don't understand," said Schumer. "First, we're getting signs of new malware in some of the circuits we monitor. We're seeing some of the European hacker networks go dark. We don't know why. We're registering new activity in China and Russia that connects with some IP addresses that we try to monitor in Britain, even though we told GCHQ we wouldn't. We think something is up." Hoffman stared at the Admiral. "So," he said, "what's the actionable item here? I'm hearing noise, not signal." "Well, that's the problem, Cyril. It is mostly noise. But to the extent there's a central locus, we think it's an agency officer from the Information Operations Center." "James Morris," said Hoffman. "Yes, sir," Schumer added. "We know Morris has some special authorities from your office, so we don't want to get in the way. And we gather that Director Weber has found him useful, but there is something you need to know. The analysts gave it to me several days ago, but I asked them to double-check so I could be sure before I told you." "Well, what is it, man? Go on." "James Morris has been in contact with a Russian from the SVR in Britain. We're able to decrypt their traffic again. They've had 2 meetings with him, and the Russian case officer claimed in a cable to Moscow that he has delivered information to Morris." Hoffman was fiddling with his tie as he listened. "Are you sure about this? Morris is many things, but I wouldn't have thought he was a traitor." "Yes, sir. As I said, I didn't want to tell you until the agents had double-checked. But we decrypted the case officer's reports about a meeting with a special source, and then we were able to decrypt a special message to SVR headquarters at Yasenevo that gave the agent's true name. It's James Morris." "Do we know where Morris is?" "No, sir. The Russian officer met him in a small town near Cambridge, but he's not there anymore. He's not showing up on any digital track we have." "What is Morris doing?" muttered Hoffman. "Has he gone completely off his rocker? He has been polygraphed more times over the years than I have. How did they get to him? Judging from what we were able to decrypt, the Russians seem to be running him through some sort of free-the-internet cover. It's like WikiLeaks, but more high-minded. They have some prominent supporters, professors, tech gurus, people like that. It seems to have roots at Stanford and in Silicon Valley. Sorry about that. Good Lord Jesus protect us. Do the British know?" "No, sir, not so far as we can tell." "Well, don't tell them. Let's sort this out on the home front." "Yes, sir." Hoffman flicked at the lapels of his jacket. He adjusted the crease in his trousers. He was thinking. "James Morris is a Weber project," said Hoffman. "He wanted some younger, creative people to take more responsibility at the agency, and he sent Morris out on a very sensitive operation. He gave him a hunting license. The problem is that Morris is swimming in a pond with the rest of the fish, including Russian fish, and they all pee in the same water, which gets pumped back into our tanks." "I'm not sure I follow the fish part," said Schumer. "But I get your point." Hoffman was nodding, in agreement with himself. "The question I find myself wondering about," Hoffman continued, "is why Graham Weber lets this young gentleman, Mr. Morris, wander so freely. We don't really know all that much about Weber. He is not of our world, is he? He's a businessman. He got rich making deals and cutting corners. That's what people do in business. I'm out of my lane now, Cyril. Sorry, old boy, I'm thinking out loud. I shouldn't draw you into it." "There's one more thing I wanted to warn you about," said Schumer. "I mentioned at the beginning that some new malware is surfacing in Europe, which my analysts linked to Morris. The problem is some of them think it's a prelude to a coordinated cyber attack." "By Morris?" "That's what the analysts think. So you have to tell me if this is Title 50 covert action, and it's none of my Title 10 military business. Just say so, and we'll stay out of the way. We just don't want to let something slip inside the air gap at CIA that could contaminate other systems." Hoffman took off his glasses. He took the tie from beneath his vest and rubbed the lenses of his spectacles. Then he stuffed the tie back under the vest. The glasses were more smudged than before. "It's not any Title 50 operation I approved. Let me pursue it for now. Morris is Weber's man. If he has allowed this young man to fall into perdition, he needs to answer for it. If Weber should prove to have a shorter-than-expected tenure at CIA, well, so be it. I think he already has a good pension. Perhaps I should send Director Weber a report on the foreign activity connected to his networks. He needs to know about that, doesn't he? Just to be safe." "Oh, yes, of course. Russian links, Chinese, all that. Quite right," said Hoffman. "Send him a report about the foreign contacts with Morris. Mention something about the malware to copy me. That way we can't be blamed later for not giving a warning. Meanwhile, I'll jump on this Morris business. We need to find him first and then turn him inside out. I may need help from other agencies, FBI, whatever. Don't you worry." Schumer closed up the folder on the conference table. He had planned to give it to Hoffman, but he said he would redo it and send a new, briefer version to both directors, Hoffman and Weber. "Hold off a day on that, would you? I need to get started on Morris before there are too many ripples in the water." "Certainly, Mr. Hoffman. It's a relief reading you into this. I was worried, I can tell you." "Of course you were," said Hoffman, nodding gently. "It's quite serious." Hoffman, never a man to be ruffled by events, wanted a tour before he got back into his enormous black car, so Schumer walked him through some of the secret spaces in the black cube of the NSA's headquarters. The surveillance tools were still mostly in place, Snowden notwithstanding, allowing the analysts to dial into metadata and content around the world, so long as they had the proper legal stamps on their requests. Hoffman was surprised, making his tour, to see just how young and freewheeling the NSA workforce was. They did their recruiting now at hacker conferences and a dozen other less visible honeypots for the smart and mischievous. As he was on his way out, Hoffman saw a young man in a T-shirt that said DEFCON 20. That triggered something in his mind. The young Swiss man who had wanted to defect, who had come in from the underground to warn that the agency was penetrated, he had been wearing a shirt with that same logo. Hoffman had seen it on the video recording of his initial handling by the base chief in Hamburg, which had been circulated by Earl Beasley. Hoffman always played a long game, but he suspected that, in this case, the decisive innings were nearer than he might have thought. On the way home, he listened to another of Philip Glass's operas, the making of the representative for Planet 8, and thought about the puzzle that was taking shape. When Hoffman returned to the office, he was told that Dr. Ariel Weiss, from the CIA's Information Operations Center, had telephoned requesting an appointment. He told his secretary to call Weiss back immediately and suggest that she stop by Liberty Crossing late that afternoon at 6 p.m. if possible. He asked the secretary to advise Weiss that this would be a private meeting at the personal request of the Director of National Intelligence, not to be shared with any of her colleagues at the CIA. Weiss's office was near the ODNI complex, so it was easy enough for her to slip away and make the short journey to Hoffman's headquarters. She was cleared quickly through the lobby and escorted upstairs to a capacious suite. When she arrived, the Director of National Intelligence was sitting at a round table away from his desk, going over some papers. His secretary rapped on the door. Hoffman looked up over the top of his glasses. His eyes widened. He'd never met Ariel Weiss before. She had dressed up for Hoffman, exchanging her usual trousers and white shirt for a gray suit with a pencil skirt and fitted jacket. Her demeanor was cool and composed as ever. "The alcove, please," Hoffman told his secretary. She led Weiss into a small adjoining room, windowless and lined with bookshelves, which Hoffman used for personal or especially sensitive meetings. Hoffman followed a few moments later and closed the door. He removed his suit jacket so that he was wearing his pinstriped vest, decorated with its sparkling gold chain. The room had a drinks cabinet and a bucket of ice. Hoffman hung his jacket neatly in a closet and walked to the bar. "Too early for whiskey? I think not." He poured himself a half-glass of the amber liquid and sprayed in a jet of seltzer water from a crystal bottle. He added 2 cubes of ice. "And you?" he asked. "The same," said Weiss. "Neat." "Good start," said Hoffman. "There's hope." They sat down across from each other in brown leather chairs, separated by a cherrywood table. The little room danced with the flickering yellow-blue flame from a fake fireplace against the near wall. It was almost cozy in this small room. "Cheers," said Hoffman, raising his glass and taking a sip. Weiss put the glass to her lips, let the taste of the whiskey moisten the tip of her tongue, and then set it down. "Do you enjoy your job, Dr. Weiss?" "Yes, sir, I like it a lot." "Is it your expectation to remain with the agency a long time?" "I don't know. As long as the work is challenging, yes, I think so." "And do you aspire to higher management?" "People tell me that you're ambitious." "I like the job I have," she answered cautiously. "But if something attractive came along, of course I would be interested." "I see. Well, that's good. But it behooves an ambitious person, especially, to be careful and follow the rules." "I know that, Mr. Hoffman. I try not to violate the rules." "Oh, really?" "Because I gather from a member of my staff, Miss Hazel Philby, that you were making unauthorized inquiries yesterday about some DNI payment accounts that are strictly compartmented. That's a violation of the classified material handling rules where I come from." "I did nothing wrong, sir. I was investigating activities by personnel from the Information Operations Center at the request of senior CIA management. I was following the rules, not breaking them." "I'm not sure that a disciplinary panel would agree with you, Dr. Weiss. In fact, I am rather certain they would find you at fault in a way that might put your security clearance and continued employment at the agency at risk. But let's put that aside for the moment." Weiss was shaking her head. "I can't let that stand, Mr. Hoffman. You are accusing me of something I need to respond." Hoffman raised his hand. "Enough. I said we would return to this later. I want to talk about something else. How much do you know about the activities of James Morris? I gather that's what you were poking your nose into so deviously. What have you found out?"
Morris is the problem you should be worrying about. He's running a secret network with Russians, Chinese, and Israelis. He's totally outside CIA control. From what I picked up, his authority and funding come from your office, Mr. Huffman. The ODNI supports his clandestine operations out of Denver. Have you told Graham Weber that? Of course I have. He's my boss. But, Dr. Weiss, I am also your boss, and I am telling you that whatever authority I may have given to Morris, which is none of your business, it does not include working with Russians, Chinese, and Israelis. That is freelancing. And in my opinion, is a result of your esteemed boss giving Morris too much authority. This ball is on Weber's racket, not mine. I'll leave the turf question to you, sir, said Weiss coolly. But based on what I've seen, someone had better take action quickly, because I think Ponzer Morris is about to do something very crazy and dangerous. It's just a hunch. But since you asked me about him, that's what I think. She picked up her glass again, and this time she took a healthy swallow of whiskey. Hoffman snorted, but it was impossible to know whether it was an appreciation of the young woman's resolve or an anger. He stirred his drink with his index finger. "What do you know about Morris's contact with the Russians?" asked Hoffman. "You said you found evidence he has links with them. What about it?" "I don't know much. He's forming a little army of hackers. I think one of them is a Russian, but there are also Chinese and Israelis. I don't know what they're planning. Do you?" "Of course not. I told you Morris is freelancing. I have talked to the people in Denver who, according to your sources, are his facilitators. Well, they know nothing. He went offline a week ago." Weiss studied him. Was it possible that Cyril Hoffman, the master of the secret world, was getting flustered? "You have a problem, Mr. Hoffman," she said. "No, Weber has a problem. I am trying to resolve it. What do you know about Morris's contacts with the civil liberties crowd?" "Not much. He's a hacker, so he's been hanging around with those people since college. We all have. It goes with the territory." "Could he get sucked into some WikiLeaks thing, some Snowden thing? Is that possible?" "Anything's possible, Mr. Hoffman. Ponzer is a very private guy. There's a lot going on inside him that I never know about. I think he sees his old friends from college and graduate school, but he never talks about it." "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," said Hoffman. It was his version of a curse. "This is going to be complicated." "What are you going to do, Mr. Hoffman?" Hoffman pondered her question. He took a long drink of his whiskey and soda. "I will take discreet action. That is a personal specialty, if you didn't know. I have contacts. The Russians are not immune to reason. They can be persuaded. So can almost everyone. Am I right, Dr. Weiss?" "Most people can be persuaded. But I'm not sure about James Morris. I've worked for him for 2 years, and I've never convinced him to do anything he wasn't already planning." Hoffman smiled. It was an eerie look that came suddenly across his face and then vanished. "Well, there it is. If Mr. Morris cannot be persuaded, then we may have to let him blow himself up. Self-destruct. Poof. And then we're all rid of a problem. We are, and maybe the Russians too." Hoffman smiled again. His eyes were twinkling as he peered over the top of his glasses at Weiss. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Hoffman." "That's a relief. I feared I was becoming transparent. Now then, what about you? I hope you will agree that you are in something of a compromised position, Dr. Weiss. If I contact the Office of Security at the agency and request a formal investigation of your conduct, of your trickery, let us be frank about it, in convincing the CIA Controller's office to divulge classified material inappropriately, I am almost certain that you would be suspended from your job. I would insist on it, actually. I am a victim in this matter." I would protest to Director Weber, my superior, I was conducting legitimate inquiries on the agency's behalf.
Bosh! Weber can't save you. He's too new. He's too inexperienced. He's dangerous, in my opinion. His silly nonsense about rebalancing and restarting, all of that is just so much fluff. He is upsetting the order of things. I would be surprised if he can save himself when all this is over, but he certainly can't save you.
Weiss didn't answer. She understood the deal Hoffman was proposing. Her silence and compliant behavior in exchange for keeping her job. She didn't want to respond. Hoffman studied her, waiting for an answer, and then he decided that her silence was enough.
Very well.
I will assume that we comprehend each other. I hold the future of your career in my hand. You are a bright and talented person, obviously, and I would very much like not to injure you. Indeed, I would like to help you. But in return, I expect you to act in accordance with my wishes and requests. Otherwise, you will very quickly find yourself out of a job. Is that clear?" Still she didn't answer. Hoffman rose and shook her hand. "A doughty lass, but not a stupid one, I hope." He reached for a buzzer, and the secretary returned and escorted Ariel Weiss out of the office and back down to the lobby. Chapter 29. Bath, England. The antiquarian bookseller on Pierpont Street in Bath had served many eccentric customers, but few with the relentless obscurantist curiosity of James Morris. He had slipped into Bath from nearby Bristol to satisfy a few personal needs, of which book browsing was only one. He had earlier paid a visit to a woman who had been referred to him, in the strictest confidence, by the incandescent Beatrix. Now, in the afterglow, he was indulging another passion at a celebrated local bookseller. The establishment occupied a fine old listed stone building near the Avon River, a mile below the crescents that surmounted the city. The bookseller's office had carved arches over the windows and a handsome gabled roof. Inside were the incunabula of the book world, ancient tomes in glass cases, tools used for printing and binding, and what looked like acres of old books. Morris approached the wizened bookseller at the desk. The man was wearing an apron and had metal garters on his sleeves to keep his cuffs from encumbering his hand movements. He might have been working in identical costume when this establishment was founded in the 19th century. Morris, in contrast, was wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket and cargo pants which hung from his waist as if from a wire coat hanger. "I'm looking for an old book about finance," said Morris. "It's called The Bank for International Settlements at Work. It was published in 1933 when the bank was 3 years old. Does that ring any bells?" "We have no bells here, sir. We are a bookseller. Let me consult the catalogue." He pulled out several metal drawers and examined index cards with meticulous notations. "Lucky you," he said dubiously. "We appear to have a copy. The book is by Eleanor Lansing Dulles. It was published by Macmillan in 1932, actually. Let me bring it out." The bookseller disappeared into the stacks and returned with a dusty volume running to more than 600 pages. He handed it gently to Morris. Morris opened the book to the title page and scanned the 3 pages of the preface. He closed the book and looked at the bookseller with genuine astonishment. Teraflop! Eleanor Lansing Dulles was the sister of John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles. Can you believe that? She thanks her brother John Foster in the preface. It's true. It is a conspiracy. "I beg your pardon?" The bookseller wasn't used to emotion in his workplace. "Never mind. I have another request. Do you have a 1903 French monograph called Essai sur l'histoire financière de la Turquie?" Morris had been assembling a small library on Ottoman financial history. This was another of his private obsessions. He liked to see the hand of the British encouraging the bubble and then
puncturing when it suited their interests. It was part of Morris's new obsession with the idea of a hidden British hand that had directed every turn of the wheel from the 19th century into the 21st. The shop owner advised him curtly that the shop didn't carry foreign books. He glowered at the intruding customer.